この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。
Alrighty. Hello everybody, I hope you have a lovely day today. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And welcome. Welcome to you, Berthas. Thank you. Welcome to you, Namdrep. Welcome to you, Mikatsu. Welcome to you, Something Magnus. Welcome to you, Mystic. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us, either lurking or maybe watching this way later. I hope you have a great day today. Welcome back to the 10-year anniversary stream, which unfortunately is also a fundraiser, and I forgot to put up the bar. I wish it wasn't a fundraiser, but here we are. Anyways. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia. Hello, welcome as well, John Oser. So I'd like to, for anybody who might not be familiar with this game, you might have just seen that intro cutscene. And a bit of, low quality music, singing. It's a fine cutscene, but I would like to emphasize, this is on a Super Nintendo. Well, technically Super Famicom, but Super Famicom is literally the same hardware as a Super Nintendo in the US, except for a different, plastic shell around it. So in order for them to make a literal voice, fully voiced song work, they have to actively just music memory bank swap during runtime, every 4 seconds or something crazy like that. Anyways, getting this to work is absolutely ridiculous on a Super Nintendo, as I understand it. I'm actually not technically, I'm not that well versed in the technicality of it, but it is just absolutely, on a technological level, this is a very late Super Nintendo game, and it is, well, it shows because the people who created this also really knew what they were doing. It's the definition of hardware coding and coding wizardry? Yes, pretty much. You played this game once and couldn't get used to the combat. It is very, yeah. It is old in that way too. Now, I want to briefly show this off. This is literally a full-fledged music player where you can just pick sounds that you like, even play sound effects, and you can output stereo, mono, it has a reverb, it has normal, continuous play mode, random play mode if you just want to have a random playlist of music. You can have the songs loop once or twice before the random continues. Sound effect volume, background music volume, you can, if you want to, put it all the way on the left side, which is really obnoxious. I don't actually know if that comes through on stream. You can even do this. And basically change it. This is ridiculous. There are I think 4 or 5 songs that are not in this player. I believe one of them is the very, very ending credits song. You can theoretically access it if you play this on emulator and poke some RAM addresses and just update the number up there to, what is normally out of bounds. Because we can get up to 64 and then it resets, but there's technically 65, 67, 68, I think. I'm actually not entirely sure. Anyways, it's very sophisticated, and so is the game. Now, truly, if there's evil in this world, it lies within the heart of mankind. Edward D. Morrison, which is a fictional character in this game. I guess it would be kind of fascinating if it was a real character in this game. Anyways, depending on your definition. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia. This game has a hard mode. I'm not going to play it because it feels very much like an afterthought. You literally have to input a button sequence in order for the hard mode to be unlocked so you can play in hard mode. I didn't really feel like much of a difference compared to normal mode. I don't actually know what exactly changes. Anyways, we're gonna play a new game, and maybe a quick introduction. The way we originally played this on this channel was just, a casual playthrough, Tales of Phantasia. It looked fascinating for a Super Nintendo game, so I played through it on stream at the time. And later decided to speedrun it. Now this is a lot like Terranigma or even Seiken Densetsu 3, where well, in this case, the only official version is in Japanese, so I needed to run this in Japanese. So whenever I did a run, I often just retold the story that we were running and playing through whenever I did a speedrun as we went along. Very much like Terranigma, if that kinda did. It's been quite a while since I last played this, and I don't remember a whole lot, so we are using the fan translation of this game, and we just play through the story again. I will probably not do a whole lot of side content, only little things here and there that I just happen to remember. But there's a few more things than just the main storyline, but it's a bit of a marathon of a month for me, so I think while I will take my time with this game, I will also just see if we can get through in this, well, in about 3 streams is my plan. Maybe it will be as little as 2, but it really depends on how difficult that's gonna be. Now, you can name the main character. His name is Kress. Whether you write this with an R or an L, really is just up to interpretation. But Kress Alvin is just the main character. We're just gonna leave that. And here, this is a battle screen. The left side you see a party fighting the big blonde guy on the right side. And he is casting a spell called Indignation. And the big blonde guy exclaims, "No, that's not possible!" Or something along those lines. And gets turned into these little stars flying away. Especially if you have never seen or even played the game, it might be a bit difficult to interpret what is exactly happening in this scene, but this is gonna come up relatively soon anyways. Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna say that until later. Never mind. I'm not gonna spoil that part. It is relatively early game, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So, there was also a PlayStation version that was only released in Japan as well for Tales of Phantasia. Generally speaking, for casual playthrough, that one is the one I would personally recommend. It is probably a better casual experience to most people. I prefer the Super Nintendo version, but that's just me being weird, I feel. There is a Game Boy Advance version that was actually released outside of Japan, but it is very notorious for being basically a PlayStation port that is exceptionally laggy in every regard, like it is. Apparently quite bad. I've actually, I think, originally played that version a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, when I was younger, just like finding random RPGs on the internet because that's what I was looking for. And I don't remember if I played the Japanese version here or something else. Actually, you know what? Actually, it is very likely I played this game in Japanese without having a translation, so just trial and error my way until I get to a point trying out everything. That's probably what I did back then, because the reason why I think that is because emulation of other consoles, like GBA, etc., was very much in its infancy when I first discovered emulators. And yeah. The GBA version is not a PlayStation port, no? It's more of an SNES version with PlayStation sprites. Interesting, I wasn't aware of that. Oh yeah, there is a PSP version, you're right. I think that's Japanese exclusive, but playing on PSP might be kind of difficult. Alrighty, so we see that star just land here, and 4 people are already waiting, seemingly knowing about this guy's arrival. And... How? Who are you? What are you doing here? No! They put a pendant around his neck after immobilizing him. And just stuff him into this little sarcophagus. After generations, this curse upon my family finally ends. And yes, this is the very first Tales of game in the series. 10 years have passed since what it was. And we're introduced to this guy. He was actually one of the people that was standing next to the sarcophagus, and apparently he is our main character's dad. Dad, you called me? Chris's father, Miguel. How's your mother doing today? She's doing much better. Her fever is gone. She should be fine in a day or two. Good. I'm glad she's feeling better. I need to talk about the pendant. My pendant? The one you gave me for my birthday. What about it? In the meantime, Chester, which is the big blonde guy at the bottom. Hey Amy, I'm going hunting today. Is Chris going too? Can I come too? Sorry Amy, you're still too young. Be a good girl and wait here for me to come back, okay? Well, okay, be careful Chester. I will. See you later, sis. Amy and Chester are, to my knowledge, orphans. So he's just a big brother taking care of his little sister. Come on, Chris! By the way, I'm just saying Chris because that's just how you would pronounce the name in Japanese. My brain is just wired that way at this point. Isn't that Chester's voice coming from the outside? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I'm supposed to go hunting with Chester today. Ah, I see. We'll talk about it over dinner tonight. Okay, I'll see you then. Good luck, son. Master Tristan, you're more than welcome to stay here with us as long as you'd like. Thank you kindly, Sir Miguel. I'm glad someone in this house knows how to train rather than to play in the woods. Play in the woods, going hunting. To be fair, we're going hunting with a sword, so... Sorry, I'm late, Chester. Master Tristan came by the house. Chris, wait! That is his mother. Mom, you're still sick. Get back to bed and get some rest. Maria is her name. I know. I'm just worried this area just isn't safe anymore. Mom, Chester's coming with me. We'll be fine. Don't worry, Mrs. Alvin. We'll be back with plenty of food. You'll need to be arrested just so you can cook it all. Alright, just please be careful and take these with you. Your mom gives you 2 apple gummies. These heal for 30 HP, 30% of your HP, so they're basically useful the entire game through. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia. It's a nice village here we have here. Let me actually real quick go into Chester's house and just talk to Amy. There's a lot of characters I don't really remember what they say or what they do or what you can do. There's a few little activities you can do in this house or in this little town. Are you guys going hunting today? You sure can keep up with Chris, Chester? Hey, swords aren't the only weapons. Chester notably uses a bow, which, you know, I would argue is better for hunting. Anyways, we have many options. I'm gonna set the message speed to very fast because that just makes sense. So, battle here on and off. This is a bit confusing of a naming option. This basically enables or disables the panning that you have at the beginning of battle. This does not actually turn off any battles. This is literally just the camera at the beginning of battle, swerves over to the right, shows you the enemies, and then swerves back to the left. The thing is, the game does not pause the combat during that time, so it's basically just an awkward camera swerve to the right and then back to the left while you're trying to do stuff, so I'm just gonna disable this. Then we have targeting. There's automatic, semi-auto, and manual. I think you generally want to... Well, semi-auto is working fine enough. I think I usually want to set it to manual so I can specifically attack an enemy, but I also have to press the button in order to switch targets. Semi-auto is just perfectly functional to my knowledge, even if the combat is gonna be a bit awkward. Anyways, battle voice, you can actually turn off characters yelling in combat if you don't like them, and the event voice, I actually don't know what the event voice exactly does. And then we can change the window. I'm just gonna leave it as is. This is fine. Did it actually save? It did save, okay. Then we also have formations. We have Chester in the back and Chris in the front. We can put him further back. We can put him in the front if we want to, because, you know, we can do that. Put Chris to the front, to the back, whichever one we want. In the speedrun, you would, during regular gameplay, put Chris all the way to the back so you can run away from combat as quick as possible. I'm just not gonna worry about that for now. Maybe later. The art in this game is pretty phenomenal. It is really good, I agree. It's a bit of a muted color palette, which actually is kind of unusual for the Super Nintendo. Often you have rather striking and discerning colors. This feels more like a water paint. Aqua colors, I guess, if you will. Look at these two. Oh, Chris, you surprised me. We're getting married soon, so we are very busy with all the wedding preparations. Do I really have to be an usher? What does that mean? Congratulations! Chris, I hope that someday you find someone who can make you as happy as she makes me. Aw, a young couple about to get married. That's lovely. There's the church, and there's a weapon store if you want to go and buy stuff. I don't think they have anything particularly interesting for now. I believe there's like a little thing we can do here where... It's not here. One of these houses basically has an introduction to you just pushing or pulling stuff around in order for you to do stuff, but we're just gonna move out for now. Oh, before that, Tristan says, "Are you two leaving?" The old guy that was visiting our home earlier. "We're going hunting." "I see. Have fun and good luck." "Where are you headed, Tristan?" "I'm going to visit a friend." "Good day." It's just going out. Alrighty. Welcome to the overworld. There are random encounters, unlike the running. And, unlike the running, this game is pretty strict about you dying, and basically there's no autosaves or checkpoints like the running got, so we need to be a bit more careful about it. So, welcome to the woods. It's not a particularly big place, but hey, there goes a boar. And the boar doesn't like that much. It runs away. Let's follow it. Some hunters we are. Just yelling out, hey, there's a boar. Can I... Also, I want to remark two things. One, actually three. One, we have, like, reflections in the water. That's fascinating. Like, again, Super Nintendo, that is not standard or normal or even usual. Two, we move half tiles at a time. So we don't have full freedom of movement where we're walking, but instead of like tapping right going a full tile each time, actually let me show you my inputs because I can do that right now. Input viewer. There you go. Basically tapping just walks you half a tile, which gives you a little bit more convenient freedom of movement. However, it would just be really awkward if, let's say, we are here and then I press down and my character is just stuck on the ledge here. So what the game does, even if I press down, it actually moves me to the side, very smoothly too. Like, it's not even the character moving to the right and then down, it's literally just a slight diagonal movement. For the purposes of this game, it is in fact a movement like that. So, welcome to Bugbears and Owls. Combat is very stat-based, a lot like Secret of Mana, where if you face the enemy, you have a chance to block. If they attack you from the behind, they always guarantee a hit, but it also works the other way around. If I hit enemies from the front, they have a chance to block, and basically stuff like that. Combat is very specific, let's put it this way. I could put Chester further behind so he stays further back. I could put my character further forward. And I'm actually a bit worried that I already might have lost too much HP. The beginning is actually very rough, honestly. Like, it is notably kind of difficult. Pretty much the opposite design compared to Secret of Mana. If I hold L, this timer appears, and after a certain amount of in-game time passed, we just run away. Different groups and enemies... different groups and enemies basically have different, like, what's the word? Timings on how long it takes you to run away. Anyways, is there an inn I can sleep in so we can recover HP? I actually don't even know if you can sleep in here. Oh well, it'll be fine. We did save, I guess. At least it asks you to confirm to save before it overwrites, unlike Seiken and Setsu 3. Yeah, all of these have just slight keying issues, and the same event just plays again. So, in a speedrun, what you actually want to do is you want to get bumped by the environment, kind of like if I press down here, bump to the right as much as possible, because functionally, the game operates on like, it gives you a random encounter after a certain amount of steps. The amount of steps it takes to get to a random encounter is largely determined by, well, it's random. However, which range of random it is entirely up to your luck stat. By the way, we can rename characters if we want to. The luck stat is 100, that's actually pretty dang high. And the luck stat is randomly rolled every time like a major story event happens. It's entirely random. It's really weird as a mechanic. It's never explained. But basically, the higher your luck stat, the more on average steps you can take before you get into a random encounter. In a speedrun, you want to just get bumped along the way as much as you can, so you take as few steps towards the next encounter as possible in some regard. We'll get more into step counter, etc. a little bit later. And let me actually just heal up. Then formation. I think I wanna be reasonably close. I actually don't remember the exact way this is gonna work. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. And darn, where did it go? I'll take a look around. Hey, Timian, thank you. I could have sworn saw it come this way. And this big, destroyed, rotten tree stump suddenly has some strange spirit appear for us. Please, Cress, you must protect this tree. Now I say Cress and now I say please too, just because my brain works that way sometimes. Sorry, I don't mean to do that. But we get a vision of when the tree was in full bloom and blossom, not destroyed. But in our present time, it is very destroyed. So how can we possibly protect this tree? What a strange thing to see. And then, no luck finding anything? Cress, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine. Let's keep looking. There it is. Let's go. Alrighty, so this encounter is the big boar and the little boars. We are actually trying to knock out the little guys. Oh, don't die. No! Why are you running back there, you clown? These little guys are going to run away. Oh my goodness. This is not gonna work out well for me. was trying to get the little guys because they drop an item called a Beal, which I believe sells for like 200 coins, which is a lot at this point in the game. Unfortunately, I kind of need Chester in order to have an easy time defeating this boar. And he is kind of taking a nap right now. This is not good, and I'm gonna die here probably. You can use items in combat, but not all that frequently, and this boar can just murder you. Nice. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia. This is kind of the beginning. It is pretty rough at the beginning. Their deaths mark the end for all hopes and dreams. It is very dramatic, but, well, you don't know that yet, but also kind of accurate. Anyways, let's maybe get a better start going here. So the thing is, combat in this game gets significantly better once you unlock a few more characters and you have a few abilities that you can work with, rather than just you press one button to attack and that's all you can do kind of deal. That's generally speaking how I would describe on how the combat is in this game. It is very rough, especially in the beginning. It does get better. But this is probably one of the weaker sides of this game, because they have that, like, active combat battle, but it's also random encounters. It is really strange, honestly, in terms of, like, design. Like, how it even comes up with, like, a side view combat in an RPG. It is strange, but it does get better. However, it is also very much the prototype for games like Tales of Symphonia, which is probably a game most people are familiar with. This is where this originated. This is the very first entry, so in a sense, naturally it is a bit rough around the edges, let's put it this way. You would spam the skills instead of ever attacking. I mean, that's exactly what you do, though. There is little reason to attack while you have magic, also known as TP in this game. Tech points? I don't remember what it's exactly called. As long as you have magic and skills available that are decently strong, there's not much of a reason to attack otherwise. It's the end of the village's hopes and dreams of getting a good feast. Yes, pretty much. And the techniques, like, conceptually, the RPG part of the game is actually really robust. You learn new abilities by using previous abilities. There's, like, combo abilities. Like, it is very sophisticated in what they were trying to do. Oh, this is not good. I did not mean to. Oh, we got one. We got two. Good. Oh, but unfortunately, I kind of made a mistake. I needed to stay at the other side of the board, so Chester was behind it and me in the front. So now we have a bit more of a tough time. But at the same time, we do have healing items. You can actually, by the way, only use so much healing items, otherwise you get this hourglass symbol, and you can't use it for a little while, let's put it this way. But as long as Chester is around, this is significantly easier. In a speedrun, what you try to do is you try to kill 1 or 2 of the little piggies, so you get the veal items for money, and then you try to bring the board to relatively close to death, and then hope that it knocks out Chester before it, like, fully concludes. Because this way, Cress will get all the experience, and piling up all the experience onto a single character is especially important early on, so you unlock the stronger techniques earlier later. I might actually do that as well at some point, but we'll see. I haven't exactly decided on how I'm doing this playthrough yet. Yeah, that's the biggest animal we've ever killed. This will be plenty of eating. Let's head home. That's the village alarm. Something's happened. Hurry up! Alright, we hurry back. By the way, we literally move at double speed now. And we don't have time for random encounters. Let's run away. So, actually what I can do at this point is formation, put Cress all the way in the back. This will allow me to run away from encounters slightly more quickly and more reliably for what it's worth. Just holding L to run away. Hey Hoppy, welcome. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. How are you doing today? So, the bells and ringing is not stopping until we arrive back in our cozy little hometown. Oh my, what happened? Oh god, Amy, I've got to find her. May your soul rest in peace. Little kid, dead. Game does not pull any punches. The couple that was about to get married and was rather happy, very dead. And Cress's dad. And his mother. His mother's still alive. No. Mom! Wake up! Don't die! Cress, run away. Go north to Euclid and see your uncle. Your pendant is... They who? Who did this? Mom! Open your eyes, please! Don't leave me. No! This is a brutal intro for a game. Especially during the time. You know, RPGs, the happy-go-lucky, the hero saves everybody. It's just like, nope, not in this one. You just get introduced to the brutal world, I guess. Chester, I'm so sorry. They did not even stop with killing a little girl that couldn't do anything. Is it like a sack of bricks as a kid? Yeah, I distinctly remember just being kind of shocked seeing this for the first time. It's too dangerous to stay here. Let's go to my uncle's place. I can't leave Amy and the other villagers like this. Amy was the only family I had, Chris. Look, I'm staying. If you leave alone. I have to make sure they all get proper burials. Even if I have to do it myself, they at least deserve that much. But the people who did this return. I don't want to lose you too. Sorry, Chris, but I can't. Chester, go ahead without me. I'll catch up when I'm finished here. It's dangerous for both of us to stay. Promise me that I'll see you again soon. I promise. Someday, you and I will fight side by side again. And we'll find who did this. Alright. Goodbye, my friend. Can I just say, Chester's conviction immediately to go and these people need a proper burial is quite admirable. Well, we have nothing to do but leave. Your pendant is... My pendant? Is that what my parents were trying to tell me? My father gave this to me. And the realization hits. I've got to get out of here. It's the only way Chester will be safe. Recognizing that the pendant is what those people were after. Oh my goodness. Well, his mother managed to crawl a little closer. Mother, father, and goodbye. It was always sad that you can't decide to stay and help. Yeah. I mean, the story-wise, it is explained by Cress realizing that they are after the pendant, and they will probably try and hunt him down. Then again, he doesn't really think that far, that they probably don't know where he is, for that matter. So they might just come back to Chester anyways. But it's basically both sides are kind of understandable to an extent at least. Right. That was not a mistake. I intentionally wrote back there, because this resets the encounter number. Then again, we could actually just fight random stuff. This is more of a casual playthrough. I can't carry this statue. Maybe I can pull it around. You can push or pull on stones that are directly in front of you by pressing and holding accept, trying to move the statue around. Which we can. Fun fact, in order to get into an encounter, one step is one step to the next encounter. If you pull a statue, one step is 2 steps towards the next encounter. The sign is so old that the letters are illegible. I'm a merchant. Want to see my wares? Here's where we can sell the veal. Oh, right. You select the amount. Oh, we got all 3 little guys. And then we could go and buy some flare bottles, some remedy bottles. Just gonna buy some apple gummies because I can. The music in this game is amazing, by the way. Alright, then we run away from bugbears, because we don't really have Chester anymore, who was quite a big asset to be able to hit enemies. The big benefit of Chester attacking is that he has a really high accuracy stat, which means the enemy's chance to block his attack specifically is very low in comparison. Uncle Olsen's house is the northwest end of the town. Welcome to Euclid. I'm gonna buy and... Wait, is that here? I think it's here. I'm just gonna go in here and buy... Chat boots. What do chat boots do? They allow you to run. Literally. That's all they do. They're not actually useful for combat at all. Well, I guess kind of calling them not useful for combat is wrong in a weird way. Anyways, we can now run on the overworld, move twice as quick. Let's just move on back to, well, to our uncle, I guess. Hello? Anybody home? Chris, my nephew. Uncle, it's been too long since I visited. Chris, you've grown so much. I heard Totus has been attacked. Is it true? They already heard that. Yes. Both my parents were killed. I was afraid of that. I'm glad that you're safe. I don't know what to do, Uncle. You can stay here as long as you like, Chris. Thanks, Aunt Joan. I'll try not to be a burden. Chris, please try to cheer up. Well, a bit soon for that. Chris, my nephew looks so tired. Please rest here. Take a rest? Yeah, let's go and rest. That night. Why did the uncle know that Totus was attacked already? Well. Uncle, what's going on? Chris, I'm sorry. If I didn't tell them, they would slaughter the whole city. And the threat they might very well have realized if we didn't cooperate. Please forgive me. If you cooperate, we won't have any trouble. This really isn't my day. Chester told him, nah, move it. And unfortunately, well, they will be sparing the town. I'm so sorry, Chris. When you come back here later, the uncle is gone. It is more explicit in the PlayStation version, if I'm not mistaken. One of the soldiers goes back into the room, and then it fades to black. Ah, someone's coming. What are they coming back for? Amy, I will have my revenge. It's a really brutal beginning, it is. It's really dark. Not technically that uncommon in terms of stories of the era, but kind of uncommon for a Super Nintendo game, I would argue. Especially to this extent. We have Alvin's son, sir. Ah, good work. How foolish Miguel was to leave the pendant with such a weakling. It was you who attacked Totus, wasn't it? That's none of your concern. I'm only interested in you for one reason. Hey, give that back. Huh. The second pendant is mine. Guards, take him to the dungeon and lock him up. I'll decide his fate later. Finally, they're mine. And in the mirror, something is there. What's going on here? Get in there. Move it. Ha, we'll come back and finish you off later. Ugh. Now what? I'll never be able to open this door with just my bare hands. There's no way I fit through that hole. Hello? Can you hear me? I could swear I just heard a woman's voice. It came from that hole. Please, Give me your hand. Who's there? Someone who can help you. Give me your hand. Put your hand through the hole. What do we have to lose at this point? What is this? An earring? It's a little white horse. It's pretty, but how will this help? Place this on the wall, and you will be able to escape. Wait just a minute. Who are you? Alright, I guess I'll give it a try. Whoa! And the wall opened up into another cell, where we see nobody except for this woman chained, and the sword still stuck in her. Something about her is familiar, almost as if I know her. She's very dead though. Who would do such a thing? Pull the sword from the woman? Yep. I can use this sword to escape. You pull the sword from her body. I'll never be able to open this with just my bare hands. Right, I actually have to equip the thing. I forgot about this part. Pried open the door. Pried open this door too. Found some creamy cheese in a bag, and I'm not sure that's any good. Anyways, we'll get to creamy cheese in a second. Pried open the door. Hi, there's a young woman sitting in here. Hey, are you okay? I'm alright. Who are you? The name's Cress. And yours? I'm Mint. Thank you for rescuing me. Come on, we have to escape while we still can. No, not yet. Wait. Please. We've got to save my mother. She was also captured. I heard her from over there. What? Well, it's kind of bad news about that. No, I came from that way and I didn't see anyone. Please, let's escape before the guards return. But, I thought... No, I know I heard my mother's voice. She was trying to cheer me up. I'd know her voice anywhere. It was my mother. And... if we try to go over there... Cress goes, this poor girl doesn't know her mother is dead. I can't let her know yet. It would be too much for her to hear. Which... you know, noble. This looks like a sewer entrance. Right open the gate. In the PlayStation version, you actually find an axe that is a much stronger weapon, technically. But that axe gets destroyed when you open the sewer grate here, so you have to use the sword anyways. So I love that music theme, by the way. Mint's theme is amazing. Like, it's just such a good track. Mint is a healer. She can help you with curing your wounds in battle. She will heal you when you need it, most automatically, but you can control her manually if you want. If you don't want her to cast spells, you can disable the spells you don't want her to cast. Do this under her skill menu. I am fine with her casting spells, but I'm gonna run away from encounters, at least for now. And once again, there's random encounters here. So, you might be wondering, wait, didn't you just get the jet boots? Why are you not running? Because if I run in an area where there's random encounters, every individual step counts 2 towards the next encounter. So if I want to get more encounters in the same distance, literally double, that's what I can do. Also, they just explained the concept of a save point to hit. This is an ancient symbol, and also it's diegetic, which means this does technically appear to the characters in universe, but I believe it's never really referenced later on anywhere. But in a sense, we also only start encountering this the first time we see Mint, so there's actually a reasonable chance this only appears because of her. Like, that's just a fan theory. Nothing ever is written or confirmed about anything like that. It's just my brain goes that way sometimes. Also, sorry, I'm a bit slow at catching up in chat because I'm trying to focus on the game, but Mystic said we had Breath of Fire that was a little vague on death stuff, or more video game about it. Dragon Quest, which was very fairy tale grim with it. And yes, and than this, which was just brutally upfront. Yeah. What's with the time on hold? Oh shoot, I forgot to set the timer. Thank you for asking that. I was supposed to start a timer in order to have this in the playthrough. The reason why I want to have a timer in the playthrough is so people who don't have the time to watch the entire thing in one go just have, well, plenty of time to... Well, basically it's a timer, not for speedrunning purposes. It's literally just there so people know how far they have watched. They can notice, okay, I'm 1.5 hours in, so I can continue watching there later. I like having a timer on screen like this, because it's much more awkward to go back in the VOD. Actually, that is not necessarily true anymore nowadays on Twitch, because the timer in the VOD, it's more like YouTube live streaming. You can actually just directly go back nowadays, I think. I don't know how good it is, because I've never tried it, but I guess that works, huh? A Welsh rarebite? Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to check the food items yesterday. I completely forgot about that. Anyways, welcome to the sewer encounters. There's a slime and the leech. We do not fight these. Yeah, the slime is fine. We actually are going to fight some slimes. But the leeches, they have like a little ranged attack. It's not far, but just slightly further than my sword reaches, and it's really awkward to try and fight them without getting murdered in the process, that is. I think this is a round shield over here that I can get. All the wooden shield, oh, it's a wooden shield. All the wooden shield does is it slightly increases my, what's it called? It slightly increases my run. Run is a bit of a misnomer. It's more of a, like, evasion stat. And I don't know what 100 means relative to stuff. I think it's probably just pitting the 100 against the enemy's accuracy, and then determines on how likely you are to block the enemy's attack. At least that's kind of how I'm interpreting it. So, by the way, fun fact, this little screen here has no enemy encounters, so you can run as much as you want. Why does it not have enemy encounters? No idea. But all of these little tidbits of information are useful for a speedrun. By the way, there was like one Japanese speedrun of this game out there before I started routing it, and it was a nice baseline to use, but I found so many more little things and tech along the way when I originally just investigated this game. 4 bugbears. We could theoretically fight them. Also, Mint technically can physically attack, but she is not particularly strong at it. Savory, that is technically useful. So, let's actually real quick talk about some items. Creamy cheese, it's a food item. What do food items do? If you know later Tales of games, you can actually just cook food after combat is completed, and it will give you like slight benefits to your relationships with characters and maybe boost to certain things. Here it is purely, you put the creamy cheese in the food sack, and now we have 20 food in the food sack. And every time I take a step, Mint has at 128 HP right now. Now she has 128, 128, 138, there it is. We have 10 food less in the food sack and Mint healed for 10. Basically, you can kind of passively heal while walking around with food in the sack. I rarely ever used that in my casual playthrough. Honestly, I mostly just forgot about it even existing. Oh, bugbears. You know what, sure. Let's fight them. They are not the strongest. But you might notice I'm intentionally walking forward just far enough and then just tap the attack button once. Combat in this game is a bit strange, so let's put it this way. It is very particular. Mint has gained a level and learned first aid. Mint literally starts 1 experience point away from being able to cast first aid, which is your standard healing spell. Here we get a rapier weapon, and that thing is decent, I guess. So, there are 2 types of attacks you can use, slice and stab. If you press the A button, you do a slice attack, or swing, so to speak. And stab, you have to hold up on your controller and press the A button to attack. Then your character does a much slower attack animation, where he just stabs the sword, has very slightly more reach, but it is so much slower of an attack that it's not great. but this is kind of what the slice and stab is for. There we go. Slimes. Now we hope that we don't get murdered by these guys. I also pressed the R button here in order to reorientate my party. Pressing R meant that Mint is now sitting behind Cress. Also, whenever he drops to relatively low HP, this is not good. Thanks, Mint. When he drops to low HP, she automatically starts healing. But these things can hit so hard that I actually need to manually tell her to heal Cress here. Oh, I was too slow. Also, if you oh, she's still healed. Okay, if you mash through the dialogue, you actually don't get healed. As in, let's say you use a heal item, end combat, and they immediately go through the end of combat, like just mashing buttons. You don't get the healing for it. Still use the item now. So be a bit weary about that. 1000 gold. That is a lot, so we did definitely want that. 4 bugbears. No, I think we want to have Cress be like one higher level, and because Chester kind of, well, got half the experience from the boar, we are not quite there yet. In the speedrun, when you knock out Chester on the boar fight, Cress would already be level 3 here. So we're just gonna get into another encounter, trying to see what we get. 4 bugbears. You know, at least they're not as dangerous as the slimes, I guess. I could, by the way, use the rapier. It does have, like, higher stab attack than we have slice attack with this weapon. You cannot switch weapon in combat, which is a bit of a problem sometimes. When you have an elemental weapon and the enemy might be, like, literally absorbing that element, then, well, what are you gonna do? You hope your allies can finish the rest, I guess. Also, screen shake galore. I never realized that until now. And Cress gained a level. Creamy cheese acquired, and we didn't... Wait, did we already learn the thing and I forgot about it? No, he needs to be one higher level, I guess. Anyways, might as well just use the creamy cheese. Heal up Cress as we go. By the way, fun fact, when you are on these safe symbols on the ground, they also don't generate encounters. Not a terribly useful tidbit of information, but it's there, I guess. On the bright side, even though early combat is rather, like, brutal in terms of how much damage enemies deal and how difficult it can be to survive because of it, each individual level is a pretty massive step forward. It is a bit of a struggle early on, but you can get there. More creamy cheese. Demon Fang at 2, Swallow Kick at 4. Oh, right. No, we have it. Ha! I forgot about this part. Right. This SR is short-range special techniques, LR is long-ranged special techniques. I forgot. Also, A and B is... It's always on the B button, or well, whatever button you have assigned, so you can actually rebind buttons in this game. Anyways, by default, the special techniques are always on the B button. In order for you to use a long-range technique, you need to be relatively far away from the enemy, otherwise the game is just not gonna let you use it. This is much smoother in later iterations of the series or the game itself here, where you can just use any technique at any range if you feel like it. The game just lets you. But in this, it's very particular. You have to specifically be relatively far away in order to use certain techniques. And the Scion Bolt is very, very helpful, let's put it this way. Because, upcoming, we have a mini-boss fight against these guys. We're also gonna just have Mint. Let's see, she has one more heal after this. That's good enough, probably. We're gonna rearrange the formation. Move Mint back. We'll get back to that in a second. Actually, we move both characters back. I don't remember what the formation I'm supposed to have. But hey, there's the Sewer King. He'll never get by me. And I'm immediately going to spam Machinken. Scion Bolt is the fan translation's name, but just to show you, If I press start, I can actually show you the enemies, which is kind of nice. There's these little slugs on the ground. They attack potentially, not always, but potentially very fast, and deal a good chunk of damage, and have a slightly, well, decent range. So, my plan is to just nuke them with my machine can, or Zion Bolt attack, before they can do anything. We already defeated one slug, and sometimes the gargoyle actually is going to, like, dip down, and I can actually technically hit him with that too, which is not what I would like, but we defeated the slugs. Now, my goal is to sandwich the gargoyle between Mint and Cress. Mint doesn't deal a whole lot of damage. I just want the gargoyle to have his back towards Cress. Okay, he's gonna go higher up here. But now I can just hit him like this. Unfortunately, we also bonked the gargoyle into Mint, which is a bit unfortunate. But she doesn't really contribute any real damage anyways. But a few notes here for combat, because I have time. This gargoyle here is now a decent distance away from me. So that means if I press the A button just once, my character is gonna run up, swing his sword, and run back. This is literally just me pressing the A button once, which is very awkward to get used to when you're not used to this kind of combat system. If I press the A button twice, my character is gonna do a jumping attack. So the funny thing is, or maybe not so fun, if I hold up and do a jumping attack, or this is up, I do a stab from a distance, which is much more difficult to hit. So the thing is, I literally can only do jumping attacks if I'm far enough away from the enemy. I physically cannot do jumping attacks if the enemy is too close to me. Because if I'm here, I guess here it actually just about works, but here this is too close. I can no longer do jumping attacks. My character has to run up. If he is at like mid-range, he does like a stab upwards, which is probably more desirable in most circumstances. But basically, I frequently interrupt my character running back to his original position by tapping the button to make him stop moving. One nice thing is you do regenerate TP, as in your magic points, after every combat. It's not much, but it helps a little bit, let's put it this way. We gained some levels, and once again in a speedrun, you try to get Mint knocked out so Cress gets all the experience, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Let's get out of here. That gargoyle can be quite a challenging boss fight, I will say. Mostly because the little slugs will absolutely murder you if you get too close to them and you don't have enough levels or equipment or anything like that, which there's a reasonable chance you didn't go and like grind out equipment before getting thrown into prison. Plus, they actually confiscate all of your weapons. So any weapon you had before being thrown into prison disappear from your inventory. They're just gone. So you have just the sword and the rapier that you can find, and that's it. Alrighty, anyways, we managed to escape. Great news. Ah, we're safe here. Mint, watch out! And the slugs got us after all. Oh no, Cress! I was careless. Blech. Oh, Cress, are you okay? Wake up, Cress! Someone's coming. We have to get out of here. The same horse footsteps we heard earlier in Chester's cutscene. And Mint just picks up Cress and carries him away. In the speedrun, I call her the little MVP because despite being really low level through the speedrun, she literally carries the run in certain areas. Very literally. Anyways, Cress goes, "Father, Mother." And luckily for us, we awaken in a much friendlier home than the prison earlier. Huh, you're back with us now? You helped me. Ugh, my head, thanks. Where am I? You're in my house, south of Totus. My name is Tornix D. Morrison. You're Cress. I gather Mint told me all about your ordeal in Euclid. Mint? Cress, I was so worried. Why don't you step outside? I agree, the fresh air will do you good, Cress. Okay. Welcome to Tornix D. Morrison's mansion. And Infamous TV, thank you for the Prime thing, welcome back. Actually, welcome, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty. Let's go outside, I guess, and get some fresh air. Seems like a good idea. And we almost get shot by an arrow. What? Looks like you're up at them, class. Jester. Hey, you're still fine. So it turns out the horse footsteps that we heard earlier were actually friendly, because Tornix de Morrison apparently has a horse somewhere. We never see the horse, but we know he has one, I guess. Your friend here tells me your name is Cress. Mr. Morrison found me while I was in Totus. He helped me bury the villagers. I see. What were you doing out by Totus? I was following a man in black armor when I saw your friend and Totus burned. I failed your parents. I should have been there to protect them. You knew my parents? Yes. Many years ago, your parents, Mint's mother, Meryl, and I were all good friends. Mint's mother too. I probably know much more about them than you. My mother. Well, we probably still haven't told her about her being dead. Grass, do you know what happened to the pendant that Miguel kept? My father gave it to me when I turned 15. Please tell me that you have it with you. No, it was stolen from me. What? No. I was captured in Euclid, and the man in black armor took it away from me. What's so special about the pendant? Oh, it's all about happening again. I can't believe this. Stay here. I've got to go to the mausoleum. The man in black is down there, isn't he? I'll have to find him and avenge my parents. No, I forbid it. Why, Mr. Morrison? Please, my sister. You'd be no help. You have no idea what you're really up against. You can't deny us this. Had you ever bested your father with a blade? Well, no. Then you have no hope of helping. I'm sorry. If I allowed something to happen to you, I could never face the memory of your parents again. Now, what are we going to do? I don't care what Tornix says. I'm going after that butcher that killed my sister. And my mother. Wait, she knows? Anyways, Cress, you're quiet. What are you thinking? We promised each other we'd find the one who destroyed our lives and make him pay. Or have you forgotten already? God damn it, Cress. Answer me. Please don't fight. Wow, it's noise in here. Tornix, are you ready for tea? Master Tristan, you're alive. What are you doing here? I always come here for tea. What are you doing here? Well... I see. Tornix asked you to stay behind. Yes. Tornix is such a self-important fool. He's so full of himself because he's one of the last wizards. Wizards? Ah, you're Meryl's daughter, aren't you? You look a bit like her. I'm sure someday you'll be just as beautiful. How do you all seem to know our parents? It's eerie. Do you really want to know? Not now. First we have to avenge our families. Cress? Oh, right, Cress. That's more like it. You'll need more to help. You'll need to upgrade your equipment at one of the local cavalry merchants. When you're ready, there's a cave to the east of here. Meet me there. Oh, wait, it's not over. Huh? What is it, Cress? Oh no, I lost the earring. Where could I have gotten to? Whatever, let's go. The earring he got in the... well, prison. He lost that one somehow, in the meantime. Hi, there's a traveling merchant, how convenient. Hello, is Mr. Morrison here? I see, would you like to buy something? I have flare bottles. I'm not gonna remember how to use them, I don't know. So we can buy new things here. We're gonna buy a new longbow for Chester. We could buy all sorts of other things. I'm gonna actually buy 2 extra pairs of jet boots for later. And I actually don't need to upgrade my weapon for a very particular reason. But I'm actually gonna buy like some orange gummies. And then we go. Again, for anybody who does not know, a fully voiced song on the Super Nintendo is absolutely nuts on a technological level. It's crazy. Dougie. Oh, I think it uses all sound channels so we don't get the doggy barking. Alright, let's go. But we're not immediately going to go east, we're gonna take a little bit of a detour. This is actually slower than what the current speedrun run does, but this is how I originally started, because it's easier. I also should probably equip Chester's new bow, but we can do that in a second. Wow, we just didn't quite make it. What's my luck stat right now? Oh. The camera goes crazy because of the targeting changes, me attacking, and it's a bit silly sometimes. Anyways, this was a pincer attack, so I had to defeat the enemy behind me before we could run. Let me change the formation at least in the meantime. And Chester has a much stronger bow now. So, all the people were buried here. Basically where they were laid to rest, is where they died. And you could have explored this earlier here, in fact a bunch of people probably would, and find this thing. The sword doesn't belong here, it's not mine, it's not Dad's. Perhaps it belonged to the one of the people who attacked Totus? And we get a Knight Saber. This is a significantly more powerful weapon. Now here's a little fun fact about this, this is also a very unique weapon. We literally can never get rid of this from our inventory again. You cannot sell it, you cannot destroy it or anything like this. You're supposed to find this before you head out and get imprisoned, and then because they take away all of your weapons, you no longer have that. But because I never went here to go and grab it initially, now I have it for the upcoming portion of the game, and it is significantly stronger than the weapons I could buy. It is not strong enough that the speedrun would actually take this detour, but this is how I originally played this. And as you can see, I just one-shot this guy. So in case you're wondering, wait, how are you supposed to survive when you were kind of struggling with Chester and Cress at the very beginning with your lowly weapons? This is how. Until you get thrown into prison. Anyways. I feel like my luck stat must be pretty low. I'm just gonna run. I guess I could fight these owls. Let me actually see, because I think my luck stat changed again. Yeah, my luck stat is 20, so we get encounters really frequently because of it. It is still random on how many steps we get, but it's like on the lower end now. And here is Tristan. Tornix has left her descent into the tomb. So, now what? Just be careful. Thanks, Master Tristan. I'll teach you something, a skill that will help you. A skill? Yes, I know you've learned several already. Yeah, a few. Combination attacks are more difficult. They require your body and mind to be in perfect unity, which is achieved by practicing the individual skills until you can execute them without a hitch. I understand. For example, a Scion kick is a combination of Scion bolt and dual kick techniques. Can you teach me? Your father had mastered that technique at age 14. It's in your blood to master the sword. I understand, okay? Take it easy. Cress learned the Scion kick. This is a very neat idea that is unfortunately in this game not particularly well fleshed out, I will say. Like Scion kick concept, like fun fact, we don't even have the dual kick yet. Because we got through at a bit of a lower level than they expect. It's a very neat little idea and concept. However, to my knowledge, those combination attacks are little more than literally just each individual attack chained one after another. Fun fact, there's no encounters in here, so we can run away as much as we'd like. This room in particular, here we have encounters again. Although I believe it resets when entering these side rooms. Hey, this is a sarcophagus. Well, we entered the mausoleum, so I guess what did I expect? When opening these sarcophagus, we get back attacked by zombies. I love their goofy animations and such. Anyways, they're not that dangerous. And our sword should have a high chance, if not even guaranteed, to hit them. We get a life bottle from them. They do have a decent chance to drop us some good items. We found a protect ring. What does a protect ring do? It's an accessory that this ring absorbs melee attacks, but has a 99% chance of disintegrating. I've literally never even tried on what the chances, like how it functionally works in combat, because it never seemed like something I would want to use. Plus there's technically some other use for it later. Anyways, as is standard for RPG protagonists, as soon as we enter a mausoleum, we of course immediately go grave robbing. And we found a spy lens. The spy lens allows us to see the HP on an enemy. This door here says, the door is sealed by some kind of power. We can't access it. And the little rats, they don't do anything, they just run around randomly. And are in the way of a speedrun. You just bump into them. Ambushed. Ambush is basically the enemy attack us from the back, but since my character is placed there to begin with, I mean, that's fine. We gain a level. Medicine bottle acquired. This one regenerates any abnormal status effects, I think. And this is the reason why I came in here to begin with. We find an hourglass. An hourglass stops time in combat for 5 seconds. Those 5 seconds tick down while you're in the menu too, so if you use it, make sure to just do whatever you do without going into menu afterwards. But 5 seconds of enemies just not being able to do anything is very powerful in select situations. Now the thing is, casually, it's kind of awkward and difficult to justify using these hourglasses, but I do recommend just try using them in certain boss fights you might be stuck in, which will possibly happen early on. You also get a chainmail out of this one, so our tunic upgrades to 9 defense. I don't actually know how defense works in this game. It might just be a flat subtraction of how much damage you take, so 2 more defense might not be a lot, or it could be at plenty, I guess. Could also be percentage, I don't know. Anyways, Chester also hits decently hard. Whenever he levels up, he actually gets a pretty significant increase to his stats. And Mint learned Hammer. And we get a Rune Bottle. Now, Rune Bottle is a very unique kind of item. I can just demonstrate this actually. Use this to identify unknown items or transform some items. We can use the Rune Bottle on the Hourglass, and it turns into a Chronoglass. This stops time in combat for enemies specifically for 10 seconds rather than the 5 seconds. Effectively, it kind of upgrades or sometimes just side grades various items. Rune bottles are both relatively expensive and hard to combine in the early game, but also extremely powerful for what it's worth. It's also, as the description said, used to identify items that you get, but that's not a concern until later. Also, once again, I'm walking instead of running. Oh, hi. I like how the zombie just tried to hit... Oh, I need to target the other guy because manual targeting sometimes a bit wonky. Remedy bottle. You know, I think it would actually be fine for me to use semi-automatic targeting for a more casual playthrough. That would avoid the awkwardness where my character was just targeting the first zombie, so I was running past them. Which, by the way, you cannot get through enemies in combat. If you push up against them, you literally just walk into them and nothing happens. You cannot get by them unless you specifically target something behind them. That's kind of the catch about it. Let's see. This is, I think, some cheese, yeah. Might as well put the cheese into the food bag. What else do we have that I haven't maybe explained yet? Nothing for now. Oh yeah, orange gummies recover 30% of your TP, as in tech points. Or also your magic points, if you will. Then again, calling it TP instead of magic points is more appropriate in universe, because functionally, magic doesn't exist right now. The spells, quote-unquote, that Mint is casting are of, like, clerical nature, and they seem to draw from something else that is not like traditional magic. Magic just straight up does not exist in this world currently. Which actually is probably kind of an important point, because Tornix de Morrison, or earlier calling himself one of the last wizards, is kind of like something you would in this universe hear a crazy person say. I think I can push the statue around. It moved. It did move indeed. Welcome to the golem little fight. This is where Mint learned hammer. And they can stun the golem, and it's amazing. This guy has really high evasion, or well, block chance really for my attacks. But when he gets stunned by the hammer from Mint, I can just wail on him, and it's guaranteed to hit. It's fantastic. And it doesn't even cost much MP. But by the way, it's kind of a little bit cut off there, but Mint says Pikohan. So it's like, I think it's at least, that's what it says. Anyways, we get a holy bottle from this encounter. Holy bottles are amazing items that I will be abusing in this run plenty. Anyways, holy bottle. A bottle containing holy essence to ward off enemies. Right now, I have absolutely no idea how many steps it takes me until I get into a random encounter. After using the holy bottle just now, I know it is exactly 255 steps until I get into a random encounter. This holy bottle effect lasts for 500 steps total, I believe. But after 255 steps, I get into a random encounter. It does not matter what my number was previously. I will get into an encounter after 255 steps after using a holy bottle. And you can use a holy bottle before the previous effect wears off. Also, pushing and pulling this statue... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Pushing and pulling the statue literally cost me double the movement, in a sense, towards the next encounter. So in a sense, this was probably only 130 steps instead of the full number that we are supposed to get. Also, I'm gonna tell Mint to not actually use any of her spells against regular enemies. She can use them again against... Ow, ow. This guy is mean. She can use them again against golems when we run into them again, but for now she does not need to use any MP on regular encounters. Well, I say MP, it's TP in this game, but you know, same difference. But basically, we would have gotten it about 3 encounters if we didn't have the holy bottle active. We need to pull the statue onto the switch so the door stays open, and we can grab this thing. I feel some strange energy radiating from this. We'd better keep it with us. We found the lace ruby. I don't know what a lace ruby is, but it's a ruby lace. Anyways, this thing is a key item that we need in order to proceed. And before I proceed all the way, let's go here. I might have stepped too far away. Alright, that opened up the door on the left. I think we find another chainmail. We can give this chainmail to Chester. Like, he shouldn't get hit by enemies preferably, but I mean, just in case, might as well give it to him. Am I thinking of a different room? Because I felt like there was something more to this room here, where you need to interact with statues in some capacity. But maybe I'm thinking of a different room. Because this doesn't feel like the reason why I came here. Oh, the chest up here, that's why. Sage and Mixed Gummy. Mixed Gummy heals both your TP and your HP by 30%. So it's kind of nice. It also sells for 1000 gold, which is amazing in the early game. And we also get a Sage. Sage is an item that permanently increases your HP by 5%. We're not gonna use this because unlike other games that increase your HP permanently, like Terranigma, it actually is beneficial to wait using this until you have more HP, because 5% of 100 HP is not as much as 5% of 1000 HP, in that kind of concept. I'll go more into detail about that later. Anyways, my Holy Bottle effect aura has worn off. However, notably, the encounters were still set to 255 until I get into the next encounter. Like, even if the visible white aura around my character wears off, it's still technically there until you get into the next encounter, in a sense. Anyways, there's this weird hexagram on the ground. I guess you could call it the Star of David, I think. And we are here. Where is here? Well, there's these weird platforms that you can walk on and get transported across. Pull the lever? Yes, indeed. What does the lever do? It makes the platform on the right side move. Oh, right, actually, it just gives us a bridge to the platform, that way around. I forget how the skip goes in this. I'm just gonna run. There's a falcon here, which is a recolored owl. Poor Mint, it's just tanking for us. Generally speaking, only the first enemy in combat actually ends up usually just engaging in combat with you. The other enemies that are behind, well, other enemies usually tend to be much more passive. Until you get into range of them, if you, like, run by them. Oh no! Oops, I dropped the lace ruby. Well, that's a shame. So what do we do when we drop the lace ruby? Well, we probably should go and grab it again. So... Wait, is the teleporter not working? Wait, am I misremembering something? Why is that teleporter not working? Actually, we can probably just knock out this guy. Am I crazy? Isn't this supposed to teleport me back? Huh? Oh no, I remember how this is supposed to go. Alrighty, so I remember now. I was just being a dingus. What's new? Anyways, basically this little sequence here is Crest for some reason is super clumsy and just drops the laser ruby that we need to open up the door in the top right there. And after we get here, the laser ruby is on this little edge. If you step too close, it will just drop down into the cellar where I just was earlier and go, oh no, I dropped it. But you can interact with items from half a tile away. So if I press the E button here, recover the lace ruby. Hey, we got it. However, the game is not prepared for this. And if you try to open up the door at the top right, it's just gonna tell you, well, we don't have anything that opens up the door. This is why the teleporter didn't work. But now it works again because we have the laser ruby. And resetting this room, the game recognizes, oh, you have the laser ruby. Okay, let's just open up this door. And funnily enough, Crest just drops the ruby again, but we still have it. The basement is nothing too special. Actually, it is slightly special now I think about it. Let me just demonstrate real quick. If you step on this thing, whoa, we're floating. We basically get to float on the overworld. The floor in the basement is electrocuted. You take damage every single step, and it's a lot of damage too. You're supposed to use this floating, go into the basement, grab the ruby from there, and then go back up and come here. It's basically just a little diversion to teach you about like environmental hazards, and you can float, I guess. Anyways, we skipped that part to an extent, but don't worry, we'll get back to more shenanigans later. I actually do want Crest to be in the back, but not quite that far. And we're gonna have Mint be a bit further away from Chester. So the reason why we want to have Chester and Mint slightly further apart is if an enemy hits Mint and she gets bonked back just a little bit, if she bumps into Chester, it's gonna interrupt Chester's attack animation. And we need him to continuously attack because he is actually one of the best damage dealers in this stage of the game because of his ridiculously high accuracy with bows, which feels a little bit backwards, but basically enemies just cannot really block his attacks for the most part. Unlike they can with my sword. Which, by the way, fun fact here, the knight's sword here has 31 slice attack and 24 stab. I believe the golems actually has less stab defense than slice, so poking them is actually more efficient. Anyways, I'm not gonna worry about that too much, because 2 golems. I guess I kinda spoiled that part. We immediately go and tell Mint, immediately go ahead and use your Pikohan again. And we're gonna move Chester over here and use the Flare Bottle on him. Flare Bottle increases your attack power by 30%. So it is increasing Chester's attack. Mint is keeping the guy on the right busy because we are kind of sandwiched here between enemies. And this is also where we're gonna give Mint an orange gummy to recover her MP so she can continue throwing the hammers to the right guy, because she is doing a marvelous job just all by herself keeping this gigantic golem at bay. I absolutely love her just throwing the little hammers, stunning the enemies. Also, I want Chester to come forward so he can help me with dealing damage here. Because he can only attack when he is in range of enemies. Even though he could shoot much further than he alludes to, he needs to be relatively close, practically speaking, in order to shoot. But not a particularly difficult encounter if you know what you're doing. But being sandwiched between those 2 golems can be quite tricky. But considering that Mint just prevents the damage entirely from the front guy by hammering him silly over and over, and Chester just knocking the guy over on the left very easily as long as you tank for him, this works out quite fine. Do you do that both quests for Chester? Yes. Anyways, moving on. This was just the prelude to the actual boss, I guess. Malice, your time is up. His name is Malice? Dude, that's a crazy name. Did you pick it yourself, or did your parents just have a really mean day? Anyways. You've done nothing but come all this way only to die now. What a pity. Oh, I told you not to follow me. You deliberately disobeyed me. Oh, and we distracted him too, because now the other guy uses that distraction. Now watch as the seal is dissolved. And of course, that's kind of bad news. What the hell is going on here? Now, our king will return. What are you talking about? Listen to me now. After the Valhalla War, 100 years ago, a great king attempted to take over another country. His name was Daos, but he was somehow defeated by a group of warriors. Cress, your father had a hand in the defeat of the same King Daos a decade ago. A decade is not a century, but it actually makes sense. You'll see later. Tornix, what the hell are you talking about? Malice is trying to reawaken King Daos. You and Mint are the children of those who sealed Daos here in the first place. Your father, Miguel, and your mother, Maria, along with Mint's mother, Meryl, and I. We were the 4 warriors who sealed Daos here when you were but small children. Me? And me? Yes, somehow Daos is using Malice to unseal himself. What a happy little reunion. Not that it matters. I'm sorry, Tornix. Just we have a score to settle with Malice. We've got to avenge our families. I love the sound design of this game. Welcome, Daos. Now, show us the meaning of power. I am Malice. Grant my wish. Destroy these infidels. You foolish man. Don't you know I've only been using you? What do you mean? You serve me now. I released you. All who oppose me will die. Let me refresh your memory. You came to this shrine 3 months ago, and I enticed you into finding the pendants for my release. Your weak mind is your undoing. I hope hell has something special in store for you, you weak-minded buffoon. Impossible. Look out! These two just got a little bit vaporized. But why? You served your you served your purpose. But now you have outlived your usefulness. This can't be. You know, it's a fitting end. You humans always do whatever you want. You have no concept of the big picture. You're inhuman. And you are damned eternally in my sight. Your sword will be ineffective against him. I will send you to a place where you can gain the power you need to defeat him. You are our last hope. What are you talking about? Take this book with you, and remember your parents. Your time is up, old man. I've got to act fast. Chester! Chester, no! Chester, wake up. Where did you send them, old man? You think I'm going to tell you? I know they fell through time. I'll find out when and where they are. And when I do, they're finished. Daos, you. This will be your final resting place. We'll see how you enjoy years of darkness here. Rest in peace. And Chester as well. Can I just emphasize the part where Chester just jumped at him to interrupt whatever he was doing and bought us enough time? Like, he is... quite something. Chester! Oh, my head. Mint, wake up, Mint! Oh, Cress? Where are we? I don't know. It's beautiful. Chester? Tornix? We have to find Mr. Morrison. We can't just stay here forever, Cress. Let's go. It's just... that is all... it's my fault. No, it's not. If it hadn't been for me, my pendant, none of this would have even happened. What's that book? Tornix handed it to me. The Journal of Tornix D. Morrison. Long ago, Daos fought with 4 warriors, but he escaped through a time portal to our time. This is kind of what I was initially referring to at the beginning, but didn't want to spoil. The little star, the blue thing, in a circle, that is kind of the indication of time travel is happening in this game. You kind of will occasionally see it here and there. Miguel and Maria Alvin, Meryl Adnaid, and myself, Tornix D. Morrison, sealed Daos in a sarcophagus with an incantation. The seal could only be dissolved by the 2 pendants used in the incantation to create the barrier. Sir Miguel took one of them, and Lady Meryl took the other. We vowed never to meet again or discuss what transpired that day, for fear that someone may release the monster called Daos. Our parents were heroes. We've got to find a way to stop Daos, but first, let's find someone who can tell us where we are. Good idea. And that's how we were tossed into an adventure. It's Chester's bow. Chester, forgive me. Cress, I'm sure he's safe. No. So Tornix just carries this book around with him at all times. Maybe not at all times, but he was going a place where he knew that could potentially be, like, important or useful, so it's understandable he took it with him, I guess. Although I suppose he did just run outside as soon as he learned about it. Anyways, welcome to Baladon Village. And there's some villagers. Huh, look everyone, outsiders. Who are they? They're just kids. You almost figured he threw it together following the attack on the town. You know, actually that would make more sense, wouldn't it? But I think there's more stuff written in that book for what it's worth. So it might just kind of be like his diary that he happens to keep. I guess it's not technically that unusual. This looks just like home. I love the music in this. Also, the attention to detail. Look at the long shadows. It's pretty late at the day at this point. Excuse me, where are we? Wow, strangers, where do you come from? Well, I'm Chris. I'm from Totus, and this is my companion Mint. We awoke just south of here, but we don't know how we got here. Totus? Never heard of it. Anyone ever heard of a Totus? Well... No one seems to know anything about this Totus of yours, but for some reason I don't think you're lying to me. Is it possible you were sent here by magic? What's magic? This may take a while to sort out. Please come in and we will talk. Follow me. Sounds suspicious to me. Let's check it out. And all the villagers just congregate. Because it's a small-time village, and when something like this happens, it's just the most interesting thing you've probably seen in months. My name is Lenios. I'm the village elder. It's nice to meet you. Lenios? I know that name from somewhere. I can't believe you've never heard of magic. I can't believe that you don't know mana. It's the power of healing. Healing? First aid. Or first aid, as Mint calls it. Wow! I'm feeling 10 years younger. But I don't have a clue how you did that. So, magic is like this. Fire! Board! I love the little animation. Whoa! I bet magic is the key to defeating Daos. What? Defeat Daos? Not likely. You know who Daos is? Of course! Daos is the most inhuman fiend in the world. Every day his armies conquer more of the world. But Daos was just released. What are you talking about? Daos has been in power here for over a decade. We must be in a different time period? Is this our future? No. Look at where we are. The houses. This has to be our past. Future? Past? What in the world are you talking about? This is the year 4202. 100 years in the past? I think I'm going to faint. Oh. Elder, look at what you did! I appreciate the little humor and levity thrown in there. This is amazing. I can't believe it. Visitors from our future. There's no other explanation. I know it's too much to ask for you to believe us, but please tell me more about Daos and magic. Yes, of course. Daos can only be hurt by magic. That's why Alvanista and Midgard are researching it. The problem is that you can't use magic. Really? Why not? Humans can't use magic. Only those with the blood of elves can. Elves? Well, pure-blooded elves or half-breeds. That's the only way. Don't worry, I'm sure you can find someone who is willing to help you in the fight against Daos. Is there anyone you can think of? So you're really thinking about going after him, huh? Of course, maybe that's why we were sent here. Perhaps, but... Please, we have to do something for Tornix and Chester's sake. In Euclid, north of here, a man by the name of Clark F. Lester has devoted his life to studying magic. He's a stubborn fool and may seem standoffish, though. Thanks for your help. It really was my pleasure. You look tired. I'd be honored if you stay the night here. Thank you for your kindness. Alrighty, I'm about to hit the sack. Yeah, me too. Good night. Chris, what is it? There's two of us, only one bed? What? Oh, geez, I wasn't trying. Of course, I'll just sleep here on the floor. Good night. 100 years. Is there even a way back home? Maybe if we are able to defeat Daos here, then history will be changed, so Jester and Tornix will be saved. Cress, are you still awake? Yes. Tomorrow is another day. Yeah. Good night, Cress. You know, nowadays it's kind of rare to just have characters that are more or less straightforward. There needs to be a traumatic past, or just they have something else sleazy going on with the main character. I occasionally appreciate an RPG where the main character and some of his companions, at least, maybe not all of them, are just genuine. I love the little gesture, just Mint wishing Cress a good night, who was already asleep, and she recognized, oh, well, probably would be nice to have these little sheets, and gave it to him. So this intro hasn't been traumatic? I guess I was kind of phrasing it poorly, huh? But it's more of a, like, there's no hidden agenda our main character is trying to go for. Like, it's everything is just put up front, I suppose. But yeah, this game has so much attention to detail. Meow. It was sleeping here, but then we pet it. Anyways, I need to catch up a little bit on something. XDev, thank you so much for the gifts up to Letty. It's really kind of you, appreciate that. And God's Black Arm, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody, hope you have a lovely day. Sorry, I don't like interrupting cutscenes, so I forgot how long this one was. But I hope you have a nice day, and if you would like to tell us what you were streaming, feel free to let us know. Maybe other people might be interested in that too. I would love Estelle. Estelle. Somehow rings a bell. What is Estelle? Oh, it's probably from the game you tried to keep recommending, isn't it? Alrighty. Let's move on. There's a little port here. Nothing is here except for a Spylands and a life bottle, which is reasonably expensive at this point, so finding this is nice. A steak, more food stuff if you care for that, and a mystical rune. So there's just a random mystical rune on the port in the chest here. This thing is actually pretty nuts, all things considered, because it halves the time needed to cast a spell. This is crazy powerful. And if you try to buy one, it costs you like, what, 35,000 gold or something like that? It's very expensive, and you just get one for free here, and an elixir. Elixir does exactly what you think it does if you know Final Fantasy games. It's just a full HP and MP recovery. They are reasonably rare. But funnily enough, because of the percentage-based nature of your healing items, not all that necessary to use. However, they have another use, these elixirs in this game, that I'm going to be taking advantage of. Also, once again, I ran back outside to go back inside, so I reset the encounter step. Sometimes you can just walk through here without encounters if you do that. Trails in the sky, indeed. Steaks sitting out in the pier, just how you like them. Very tasty. Welcome to Euclid. It's kind of curious. Totus was not always named Totus. It's currently called Belladum. Why was it called Totus? That is an excellent question. And there's a few things you can do here. Let me tell you, if you ever feel like playing this game, I personally recommend it. Again, maybe play the PlayStation version. I don't know if there's a fan translation for the PSP version, but technically I think people tend to say that one is the best one. It's a really nice game to just wander around and go through. I'm not gonna explore everything here, but I will just go and... Well, let's put it this way. Almost all music in this game is absolutely outstanding, except for maybe this track, but the funny part is, these guys suck ass! It's supposed to be terrible. But the crazy part is how the music just smoothly blends from the background track to their track as you just walk past. Again, that's kind of nuts for Super Nintendo era. Anyways, we grab this charm bottle here. This is for later. Actually, I think right now this would be technically in order to use the rune bottle, if I still had it. I'm not standing in the correct place. I think this would be normally to use the rune bottle on, but I don't have another one, do I? No. I was supposed to use the rune bottle on the charm bottle because that then subsequently turns it into a lotus perfume, which gives you a 50% discount on the next shopping interface. But more importantly, it actually sells for a lot of money. Funnily enough. Hello. Miranda, please set the table. We're looking for a Mr. Lester. Do you know him? Huh? I should hope so. He's me, after all. What do you want? Mr. Lester, we're looking for a way to harness magic. Well, in order for me to teach you all that I know, it's not cheap. You're looking at about 100,000 gold in expenses, payable up front. We have no way of having that much cash. Well then, sweet thing, you'll just have to come back when you've got the gold. Don't call me that. Well, you never properly introduced yourself. My name is Mint at Nate. This is Crass Alvin. We need magic in order to defeat Daos, and Lenius told us we should consult with you. Daos? Heh, you must be joking. Well, I'm not doing anything before I get paid. I can't believe you. Clark, you silly ass, listen to what you're saying. Shut it, wench. You just met these people and you're trying to push them away. You stupid, stupid, stupid man. I'm so sorry about him. He can be so immature sometimes. Surely there's someone else that can replace him. What? How can you say this total bullcrap about me? Am I wrong? You're not showing them that you can be very dependable. Who says I'm not dependable? I'm all they've got. I'll show you. So you changed your mind. What? Please, join us, Mr. Lester. Join you? Yes, please. Please explain your cause to me. I see. It's quite a story. I know it sounds crazy, but it is the truth, and we'll never be able to defeat Daos without magic. Look at my ears. I'm not an elf. I'm not even a half-elf. I can't use magic either, but... But what? I have a theory. I believe that I found a way for humans to use a form of magic. This is why I've devoted the last several years to studying summoning. But you can't do it yet. Oh, shut it, wench. If we go to the Long Valley, I think we'll find what I'm looking for. Crescent Mint, right? Yes, absolutely. There are all kinds of books and magic here. Why not take a look? Because I already know what to do. Anyways, Clarf is not joking when he said he devoted years of him studying to magic. I think the PlayStation version kind of frames this a much more distinctly, I would say, where it really kind of displays him as somebody who is really in tune with the concept of summoning. He has tattoos all over his body and jewelry and basically everything you need in order to do, well, to try and indulge in the long-lost technique of summoning. Anyways, welcome to this little village here. We're gonna buy a bunch of stuff here, and I would buy even more if I didn't forget that I needed the rune bottle. Welcome! First of all, the other use we have for the elixir is it is worth 10,000 gold. Even in my very first casual playthrough I saw, wait, this thing is worth 10,000 gold? Normally in Final Fantasy games it's like worth 1 gold at most. But here, in my first casual playthrough, I'm never gonna use this elixir, I'm just gonna sell it for a lot of money. So I will do that exactly. I'm also going to sell things I will likely never have any use for either, just because it will allow me to keep a bit more of a clean inventory. So, creamy cheese, and short bow, long sword. The short bow, by the way, is not the broken bow from Chester. That is a different weapon. We give him another bow, if you remember. Protect ring. And don't need the tunic anymore. I sell the mixed gummy. And the saber. Alright, then what we can buy here is a crescent axe. This is a dramatic improvement in terms of just raw damage output compared to any other weapon that we could possibly buy here. So we absolutely would like to have that. So we have a crescent axe now for Chris. The Jap translation is infamous for taking certain liberties. Yes. I do say for the most part it's really good though. Alright, now let me equip the new weapon. By the way, for reference, my slice attack went from 32 to 82. This thing has 50 more attack points. That is a lot. Like, even if you don't know what the numbers mean, this is 2.5 times compared to what we had before. At least specifically for slash attacks, and that's kind of the most useful type of attack for the most part. Even the speedrun doesn't really use stabs at all, aside from the golem fight with a rapier. Unless they do that nowadays more, I don't actually know. Anyways, we can buy supplies. And these supplies are very handy. I'm actually not gonna buy the full amount that I usually would, because I probably don't have enough money for it, and likely we won't necessarily need it. We buy all the flare bottles we can afford. Wheels? Do we need iron boots? I think we do. Iron boots make you heavier, decreasing your speed by half. Why would you ever want iron boots? Well, if you remember rune bottles, you might have your answer there. Anyways, holy bottles are very helpful. And so, I will want to buy more things here. But for now, I'm gonna buy, enter my menu, and order my items by time. This way, the last thing I bought is actually the holy bottle. And that's kind of important. Then, next we're gonna buy 1 rope and 1 pickaxe, because we'll need those later. We can also buy actually some dark bottles for later. We don't need that many, but might as well. 15, by the way, is the max amount of items you can have in your inventory. Sabinoid! Thank you. Or Sabinois. Maybe it's French. Anyways, welcome back for 5 months. Thank you so much for the Prime thing. I hope you have a lovely day today. Also, I probably should save once in a while, huh? Welcome to the Long Valley. One of my absolute favorite music tracks in the game. It's just kind of fitting for everything that is happening. For the characters having so much hardship, just getting started onto their long road to becoming the heroes or the warriors that can defeat dolls. And then also in a very oddly otherwise fitting way, is fitting for Clarth. Now, I don't think we're gonna get much to his backstory because I'm just skipping most of that, but to real briefly explain his character. There's a big reason why he is so curt, short-tempered, I don't know what you want to call it. Basically, he was being ridiculed by the scientific community for his attempted endeavors at trying to figure out how to cast magic himself. Like, basically, he is just the laughingstock of so many other researchers and scholars, if you will. And in a way, that just kind of shapes him. But he still dedicated years of his studying because that's something he wanted to do. And this kind of event right here marks the starting point of him learning something new. He's abrasive. There we go, that's a good word. Have there been other fan translations? Not for this game. There are 2 fan translations for the PlayStation version, though. Where are we? This is the Long Valley. Legend has it that air spirits live here. Air spirits? Summoning is the art of creating a bond with a magical spirit that allows you to call them to use their powers. These contracts are symbolized by the manifested in an appropriate ring. A ring? Let's talk to the man in this house. Pardon me, sir. You're Bart, are you not? Who are you? My name is Clarth. I want to contract with the spirits of air. That isn't advisable right now. Ever since that earthquake a while ago, the mountain sylphs seem to have gone stark raving mad. Climb the mountain may be impossible. I'm really in a hurry. I have plenty of money for the ring I need. Well, you seem to really need it, so I will give you the opal ring. But you've got to do something for me in return. What do you mean? Several weeks ago, my daughter disappeared. I'm worried she may have tried to climb the mountain. Alone? That's too dangerous for a young girl. Please look for her. Agreed. You give us the ring, and we'll look for your daughter. Her name is Archie. She's easy to spot because she's got long pink hair that she always keeps in a ponytail. She's friendly, you can't miss her. You have my word. The spirits are at the summit over the eastern bridge. And considering what the game has taught us so far, she's gone missing weeks ago. What we might find might not be the most pleasant. Potentially. Kinda depends. Anyways, we needed a pickaxe to break down these rocks. And here's a little fun fact. A little bit of a introspection on how the game works. When I use a holy bottle, it sets my current steps until I get into an encounter with enemies to 255. So right now my step counter is 255 and it counts down. When it reaches 0, it will just get into an encounter and then re-roll the next amount of steps it is until the next encounter. Or if we still have the holy bottle aura, it will be another 255 steps until you get into the next encounter. Except for some weird reason, and I don't know why that is, if you interact with an object, read a sign, interact with a breakable thing, anything like that with the A button, like this, the counter for your steps increases by 1. Which for the most part is not a big deal, you just get 1 extra step. But 255 is the maximum number the game has possibly stored for how many steps you can possibly have until the next encounter. It is 2 to the power of 8, is it, I think? Basically, this is as large as the number can possibly get. But if you add 1 to 255, the game just does what the game does in this situation. It would try to go to 256. So it rolls over all the numbers it has in its bit storage to 0 and tries to add a 1 on the left. The 1 never gets added, it doesn't actually do any overflow shenanigans, but my step count until the next encounter is now 0. But as you might be able to tell, I'm not getting into any encounters. In fact, I can run around as long as I want. I'm not gonna get into any encounters ever in this place. Because the game already thinks, oh, you're at 0, so it's not gonna count any further down. But we are also not getting into an encounter, so I removed encounters from this area now. 2 to the power of 8 minus 1. Yes, technically. It's 0 to 255, so 256 numbers total if you include the 0. Anyways, I feel sick. So these are sylphs. These poor guys feel sick. They feel madness, as Bart called it. I used a flare bottle here in order to increase my damage output, which allows me to just one-shot these poor guys. Often they will just cast spells at you and harass you and deal quite a bit of damage, but I guess they just decided to stand around. Anyways, we now get rune bottles from this encounter. My fellow sylphs are losing control of their powers. From the air of the realm of magic, it is seeping out of several rifts in the cave. Basically, the summon spirits have gone mad because of something that seeps out from the realm of magic. It's Shoki. Sickness caused by overexposure to the air from the magical realm. Shoki? So the sylphs have lost their minds? I think this is supposed to be a joke, but it doesn't really translate. What is Shoki? It's the air from the realm of magic. This mountain must connect to that realm. Somehow, a rift must have opened between the two. The air is seeping out from those rifts and the sylphs are breathing it in. Humans can survive for a while, but magic-based beings cannot if they are not acclimated to it. Then they'll end up like the others? Then let's fix the rift. Let's keep an eye out for the hole in the ground. Agreed. Yep, we needed to deal with these sylphs, otherwise they would just keep blowing us across the border, and we couldn't do anything aside from that. Also, entering a new screen, now we have 255 steps until the next encounter again. It's a whirlwind. I wonder if the sylphs made it. They did. You can actually just walk through it, take a bit of damage, but it's fine. And we actually cannot interact with these sylphs. We just get blown to the side. But that's okay. We have a rope. This is why we need the rope. By the way, the rope I don't think gets consumed. You still have it. You just need one rope in order to get through this area. But importantly, breaking down this wall once again will reset my step counter to 255 plus 1, aka I have no more encounters in this place. And again, I personally do recommend you play this game, so you can maybe experience the random encounters too. Some of them are interesting, a lot of them, especially in the early game, are a bit awkward to deal with, but I will kind of take advantage of this ability that I have through acquired knowledge. Well, it's more like, I think I was the guy to figure this out to begin with, so I'm taking advantage of it. By the way, right now, Clarf, his ability to attack is limited to him being able to bonk enemies with his book. Like, he literally goes up to enemies and whacks them with his book. It's fantastic. But also, funnily enough, we can actually give him the ring, now I think about it. He's the only one who can equip these rings, by the way. He can go from 21 defense to 36. A lot of enemies at this point in the game literally deal 0 damage to him because that is so much of a crazy defense increase. The Opal ring is that strong. Anyways, we can now go up here. And of course this stuff just deals damage to us. It's not much damage in this case, but it's just a little bit of chip damage here and there. You can use food, for example, if you want to counteract that, but at the same time, I've never used food in this game. It's just perfectly fine to play without too. Like, Mint has a decent amount of healing supplies. And we find a stone that we can roll into the hole we see on the left. This is where the miasma is seeping out of. And plop. We're good. And then we go down here. And this is where the big amount of miasma is coming from. This is like the realm of magic in the legend. This place is filled with shoki, and there may be demons about. If we meet a demon, I suggest we run. I love this animation. Now what? They can't live without the shoki here. And he is not joking, by the way. If we do run into a random encounter that is a demon, you functionally can... It's very difficult to damage them, let's put it this way. It's kind of like the Garkimasra encounter in Final Fantasy V in the basement of one of the early castle places. You technically can't beat them. It doesn't really give you anything, so I don't recommend it. Anyways, we're gonna remove encounters from this place by virtue of breaking down this wall after using a holy bottle. If you'd like to watch a more normal playthrough where I don't abuse this, I do believe there is one on YouTube for that. But it's also kind of old at this point, and for the most part I'm just trying to remember what I can do in order to play through this. Like, a lot of these things I just kind of sort of remember as soon as I step into the area, but I also don't really remember exactly on what I was supposed to do. You can actually, so here's a fun fact, you can pull this into corners and your character is gonna step like, if I have this here, if I step to the left, my character is gonna do that like side step, and you can do this while pulling boulders, so technically, optimally, you just use this as much as you can. But it's kind of difficult to do that reliably. And we have dealt with all the shoki. No more chocolate for us. And the demons should be gone. Also, there are no more random encounters from this point onwards. Not like you have seen any, but functionally, you don't need to use rune bottles anymore either. We have now sealed all of the rifts, and the sylph's madness should have subsided in the meantime, hopefully. Unfortunately, we kind of needed to murder some of the sylphs along the way, but hopefully, well, we got rid of the rifts, I guess, so kind of evens out, maybe? Who knows? The sylphs should recover now. Bart told us they were at the summit across the bridge. Let's go. Weird bit of Walls Castle in Final Fantasy V mentioned. Yes, that place. I forgot the name of the castle, because I'm not good with names. You always lose lots of food and very little amount of holy bottles. Yeah, that... Like, the food is functional. It's healing you passively, which is very convenient. There's only so much food you can have in your food sack at a time, but you can have a lot of food items if you really want to. You are the ones who sealed the rifts, aren't you? Yes. In return, I'd like a contract with you. I don't know why I'm suddenly giving him that accent, but I guess we roll with it. I will grant you a contract, but there's something you should be aware of. Oh, what's that? Even if we make a contract, it will be void soon enough. I'm afraid I don't follow. Magic is being consumed faster than it can be replenished lately. Soon, the magical spirits and their powers will vanish from this world forever. But why? If you visit the Tree of Life on the southern tip of the continent, then you may be able to save magic before it's too late. Take this, the Element Orb. It will allow you to speak with the Spirit of Life. I understand and I will do my best. But there's one more thing. Have you seen a young woman wandering around the mountains? You're the first people to reach the summit of the mountains in months. I see. Well, I will grant you a contract. Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of air. My name is Clarth. Clarth gained the ability to summon Sylph. So, humans still functionally cannot use magic. However, Clarth basically now has, effectively, historically speaking, revived the concept of casting magic in this universe through the power of summoning spirits. So summoning is effectively magic, but it is kind of its own branch, if you will. we get a kite shield and an amber cloak. The kite shield is actually convenient because it is a decent bit of an upgrade compared to the wooden shield, so we have a bit of a higher probability of blocking attacks, which can be important. Also, we have 1 HP because we ran through the miasma. Miasma doesn't kill you, or the environmental damage doesn't kill you in this area. It does in others, but not here. So we're just at low HP because that's just how it is. In fact, I'm gonna actually heal up Cress. I'm not gonna heal up the others for tactical reasons. And we're also gonna tell Clark to not actually use SMP. We will reactivate that ability later. You can actually always change that in combat. Charm bottle found. This one... We actually got a bunch of rune bottles as drops from the sylphs, and we can use those on the charm bottle to get a lot of perfume, to get a lot more money. But that's for later. Maybe you already mentioned it, but Shoki does mean miasma. Oh, I didn't actually know that. But I guess it makes sense. I just call it miasma because that made sense to me. A thief's mantle. What is it? What even does it do? By the way, mantle does literally nothing. But a thief's mantle helps you run away 5% faster. Huh. I believe 5% is literally 5%, so it's basically nothing. You did it! The wind has returned to normal. Yes. And what of my daughter? Sadly, the sylphs have seen no sign of your daughter. I see. Oh, where could she be? Archie. Please, don't worry, we'll keep an eye out for her, okay? Thank you, young lady. You know, arguably a good thing we didn't find her, considering the history of this game not having any trouble just murdering side characters. Enough. Let's head for the Tree of Life. It's south of Pelanum. Just in case the player forgot. Anyways, holy bottles. No encounters, please. Also, once again, just resetting the step counter here. Even though running doubles the, well, speed I get to the next encounter, it actually doesn't matter here. Also, a little bit of a speedrun trick. If you go here and press left into the town, from here, you actually spawn at the bottom and can immediately go back down. Otherwise, you have to run through the entire town if you don't do that. I mean, it's not a big deal, but might as well take advantage of this. Then there is a cutscene coming up. Right, I remember. So here... Aww. I guess I needed to bonk into more things. Doesn't matter too much. Goodbye, bees. So I believe if I take one more step up, I'm getting to the cutscene. So, not just interacting with objects increases the step counter until the next encounter by 1. Probably because they want to avoid the concept of you step into a cutscene and at the same time you could get an encounter, so they just increase your step counter by 1. In this case it makes sense. But, same as before, if I use a holy bottle... Ah, I didn't use it at the right time. It's one more step, isn't it? Yeah, it is. If you use a holy bottle at the right time, it will just increase the step counter from 255 to 0, and then it will try to decrease it again because you did just take a step. But you can't decrease it from 0 anymore, and you don't get an encounter. Yaka chose not to bees, indeed. Yay, 3 streams theory. Very nice. I'm just mashing through the dialogue because my brain's wired like that. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm Martel. I'm the guardian of the tree. But the tree is dying, and I cannot care. Sorry about that. And I cannot restore it by my power alone. What is wrong? The powers of magic and mana originate from trees, like this one. All the mystic power in the world is housed in this tree? Yes, but if the tree dies, magic and mana will cease to be. That's incredible. When all the magic has vanished from this world, then will you believe? Huh. I trust what Martel is saying. I saw the same tree 100 years in the future, in my own time, and magic doesn't seem to exist there. The tree was dead. Truly? Then it must be. Mana is required for magical spirits to live, and without those spirits, magic will disappear forever. What can we do? I can't pinpoint where, but I sense that mana is being consumed at a terrible rate. Then we've got to save the tree, otherwise we'll never be able to defeat Daos because magic will no longer exist. All my research will be for naught. Wait, there are so many more questions I have. Huh. And none of them get answered right now. Huh. Martel, I promised I will heal this tree. Don't just stand there, give it a try. I just appreciate the attempt. Nothing happened. Still dying. If only I was as skilled as my mother. Not much is going right today. But we have the chance to change history, but what we do here in the past, we have the chance to defeat Daos before he gets to our time, and none of this will ever have happened. Not only that, we can find what it is that's eating up all the mana and stop it. But how? I'm sure Luna, the spirit of the moon, can help us, but in order to contract with her, we need a moonstone ring. The only one I remember reading about is deep inside Moria Gallery. The Moria Gallery? It used to be the cavern where the ancient dwarves lived, but it's under Alvanista's jurisdiction now. Alvanista? It's the most socially and economically developed place in the world. I've always wanted to visit the magical research center there. I'm sure we can find transportation to there from Venezia. Fun fact, if she knows a stronger spell here, she will try that. Yes, she will not just try first aid, she will try heal, and if you have nurse, she will try nurse. Nurse is the group heal. But that's not a healer. A reverse doll. What does it do? If a character dies in combat, they will automatically get revived once. Then the reverse doll is dead. Also, there would still be encounters here, but I just disabled them by virtue of shenanigans. I can't carry any more orange gummies. By the way, this is really hard to see. Most of the guide maps actually don't know about this thing here. There's a sage leaf right here in this very hidden chest. I actually randomly stumbled upon a Japanese map with all sorts of like indicators where stuff is, and that's when I noticed, wait a second, I didn't know there was something here. Just casually grabbing Moria from Lord of the Rings. Yep. Hi Belladam Village. Bye Belladam Village. In the PlayStation version, you can actually visit the caves to the east of here right now and get stuff out of it. In the Super Nintendo version, you functionally cannot. Like, you technically can enter, but there's nothing to gain there. There's a few secrets in there in the other version. Alrighty. We go up to Venezia, take a boat from there, and head over to the research center. Or we don't do that, because this entire town just was leveled to the ground, basically. This town is... How awful. Are they all dead? There's not really anything you can interact with here, aside from just look at the town and... Look at its devastation. Except for you. Are you alright? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. What the hell happened here? It was Demetel. Who? Demetel attacked this town and killed everyone. Then we have to punish him for his crimes. What? We don't have time for this. We have to help her. Not you too, Mint. I know we're in a hurry, but it's important to us in a way you wouldn't understand, Clark. What are you talking about? Never mind. Cress is right. Fine. I sense this girl has a magical gift, so maybe she can help us after all. I don't know how to thank you. My name is Leah Scarlet. Demeter left and headed north towards Venezia. Then, let's follow his trail. I'm Mint. This is Cress and Clarf. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Welcome to the team, Leah. She's an NPC. She doesn't actually fight in combat. But no. And we head over towards Venezia, because we need to figure out where Demetel is residing. And the way you learn about Demetel is by running into some specific buildings and talk to specific NPCs, because they happen to know about it. I believe this one here we need to talk. No, wait. These ones I think we need to talk to. We were just talking about the wizard Demetel. Demetel is a half-elf wizard. He used to research magic here in Venezia, but last year he changed and moved to a castle on the West Island. I think he finally lost it. West Island? Perhaps we can catch a boat to the West Island. Let's inquire at the harbor. So this is the information you need in order to proceed from here. There are also various little things that you could find in the town. Seagulls, goodbye. Unfortunately, unlike Terranigma, I'm not nearly as familiar with the game's side activities, because I mostly just ran straight through. But, well, we are kind of in a hurry, so I feel like it is thematically appropriate for me to just go where we need to go. Venezia Harbor. Hey, Captain. Can he go to West Island? If you've got nothing to say, then go away. I'd like to rent this ship, a private charter. Ah, a customer. Sorry I let your age deceive me. Please, take us to the West Island. Ah, Demetel's Island. The round-trip fare includes food and insurance and costs 400 gold per person. That totals 1,600 gold. Is that acceptable? Let's do it. Let's go. Also, when the boat is facing the camera, it's a face. The boat face. Take care. You can come back to the ship to rest if you need. Excellent. We'll be just fine, good sir. Don't worry about me. Or do it, I mean... Oh, here's a little fun fact. This pier here is a mirrored version of another pier somewhere earlier or later. I don't remember where exactly it is, but basically, if you pick up the chest here, it's gone in the other pier, and vice versa. Doesn't really matter for the most part, but it's kind of interesting. Also, if you want to save before entering the castle, you can actually just step outside here to go to the world map and save. So I'm gonna do that. You're surprised he's just casually willing to go to the evil, powerful magic dude's private island. Well, he just murdered the entire island. Nobody aside from us currently knows about it. And from what it seems, he seemed to be just a half-elven wizard that was doing research here before. They do call him crazy, I suppose it, considering that he lost it. And he does have like a crazy mansion on an island, so he's becoming the next Dracula. This is quite a place. What did Demetil have against the people of Harmel? Harmel, by the way, is a town that was destroyed just earlier. I think he just wanted to show us all that he had surpassed my father in power. So he destroyed his teacher? Yes, my father and my mother too. Well, let's get moving. So, in order to do things here, I wonder what these prisms are for. They're too heavy to move, but I can turn them. Indeed, and we can open up the curtains. There's no reason to do that right now, but we can. And then we can go over here. This must be Demetil's library. Perhaps there's something here we can use. So, this is a bit of a sneaky one. There's a chest in the corner. And then, behind the chest, in this cabinet, is where you find the key in order to proceed through this area here. I believe there's nothing else in this room. And here, what's in there? A bathroom? You never know what's in there. You cannot go in there. However, there's a save point here for what it's worth. And in here, you can also see there is light shining through this window. Why is there no light shining through the other window? Because there's a big tree in the way, let me tell you. Gigantic big tree. There's not actually room in there, yep. I mean, functionally you never know about it. Apple gummy, but we have too many. Verbena, savory, elixir, monies, and another apple gummy, but I have too many. Okay, here's a little fun fact. I say I was supposed to. I wanted to learn a new ability, but I haven't learned that so far because, well, I didn't level up sufficiently. But we have the key to enter this courtyard. And in this courtyard, we're going to do a little bit of leveling, not a whole lot. But this is why we bought the dark bottle. Black bottle? What's it called? It's called dark bottle. Basically, this reduces your step count to the next encounter to a number between 25 and 30, I think. I might be a little bit off on the numbers, but it's approximately that. So I would like to have a flare bottle for dealing extra damage. And we deal really good damage to these harpies. But also what I would like to do is I would like for Mint to do two things. One, first of all, heal up. And then second, I actually need to unequip Clar's Opal Ring because he's currently dealing too much damage. We can't give him the mystical rune for later. But I would like for these guys to be taking a nap for now. Thank you. This is why I left him at 1 HP, because this way I can level up Cress a little bit faster because he gets all the experience from the encounter. And we're just gonna sit here for a little while because the next mini-boss, let's put it this way, we're gonna encounter is quite decently strong. Also, this is where me picking up the kite shield early comes in handy because we're blocking way more attacks than we otherwise would. Also, I'm just used to using flare bottles in order to speed up these encounters. Like, the muscle memory is just straight up kicking back in, which is fascinating to me. It's been such a long time since I played this game, but it's just largely all coming back. You can, by the way, hit multiple enemies with one swing for what it's worth, which is actually quite nice. There we go, we learned Lightning Bolt, and that's the important ability to learn in this scenario here. So, what we're gonna do here now is the following. Let's see if I remember. By the way, I'm not looking up any notes, I'm just playing this by ear. We used a rune bottle on the iron boots we have bought earlier. We have 4 rune bottles, so we're gonna use this once. And we use it the second time because I would like to have a second pair of Persian boots. Persian boots reduce the amount of damage you take in combat by 30%. Like, just all damage from what I know. It's really, really good, honestly. But if you use the rune bottle on the Persian boots again, they turn into nightmare boots. These increase your movement speed by 50% in combat, like moving left and right. It's very handy. Not technically necessary, but very handy. Then the last one I'm gonna use on another hourglass that I probably picked up along the way. Probably, I actually don't remember. We did. Alright, we have 2 chrono glasses. Technically I don't need a second one yet, but practically it could come in very handy. Then we're gonna use an apple gummy, heal you up. And don't forget to actually get the skill. So, we have learned Lightning Bolt. Create a lightning bolt to strike nearby enemies. This is very powerful, but only usable at long range. And that's kind of a bit of the catch of the area here. I have to be at long range in order to use Lightning Bolt. It's a really good skill, does good damage, and enemies can't block it. But yeah, it could be a little bit sketchy. Also, I'm going to use a Holy Bottle to cancel out the Dark Bottle. That's a large tree. It looks like a normal tree to me. I could have sworn I saw it shake. I didn't see anything. Trees don't move, you must have been seeing things. Look, it's moving. And suddenly it has eyes. Alright, welcome to Oak Roots. These guys. I've got to menu time. They shake, shake, and out fall explosive nuts out of the trees crowns. I increase the damage of the flare bottle, or the attack by flare bottle. I need to be far enough away from them in order to hit them. They also attack with those roots punches. Now, if this guy gets too close, we are in a bit of trouble because I won't be able to use lightning bolt anymore. And this is also the reason right here why I needed to use, or wanted to use, the nightmare boots, because if I get interrupted on my way back, it's really difficult to get into position to use lightning bolt again, so having increased movement speed is really helpful. They also have a tremendous amount of HP. Without lightning bolt, this fight takes so much longer. But casually you will likely unlock lightning bolt anyways, and hopefully you notice how good it is. Anyways, that was actually way closer to the left side of the screen than comfortable. But hey, we got it. We get a Japanese apple and an apple. I think Japanese apple is actually the rare drop of these guys or something. Because I don't remember Japanese apple at all. So apple is just a food item. Put it in the food sack. And Japanese apple. This is a very special apple. That was 140 food actually. Anyways, after we recognize that this tree has eyes and can in fact move and attack us, we destroy it and light shines in from the backside into this room. And I didn't set it up correctly because otherwise the door would already open, but now it does. The move names are cooler in the GBA version. Oh, without a doubt. They basically, I believe Tales of Phantasia, the time this was like fan translated, there was no official English release of any Tales of game, I think. I could be mistaken, but I think there was no official English release for any of them. So they basically were just trying their best to translate. Nowadays we have like established Tales of series names for all sorts of items and names, etc. Hey Valakar, welcome, hope you're doing well. So, there's no encounters inside here, but as soon as you step down here, there's once again random encounters. And I'm just stepping carefully so we don't get into too many of them. So, this is a reverse doll. Once again, an accessory that revives you once and then breaks when you fall in combat. It's rarely useful, but there's like one specific use right now. Also, I did not actually mean to get into encounter here, so I'm just gonna run away. Bone. Korzesk found an armored helm. The armored helm is actually pretty solid defense. gives us 5 extra defense. And the Corsesk is a type of weapon. It is much better stab than slash. So technically an upgrade, but practically it's kind of difficult to use. So I actually just stick to the Crescent Axe because on average that's just more convenient for me. This is also where we use another Holy Bottle, so we remove the encounters, and we're actually gonna revive the other clones. Right. Wake up. We're not done yet. Have Mint use first aid. Heal up. She doesn't have enough MP. So we give her some orange gummies. We recover her MP. We also recover MP for Crest because we will need his lightning attacks. Well, I say MP, it's tech points, TP, because magic functionally is not a thing for most people, except for Clark now. He can cast Sylph. And then we want to change up the formation. I think actually Crest being in the far back is fine. We want Clark to be not next to Mint, for the same reason as before. If Mint gets bonked by an enemy and bumps into Clark, it will interrupt Clark's attack. And we actually want him to attack now. So, I also forgot to equip... Oh no, we just got this, never mind. Give him the Opal Ring and the Mystic Rune so he casts faster in combat. And we can actually also give him, I think, the Amber... No, actually we don't have any armor for you. You know what? Do we have any equipment for you, Mint? The Amber Cloak. Alright, we're gonna give Mint... Oh, I never actually equipped the Nightmare Boots and the Potion Boots. I just made them. So I actually didn't have them in combat earlier. Give her the Reverse Doll to revive. And Jet Boots to run around more quickly outside of combat. I do that way too often. No wonder I was actually struggling against the trees. I thought, man, I didn't remember this being that close. Anyways, now we have them equipped. And we might as well equip the other pair of Potion Boots to Mint at this point. She's gonna be kind of like a frontline tank kind of person right now. Yeah, Jet Boots are nice, but this is not a speedrun. I can just equip that later. Boots over boots, avant-garde fashion. Indeed. So, for safety reasons, we're gonna save here because this upcoming battle is one of the most notoriously dangerous, difficult battles in the entire game. Functionally, if you make it past this and the next boss, you probably are going to be fine for the remainder of the game in terms of boss fights, but compared to how difficult and dangerous this boss here is in particular, specifically in the Super Nintendo version, this might be the most difficult fight in the entire game, and might also be where people stop playing the game because this just feels ridiculous sometimes. Anyways, it's actually much more tame in the PlayStation version or any other version, but in the Super Nintendo version, this is genuinely a rough fight to say the least. Just what are you doing here? You're Demetel, aren't you? Yes, what business do you have invading my home? You killed Leah's parents. I see. Yes, Mrs. Scarlet used to be my mentor, but they both died in an accident, not by my hand. You liar. Who told you that I had anything to do with their deaths? This girl here told us, Leah. Leave now, and I'll spare you. Not until you pay for killing Leah's parents. I'll tell you what really happened. Leah died with her parents. I don't know who this girl is, but she is not Leah Scarlet. She looks nothing like the Leah I remember. Which do we believe? Leah, what's the real truth? Hand the girl over to me and leave my island. Oh, that seems like a bad idea. Look, the mirror. So you are controlled by dolls as well. Why? Huh. So you can see me. Welcome to Demetel. Leah, hide. It's too late to run or to hide. Prepare to meet your doom. I hold the B button and the menu button at the beginning of combat, because we need to change, tactics for Mint. She's allowed to use her attack again. Clark is also allowed to use his attacks. I'm also immediately using lightning on the first golem here. Then, one of the enemies was actually behind us and just teleported to the front, which is a bit awkward actually, but it works out fine. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use a flare bottle on Cress. Alright, one spirit down. These spirits have spells that hit like a truck. It's crazy actually. One of the big reasons why this is such a difficult fight. Then we're gonna tell Clark to use Sylph on this little guy. This is the big problem. These little spirits hit really, really hard and they just randomly teleport around. On top of that, if they ever do physical attacks, their physical attack, for one, deals a good chunk of damage for them being a mage. And on top of that, they can also call in a lightning, kind of like Cress calls in a lightning with his attack on top of everything they do already. They just are a real menace. And now, on top of that, Demetel is free, so he was not doing anything because he was stuck behind enemies. He will only cast spells and do attacks as soon as he is free to do whatever he pleases. This speedrun actually uses an hourglass just for this encounter to be a bit more reasonable. I got really lucky at the beginning, the little spirit teleporting to the other guys just earlier, so we were able to hit him in conjunction with the golems. Like, that was a really lucky start. Nice! Mint hit him. So Demetel was casting a spell right there. And let me tell you, this spell will one-shot our entire group if we let it get off. It is that strong, and unfortunately, I'm too close with Cress right now. He was about to unleash his Lich spell. Thankfully, I had Clark cast a spell just in time before he got his Lich spell off. That was super close. This is why I'm manually having Clark cast a spell immediately after he finishes his last spell. Like, genuinely, that was so close to him getting his Lich spell off, which will one-shot my entire team at this level. And we got him. Let me tell you, this was a fantastic fight. This is normally so much more tricky to handle, because the little annoying ghosts teleport in the middle of the party, decide to physically attack you, cast a lightning strike on top of the already immense damage they do with their physical attack, and it's such a mess to try and navigate. Anyways, this worked out amazingly well. And we get a bunch of rune bottles and a book. Do you think we've done the right thing? Yes, Clark, absolutely. Leah! Are you okay? Thank you for believing me. Leah, wake up! Now I can follow my parents. What are you saying? Please, take care of my friend. Leah? What are you talking about? What friend? Leah! Did you see that? Yes. What was that? Leah, there's a ribbon in her hand. A ribbon? Huh? Where am I? Where's Leah? Leah, is that you? Leah, no, my name is Archie. Archie, you're Bart's daughter. My daughter. I'm sorry. Daddy, are you okay? I'm fine, now that you're back, safe and sound. Dad. Thanks, Mint. Obviously, someone's soul had something they wanted to accomplish that they couldn't in their own life, so they borrowed this girl's body to carry it out. Then what of Leah's soul? I'm sure she's fine. As for Archie, I sense she is quite a talented mage for her youth. Poor Leah. Don't worry, you're Mint, right? Tee, no wonder you couldn't recognize me. I didn't have my hair in a ponytail. Not bad, eh? You have lovely hair. Hey, I've got a lovely everything. Thanks for helping Leah out. Next time, I'll be helping you out. My dad wants you guys to have these. She gives us the aquamarine and ruby rings, which are used to forge contracts with summon spirits. Okay, let's hit the road. Right, Almanista, here we come. Everybody just accepts that she's just joining us. And of course, the trauma is completely played over with her happy-go-lucky attitude. Which, to be fair, village with your friends and family, well, in this case not family I guess, but everybody got murdered for Archie, so maybe this is the best way to handle it for now. Is Archie floating on the broom? Yes. She's even floating in combat, and as such can be positioned at the same location as other people. It's actually quite fun. This is Archie's theme, by the way. Again, happy-go-lucky I think is pretty much what I would describe it as. But yeah, Archie basically just said, well, you helped me quite a lot with Leah. Let me help you now. And I guess we didn't even need to discuss anything, because Clark just said, well, she's quite powerful in magic, and she is, in fact, extremely powerful in magic. And as such, you would know that this means she is at least part wizard, at least part elf in this universe. She has Fireball and Ice Needle as spells. There are actually more spells we can learn in this town if you go to specific NPCs. I believe one of them here teaches Tractor Beam. Is that you? I'm a teacher of magic, but I can only teach those with natural abilities. Hey, you're a magician. Interested in some spell books? Which would you like? Lightning and Storm? No, I'm fine, thank you. Alright then. There's basically, now that we have a mage in our group, we can get various spells from these kinds of teachers. For the most part, we're not really going to use Archie's magical prowess for a while. It will be important though, just not now. Holy Bottle is non-counters at all. Like, it doesn't actually matter for your level at all. It's not like Pokemon. Holy Bottle just means no encounters for 255 specifically. In this game at least. And if you use a Holy Bottle before 255 steps again, there's once again no encounters. Yeah. It might be different in other Tales of games, it's just specific to this one. Hi. When will you be leaving? Difficult to say. The owls could attack Almonist at any moment, so I guess I'm landlocked for the time being. Leave this one to me, guys. Hey, sailor, tell you what. If you do me a favor, I'll do you a little favor down in the cargo hold. Wink. Huh. No, you're just a child. Hey, I'm 17, I'm not a child. Look, I'll see to it that you're well paid. Well, alright. My fee is 200 gold per person. That comes to 800 gold total. Do we have a deal? Let's go. Hoist the sail! And this is also going to be, well, actually... I genuinely think this translation of the game is pretty good. I don't know how true to the original it is for the most part. It's probably pretty good. There is, however, one particular scene right here where that is a little bit infamous, let's put it this way, for taking maybe a bit more liberty than the original intended. I love the ocean breeze. Ah, I don't feel so good. Already seasick. Poor Mint. So I'm just gonna skip over this part because Clarf is just like, which one are you after? And he's just like talking a bit too much about the ladies, I would think. Anyways, Clarf, what about Miranda? You can't go about taking young girls under the sheets. Miranda just helps me with my research. Are you sure that's all she helps you with? Okay, you got me, Chris. Good one. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing. Just little male bonding. Ah, come on, I want to know. Thankfully, a random stranger approaches us and breaks the panic. Are you adventurers too? Something like that. I am Maya, a swordswoman. You looking to join the army? No, I'm headed to Moria Gallery. I'm more of what you'd call a treasure hunter. The Moria Gallery? Yeah, the old dwarf caverns, but I need permission from Almanista's royal family to get in. And you think they're just gonna give it to you? Well, I've got connections through the Adventurers Guild. I'm hungry. Gonna head down to the cafeteria. See ya. I'm hungry too. Come to think of it, we haven't eaten in a while. Let's go get some food. You know, actually kind of hungry IRL too at this point. Maybe I'll join them soon. Where should we sit? Hey there. Come and sit by me. We'd best not be rude. Hey, let me buy you a beer. Oh ho! Hey, you're my kind of woman. Down the hatch. Cheers. Hey bartender, one more round. An hour later. Can we go now? That's me at restaurants right there. Just like, can I go home now? Another hour later. Archie, of course, starts drinking too. Archie, haven't you had enough? Yet another hour later. And so the bartender says, hey, that's not a duck. Wait, hold up. I've got another one. Come on, one more and I'll piss my pants. I'm gonna tell you a secret. Oh, really? Tell me. I'm not really going to Moria. What are you talking about? Oh, no, Crash, stop it. Actually, I'm on a mission to sell information about Alvanista's government secrets to a spy in Alvanista's guild. What kind of information? Alvanista may seem at peace, but some higher-ups in the government are controlled by DAOs. But how do you know this? DAOs even has complete control over the prince. That's why Alvanista is refusing to get involved in a fight against DAOs. Brilliant tactical maneuver, eh? I had no idea. Yes, Archie. Regardless, this is just between you and me. A couple of best friends. Well, I should go to bed. Yeah, me too. Oh, thank you, Komaru. Archie, get to bed, you lightweight. Should I digress about this? Nah. Well, you're heavier than you look. Alright, Archie, here we go. Oof. And everybody goes to sleep just fine. Toc toc toc. What is it? Mia? Dot dot dot. Chris, look out! Clark! It's Mia, she's possessed. I can sense the evil spirit. And he's still drunk. Clark, what do you mean? Clark, I think I had a little too much beer. Go to bed, I'll check on Mia. After I save that is. Anyways, I'd like to point out, despite all the silliness in the situation, Clark sensed the evil spirit. He is ostensibly a human, no other connections, but he is just so in tune with the spirit world that he literally just noticed. And despite his drunkenness, just punched before she could assassinate us. Mia, wake up! Help me! Unfortunately, we're not actually fighting the spirit possessing Mia. We are fighting Mia herself. Oh right, actually you can lose this battle. It doesn't actually matter. If you lose the battle, the others will take care of Mia in... well... basically no matter what you do, unfortunately she will not survive this encounter. Wonder what will happen if you run away from this encounter. I think it just resets. You cannot... well, you can not technically run away from encounters like this one. You're not supposed to be able to. But technically you can. Through some roundabout means. I'm gonna die here. Probably. Healing also always takes a little bit until it comes out. And the awkwardness of an enemy that is just as flimsy and jumpy as my character, trying to battle her is quite difficult. Also, I was too close to the right side of the screen, so I couldn't use techniques. And now she's just cornering me. That rune or the kite shield really coming in handy. Uh oh. I'm trying to use my lightning ability, but because she's never too far enough away for me to actually use it, I keep using dual kick because of it, and there's nothing I can actually do about this. This is why it's handy to have friends that can tank for you. You hide behind them. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose at this point. Again, it doesn't really matter if you lose conceptually, or like it's not a death sentence, but I like the experience. And the money. You also learn Blade Storm and get a random weapon. Well, it's not random actually, it's just... we need to identify it. Chris, are you alright? Mia seemed possessed. Perhaps by an agent of Taos sent to kill us. That's not important. This means Taos knows who we are and where we are headed. Boat face. Well, the captain brought us to Albanista. Thanks, sir. Thank you. My pleasure. We've all got our start helping each other out. See you. Thanks, Captain Crunch. Thank you very much. We got to get to the castle to save the prince. Don't worry, I've got a plan. I'll tell you when we get to the inn. Indeed, he would have a plan. Also, let me give Archie the jet boots, so we have somebody in our team with those equipped so I can run. Alright, here's a little funny thing. This crab here is blocking the path to the chest on the left. Basically, you need to get lucky that the random pathing of these crabs happens to make this crab walk all the way down, all the way to the right, so you can get past it in order to get to that chest. And that chest doesn't even contain anything particularly useful. I don't remember what it is, to be honest. I just remember it's not worth the time investment of just waiting here forever. Yeah. Alrighty, before we go to the inn, I need to do some things. Oh yeah, there's the race guy here. Hey, give it a shot. I don't think anyone's ever gonna beat that kid. Try your luck at the sprint race? How about it? Yes. Need explanation? No. Let's get started. Sprint race. Oh, false start. So this is genuinely quite a difficult race. In order to win against this little kid, you have to run pretty clean, and this is not easy. But if you do like a race line and just run optimally, theoretically you're going to beat them in most cases. But turning around on the lap thing is always quite difficult. The music is neat. I'm gonna be too slow though. But here you can actually overtake the kid. He does give you like a chance. Also, if you just stand in front of him, he can't go ahead of you. So theoretically, if you know exactly the path the kid takes, you can actually just walk in front of him and win that way. What? I hope that still counts. Goal! Wow, you won! Now choose a prize. Which one do you want? We can get cat's eye, beef, and 2 question mark weapons. Cat's eye is a valuable trade item. Way later in the game, not right now. The weapons, I don't remember what they are. You could just win again. It's kind of fun that I actually won first try. I remember struggling with that quite a bit. It's Klingerwinger? Yeah, look, a wizard. Well, actually an elf. North means death, remember that. I actually have no idea what he refers to. North means death. Anyway, supplies. I have enough money probably to stock up on supplies. We buy more holy bottles. We buy more... Oh, right, we want a white mist. Allows you to escape battles 30% faster. Then a battle rune. I guess we don't technically need that one. Oh, we can buy rune bottles here though. Also, by the way, mystical runes are 65,800 coins if you try to buy them. They're absurdly expensive. Like, theoretically, it would be helpful for me to get a battle runes to also increase my damage output, but it's also not technically necessary. It's just more damage. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna get one later anyways. Then again, I would like to have a second one at some point. Regardless, we did actually get a new ability for Cress unlocked because he leveled up earlier. Bladestorm! Pierce enemy with a shower of stabbing attacks. Specifically stabbing, so if you have a stabbing weapon, it deals more damage. So if you try to use the Bladestorm with the Corsair, it actually deals way more damage than the other weapon would. So that can be quite helpful. Alrighty, and that's largely everything. Before we go to the inn, let's go and save. Also, it depends where you enter the town from. It also, like, basically which entrance you come in from for the town. Going in from the front means that I can get to the inn slightly more efficiently. Oh, right, I'm supposed to do an entire thing here. Daos has already infiltrated the throne room here. I suggest we sneak into the castle. How are we going to do that? We've got to get to the prince before Dals realizes what is going on. Well, we can't just walk in through the gate. Well, that's true. But if we could get onto the balcony... I love this little scene. Oh no, you don't mean... You can't be serious. Well, I can try to do you one at a time. I'm sure whoever is at that it is that's after the prince will be near his room. It's a new moon tonight, so we should go while it's dark. Don't you think we need a little more preparation? Yeah, we actually do, because I just remembered. I think Min is right. We need another day to prepare. Such a D&D solution. But let's put it this way. It's my favorite part that this game acknowledges Archie is in fact flying on a broom. So many other games would have just given her a broom as flavor and never done anything with it. And said, oh no, there's traps on the floor, what are we gonna do? In this game, you can expect the game to just go, well, Archie can fly, so she can just fly over there, there's no problem. Such a D&D solution. One guy has winged boots and we need to get to the roof. Yup. Alrighty. Right, I need to tell you guys to no longer use abilities and spells. Archie, you don't use spells. Clark, you don't use spells. And Mint, you don't use spells either. Until I tell you guys otherwise. But yeah, we're gonna go onto a little bit of an adventure. Oh right, she had the reverse doll. Rip that reverse doll, it's dead now. We're gonna go onto a little bit of an adventure. Because I just remembered the route that I'm supposed to take. And that is not going in there yet. Greetings, sir. I'd like to take the boat to Freeland. Yes. Let's go. Hoist the sails. The next D&D solution is the arch that ties a rope up top. Indeed. Squeak, squeak. Alrighty. Now, there's a nice little town here. We're gonna ignore this. And we're gonna go right in here. This is a dungeon that we're not gonna visit until a little bit later, technically. But we can actually do one loop of it already. Because, funnily enough, this entire dungeon is like one big loop. And you need to hit a bunch of switches in order to open up the doors and the gates. However, this is something we will need anyways. We found the Sorcerer's Ring. What does it do? Well, I think the cutscene will just demonstrate. What's this? It's a ring. What a strange looking stone. Psst. Wow, did you see that? It shot sparks out. What an odd device. Some sort of magical remote control. It is. And Mint, I know you're currently taking a nap, but could you equip the Sorcerer's Ring so I can use it on the overworld? We now have the ability to shoot out this thing. This basically means the Sorcerer's Ring concept originated all the way from... Oh, this is not good. The Sorcerer's Ring thing originated all the way from the very first Tales of games. If you know Tales of Symphonia, you know about the Sorcerer's Ring allowing you to do all sorts of shenanigans. So let's actually adjust our formation. The rest goes all the way in the back, and all of you guys go to the front, because I need you guys to take a nap soon. Also, 255 steps from here to the next encounter, even though the aura just wore off from the holy bottle. It's fine. So now we go to the left, and we now have the Sorcerer's Ring to activate this thing. Then in here, we pick up some items for later. Another battle. So this is the battle rune that I was referring to. Gonna replace the boots. Basically, the battle rune increases my attack power by 10%, from 74 up to 81. Also increases my accuracy for what it's worth. So this is pretty nice to have. But we're not done yet with upgrading. But this is why you could buy a battle rune in the previous town. It's really good. And hey, you technically can use 2. Actually, I don't know if 2 stacks on the same character for what it's worth. Anyways, mixed gummy and 1,000 monies and the magma key found. So this is the reason why you need to do a second lap through the area. This is back where we just found the sorcerer's ring in this little cubby up here. We're back over on this side. And we needed the sorcerer's ring and we needed the magma ring in order to clear this place. But we're not gonna worry about doing that right now. I actually don't know if we can do that right now. We might not have the necessary ring for it. But we can find some potentially helpful items in these little oasis places here. This is a medicine bottle. This is the wrong place to look for items. This one is it. And there's one behind here somewhere. Mental ring found and life bottle found. I believe the mental ring sells for a decent amount of money, so that's what I would be aiming for. And the holy bottle was still active just now, so this will allow us to get all the way up to the north here to this big city. This is Midgar. And Midgar is at war with Daos. They are basically holding the front against the big bad evil guy. But we are just here to get new equipment. So, I believe it's you who I want to buy stuff from. Yes, plate mail, fine shield, armored gauntlet. These things are really expensive items. Let me actually real quick check. And we want to buy a mecha halberd, which is also super expensive. Also, the theme of this town is basically that everybody is starving because war has already depleted their livestock. They are trying to sell whatever they can in order to survive, is the short version here. It's actually kind of a dire mood in this place. Anyways, where is my chrono? Not the chrono. I want to use the charm bottle, which reduces the price of items in shops. But I want to use a rune bottle on it first. In fact, I want to use both rune bottles on my 2 charm bottles. We're gonna use one of the charm bottles, or the lotus perfume as it is called now. So the next one inventory, or buying option here, is going to be cheaper. I think we're gonna buy from this guy, because it's gonna give us a bigger discount technically. We get a new plate mail. Alright, I need to sell things before I can do that, because we don't have enough money right now. Hopefully I have enough stuff to sell. We don't need the rope anymore, by the way. But we do need the pickaxe again. Mostly selling things so they are no longer occupying space in my inventory. Sell the elixir. Sell the crescent axe and oh yeah, the mental ring. Gradually restores TP in battle. This is a fantastic ring to have for a casual playthrough, but I'm just selling this here because it's worth a lot of money, and we sell the other lotus perfume to get even more money. Basically, if I sell the lotus perfume or use it as an item to buy at the other place, basically it's almost the same difference. They are worth 1,500 gold. I would save 11,000 gold if I were to use it on the other guy. This is just more convenient. Anyways, we buy plate mail, we buy a fine shield. We already have an armored helm. We buy the gauntlets. And we could theoretically buy... Well, actually, let's buy some more jet boots for later. We could buy armor for the others, but it's basically just not necessary. And we buy a mecha halberd, a strange mechanical weapon of unique design. He's incredibly strong for this point in the game. Normally, you would probably be hard-pressed to be able to afford that, but we just upgraded Cress's equipment from currently, at this stage in the game, decent to absolutely overwhelmingly strong compared to what we're supposed to be. And that's all I wanted to get from here. So we're gonna use another holy bottle to not get into any encounters for now. And then we're actually not even done here. We're gonna do a little grind that is required to do for later, technically. So you don't know about that yet, but we need basilisk scales. And basilisks can appear around here. Oh, we actually got them right away. And they basically one-shot my entire troop over there. I didn't save yet. Maybe I should... Oh, I didn't buy flare bottles. That was a mistake. Anyways, basilisks have a big problem for us. They can try to stone gaze us, and if they do stone gaze my very last character, that is Cress right now, which just might have happened, but we got lucky. They will just straight up... Well, we lose. I needed to save before I fought this battle properly. Anyways, we need 5 of these basilisk scales. Basilisk always drop the basilisk scales when you defeat them. They spawn around this place here in particular. And once again, we basically let the other guys take a nap. Just so Cress gets all the experience. That is all we are looking for here right now. So, now, we're gonna use a dark bottle once again to get increased encounter rate. Also to override the holy bottle we currently have. And we're gonna do a save. And then we go and push the reset button. Resetting resets the RNG of the game. And fun fact, which... Actually, how do I even explain this? Basically, the Super Nintendo, by default, has various values initiated in its RAM, let's put it this way. And depending on your specific Super Nintendo model, it is possible for the basilisks to be the very first encounter. Now the thing is, for some reason, the randomness works different in the fan translation compared to the original Japanese version. In my original Japanese version, just with the regular cartridge, I can actually reset and immediately get a basilisk encounters. However, I'm pretty sure I do not get that in... Oh, I do now. Sometimes the initial value you start with is different, and I have absolutely no idea why. Use a flare bottle to increase our damage output, and then we hope we don't get paralyzed or petrified. But if we do, it's not a big deal because we just saved. And we learned Tiger Teeth. This is the big reasons why we want to have Cress get as much experience as he can. Tiger Teeth is an amazing ability. It's not the ability that is going to carry us through the rest of the game yet, but it is part of it. Anyways, for some reason right now, if I save and reset, I guaranteed get basilisk encounters. Normally in casual playthrough you would just grind enemies for a while until you get these. Well, not right now, you wouldn't know about this yet, technically. Flare bottle. Increase my damage by 30%. By the way, the 30% damage increase is before enemy's armor defense subtraction. Oh, that's unlucky again. So... you actually deal more than 30% more damage in most cases. Alrighty. Cress gained 2 more levels, we need another basilisk scale. I got poisoned again. It's actually very rare that you get poisoned and not just instant killed instead. So that's kind of unusual. We also need a bit more TP for Cress. Save again and reset. Basically, I'm just shortcutting this grind, but at the same time, I'm not doing anything too crazy. The reason why I'm standing next to this oasis, by the way, is because if the initiated value of my RNG does not line up with what I need it to be in order to get the Basilisk first encounter, you can run in and out of the oasis in order to change that RNG value. Also, we're pretty much dead here. Because I can't really hurt this thing without the lightning ability. But yeah, if my RNG value wasn't set up properly in order to get the encounter here repeatedly, I would just run into the oasis after resetting and check the encounter. If it's not it, I reset again, run into the oasis twice, reset if it's not it, etc. Basically until I get it. And then I know how many times I have to run into the oasis until we get the Basilisk encounter. But I just got really lucky, and again, I have no idea why it changes sometimes. During my RPG limit break run of the game, I think it just randomly changed and it was no longer the same value as it was before. So I just had to figure it out on the fly, which was a bit awkward. Anyways, we, I believe, have now 5 Basilisks still. By the way, these are technically items you can use. Oh no, we don't have 5. These are technically items you can use. They recover your HP and TP to 100%, but only outside of combat. So it's an elixir that works not in combat. Anyways, moving on. Oh, and we did. I think this is about average luck so far, anyways. Also, I use a flare bottle just before my attack hits, because the attack, or like the attack increase of the flare bottle, counts down in real time, even if the game is frozen like during this attack animation. So I want to have them, or maximize the amount of time I have before the flare bottle like runs out. Okay, and that's all we needed to do. We have powered up Crest to a crazy level, thanks to giving him a bunch of levels, literally, like we leveled him up a bunch. He also now has Tiger Teeth. I think you might know this in more modern Tales of games, more as Tiger Fang. And it's basically really good. Bladestorm is actually nice as a secondary for a stab option for what it's worth. And we still use Lightning Bolt as our ranged attack. But at least now we actually have a pretty solid close range attack with Tiger Fang. Demon Fang, double Demon Fang. That might be something in Tales of Symphonia. Again, combo moves in this game were not as fleshed out as they were in later titles. But basically, you can kind of see where all the inspiration for things came from. It's quite fascinating. But yeah, we did this entire detour, briefly visited Ifrit's cabin, get the battle rune, and along the way grab an important sorcerer's ring, which we will need for later anyways. Powered up Crest to crazy levels, because if you don't do that, oh boy, let me tell you, this upcoming encounter that we're gonna face is genuinely one of the more tough ones. Like, you do have the freedom to go explore out in the world, power up a little bit, maybe get equipment, and if you know where to go, you can get much stronger. This is still not necessarily going to be an easy fight though. Alright. Head into the castle? Let's go. Yes, I'm sure. Let's do it. And Archie awkwardly, slowly brings up everybody. Apparently it's quite a strain on her. Ah, we're all back together now? Let's go check out the princess' bedroom, but be quiet about it. Be very, very quiet. Everybody, by the way, is back being revived. Very convenient. I'm going to actually move Mint to like the front. You go here, and we have Archie go also to the back. And skills. Archie, she hasn't learned any new skills yet, but she can actually cast Fireball and Ice Needle from far away. We're gonna actually allow her to do that, because it's gonna be useful. Mint, similarly, she can cast a Pico Hammer. And Clarf, we're gonna tell him when he casts the spell. I'm gonna do it manually. Let's see. Mini stealth section. Who's there? Show yourself. We can't afford to be caught. Let's sneak in when the guards aren't looking. Or just run. If you know where to go, you can go before any of the guards catch you. Where are we? It's too dark to see. Who disturbs my sleep? Huh. I'm Alvanista's crown prince. How dare you enter my room? The prince's room? Assassins in my room! We're in for it now. The guards are coming. Yes, the guards are on their way. You're gonna get it. There's no way out. There's something fishy about the prince, like he's being controlled. Huh? Look at that bird. Well then, Clark, you literally learned that earlier. I love that there's a little arrow just flashing. Beep, beep, beep. That's what's controlling the prince. Quick, catch him before he gets away. I love that sound effect. Ha, I'm Jameer. Remember that name when you are burning in hell. I didn't think you'd make it this far. But now I'll take matters into my own hands. Welcome to Jameer's boss fight. Genuinely? Rather difficult if you don't have the means to deal with Jameer efficiently, because Jameer loves casting spells like crazy. This is actually one of the tamer ones that Jameer can throw at you. Oh, poor Mint. We're actually gonna have Clarth cast Sylph from the back on Jameer here, while I'm trying to Tiger Fang down the thing down. Jameer also has this bubble here. Jameer is entirely invulnerable while this bubble is up. But spells will actually knock her out of this. Oh, Isaac Needle heals her. That's actually not good. Or him, I don't know. Anyways, I also don't have any more flare bottles, so... Sylph. If you remember, Clark's spell casting speed is doubled, or well, half. He casts twice as quick, half as much time invested. And sometimes Jameer decides to just absolutely hit you with physical attacks until you get paralyzed. This is the brutality of the Super Nintendo battle system. It is very lethal. Like, it can swing in a second. An enemy can just hit you like 5 times in a row if you're not careful, and just absolutely murder you, paralyze you, and... yeah. Battle systems nowadays are significantly more reasonable, I would say. Like, forgiving in terms of how dangerous enemies are, but also everything is just way more, I want to say bullet spongy, but they just have so much more HP, you have more HP, it's basically, the battles just drag on for much longer. Oddly enough, I personally kind of prefer it this way in the Super Nintendo version, where everything is just lethal. It is not exactly fair if you don't know what you're dealing with, so it's not a great casual experience necessarily, but I just prefer it this way. Anyways, this can genuinely be quite difficult. Jameer has a tractor beam that lifts up your character and slams them down in an area of effect. This is why I moved Clarf and Archie in the back. Archie, actually, funnily enough, is not affected by tractor beam because she's not touching the ground on her broom. The prince! Oh yeah, right, the prince. My head. I can't remember. Who are you? We were... Guards! No! I mean, that's kind of a natural reaction, isn't it? Are you alright, Your Highness? I'm fine. No, thanks to you. Seize them! Yes, my liege. You're under arrest for treason to the crown of Albanista. What are we gonna do now? Don't worry, I'll think of something. My skin will get all pasty if I stay here. We can't make them listen to us. It looks like we tried to kill the crown prince. We're not staying here. This food is awful. Do you think the prince will remember what happened? I hope so. If he does, we are saved. Guards, take him to the throne room. The throne room? Yes, sir. My name's Rubenglum. I'm the court wizard and advisor to the king. His Highness wants to ask you a few questions. See, I knew you'd be okay. Why did you sneak into the castle? We came to save the prince. How ridiculous! Who do I need to be saved from besides you? Son, don't speak until spoken to. Dao sent one of his underlings to control the prince. Does he want to drag us into the conflict as Midgard's ally? We want to challenge Daos, but we can't do it without magic. Well, I just wanted to make sure why you were here. I had a feeling you weren't really after my son's life. The fight against Daos could use spirited young people like you. Was I really possessed by an agent of Daos? Yes. For this reason, I think it's best that Alvanista stays out of this war. It's almost as if what Daos wants is for us to get involved. What? Haven't you heard? Midgard is on the brink of war with Daos, and they want Alvanista to join them in the fight. Yes, we've heard. I'd really prefer for Alvanista itself to remain neutral, but you have my full support in overthrowing Daos once you feel you've attained the power. Thank you, Your Highness. Bit of a weird conversation. We found this on the body of the demon you killed. Please, take it. It's an incantation book. And this is for you, Sir Chris. This is Gungnir. This weapon was forged during the time of the gods and used by Odin himself. Unfortunately, it's lost much of its power since then. Please, feel free to revisit our castle anytime. Thank you, again, Your Highness. But we have one last request of you. May we have permission to enter the Moria Gallery? Moria? Why? I believe that there's a ring in Moria that will allow me to contract with the spirit of the moon. I see. I will have the proper papers drawn up. You can pick up the documents from the guild in the town in a few days from now. Your Highness, I should get back to my research. I'm going back to my room. Runglum, Runglum. Receive the Garden Ring, Gungnir, and Opuscule. I think the Garnet Ring is what we need in order to contract with Ifrit. So we couldn't actually do that before. The Opuscule is a weapon for Clarv. Like, it gives him a good chunk of accuracy in the attack power, but you don't usually have him in the front line in order for him to bonk enemies with a book. So I tend to just sell his weapons. Similarly, there's not really any reason for Mint to have any new weapons either, because she doesn't really use them. Anyways, welcome to... Wait, I needed to go the other way. I need to visit Runglum before we go. Actually, do I? I think I need to visit him. Also, this is a friend. Hey, you half-elf, I can sell you some spells. Which one are you interested in? Thunderblade. Cost you 12,000 gold, but it's worth it. Okay. Archer learned Thunderblade. Pretty good spell. Tractor Beam is useful for dealing with specific kinds of enemies that otherwise cannot be damaged. However, I'd plan on just running away from them, so I'm not interested. Because it's kind of expensive. The fire spirit Ifrit lives in a cave in the Freeland Desert. Wait, I didn't... Oh, you're the guy that I need to talk to. We need permission at the Memorial Gallery, don't we? You can pick up the proper papers from the Adventurers Guild. It's underneath the pharmacy in the southwest corner of the town. Oh, right. We actually didn't need to talk to Ringdom. I think we need to talk with this... It's either this person or this person, I don't remember. Spirits? All I know is the water spirit Undine lives in a cave on a small island north of Venezia, and the earth spirit Gnome lives in a cave to the east of Belado. Does that help you at all? It in fact does. So, this is the trigger you need in order to be able to get to Undine. We could get to Gnome without any trouble, but Undine you specifically need that information piece. Hi. Why not try your luck at a test of skill? I've got prizes for you if you win. In exploration? No, we're fine. Try your luck? Yes, you do. Alright, get ready. 16 stones are in the pot. Do you want to go first? Alright, let me think about this. So the way this works is you either take 1, 2, or 3 stones, and you need to be not the last person to take the last stone. That is kind of the short version of this. I don't remember how many stones we need to take. Anyways, I forget how the game goes, but it is in fact a game of skill. You can always guarantee win this as long as you know how many you need to go for. Let's go first. We have 16. Here we go. 16 stones are left. How many will you remove? I think we need to get a mist. Take out 3. We take out 2. It takes out 1. We take out 3. Takes out 2, and I lose. Oh, I didn't lose. Here's a dingus. You should have taken out 3. Here's your prize. Won a mental ring. This is the second mental ring you can get in this game. Mental rings are amazing for casual play. Like, they just recover your TP throughout combat. It's really nice to have, especially when you're a healer. Hey Mint, would you like to have a mental ring? Here you go. She has a mental ring now. Anyways, I think he threw that game. If he just took 3, he would have won. I was just baffled. Anyways, there's this guy. This guy is fun. The music in this castle needs to be updated, don't you think? So he just pitches it up by 1. Can I just say, again, on a technical level, this game is an absolute masterpiece, and there's basically nothing better on the Super Nintendo, I don't think. Maybe Star Ocean, but yeah, this is crazy. For the game to just be able to say, alright, let's just go up by 1 pitch, and it just does that smoothly. I love this music. And he puts it back. Actually, I think he might have put it 1 pitch lower. Why is Mint sleeping? That she fell down and tripped or something? Yeah, that's kind of what usually happens. Technically, it would be correct for me to knock out all of my other characters in order for Crest to get all the experience. Because at level 21, he learns a crazy ability. Was it 21? Or 22? Anyways, he should have learned a crazy strong ability now that would allow us to just nuke all upcoming enemies, but I didn't do that yet. Anyways, it's fine. But yeah, the emote we have in this channel is this one here. Mint just kind of taking a nap. This is specifically her party sprite, but I think the emote is from her combat sprite, being just kind of laying on the ground. There's also a really nice image. Hang on, let me actually show you. I think Jazz Guangxi drew a very fun image of Mint at some point. Where is it? Let me show you. There's basically a story to this on this channel. I don't have Tales of Phantasia. It must be in my archive folder. Tales of Phantasia. MVP. I'm pretty sure the picture is called MVP. I'm trying to find it real quick. Sleepy Mint. Yes, there's a Frankie Faces emote. If you can see that, somewhere? I don't know how. I guess I might not have Frankie Faces installed myself anymore. But trying to find the picture. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. Is it saved on the Mint, maybe? I thought it was MVP, but maybe it is just Mint. Uh-oh, where is that picture? My PC is still searching, so we might still find it. Okay, this one stopped searching. I don't know where it is. I mean, it would make sense for it to be in the Tales of Phantasia folder, but I don't know if I organized it like that back then. Because it is a really old picture, technically, at this point. Tree and Forest. Stuff. Tales of Speedrun. Yes. I don't find it, unfortunately. Maybe it is under the channel things. Unfortunately, I'm not finding the picture. Maybe I should message Chaz Kwangshi. Maybe she can find that picture again. Anyways, another fun picture I found by Chaz Kwangshi. Look at this. A pile of rabbits. Anyways. Alrighty, let's go and move on. I was really hoping I would find that Mint picture. Basically, it's Mint kind of knocked out, kind of like in that pose here in the thing. Just a little MVP sign above her, because, again, I tend to call her the MVP of the speedrun, because she doesn't get any levels, she doesn't get any equipment, and yet she's still incredibly useful for so many little things and pieces here and there. It's actually pretty awesome. Anyways, I should actually take a break, so now might actually be an excellent time to do so. In this case, let's save, and I'm gonna take a food break, 15-ish minutes, and I'll be back afterwards. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoy your stay, and until afterwards. Also, if you would be curious what this entire December is for, it's basically a throwback month. It is mostly for fun. Unfortunately, it's also a fundraiser. And if you'd like to have a detailed explanation for that, it is over there. You also can find all sorts of other information in the document. Anyways, break time. Alrighty, we're back. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I think that took a bit longer than I intended, but I have coffee now and I'm comfy. Let us continue on our adventure. So, in order to get the contract with Luna, which is, I guess, our ultimate goal, we'll have to dive into the mines of Moria. Or Morlia? The thing is, if we were to do that right now, we would then subsequently learn that we do actually need the other summon spirits that are around these areas in order to be able to access the last floor. So, because I happen to already know about that, we're gonna go and get the other summon spirits first. Like, you could theoretically go dive into the mines. I also forgot to grab the voucher for what it's worth, now I think about it. That's alright. Anyways, let's go and resupply real quick while we're here. Also, Crest just sweating the entire time because it's really hot around here, evidently. Hi, I'd like to buy some things, but before that we're gonna sell things I don't need anymore. Let's see, what can we sell? Oh yeah, we also got a Black Onyx. I think this was a drop from Jamir? I'm actually genuinely not entirely sure where we got that ring from. Anyways, we get a bunch of money from here. Stock up on holy bottles, so we can avoid encounters. And we get... actually that's it. Wait, this is the shop I was trying to get stuff from. I remember now. Apple gummies, orange gummies, all the way back to full. And life bottles now also full. Flare bottles back up to full as well. And this will allow us to have plenty of supplies throughout the next dungeons. Has it been 10 years already? It has actually been a fair bit more than 10 years since I started streaming, but 10 years since I was partnered, aka when I had a reasonably large audience that Twitch accepted. Alrighty, we can give you the partner button. Welcome to your Capstart, or welcome back actually. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Alrighty, we already did most... wait, did I not buy the holy bottles? No, that's fine, we don't need them right now. Because this is gonna be a really short jaunt through here, because we already did most of the Molten Cavern. So we're not in that big of a rush. Over here we have another charm bottle. Once again, which allows us to significantly save on buying things a bit later. Actually, I think this one is for way later, now I think about it. A lovely day, nice. This is where we need the magma key that we picked up earlier. And yes, the games are doing quite fine, I think. Then we need to destroy some environmental stuff in order to get through here. I don't know why you would crash that one, but I guess you can. Alrighty, welcome... oh, I forgot that. I took a few extra steps, I guess. Oh yeah, Archie is casting Thunderblade, because I didn't tell her to not cast spells yet. But hey, this is the Thunderblade animation. Not particularly majestic or grand, but that's alright. Anyways, I would like for you two to take a nap while I'm running away in the meantime. Thank you. That was actually reasonably ideal. Anyways, once again, we... oh, right, they keep their status despite being downed. Poor guys, let me at least remove the status, I guess. Oh, I don't have any more remedy bottles. Never mind, we might need to buy those too. Anyways. Welcome to Ifrit. Of course, it's gonna be a boss. And I need to reorganize my inventory. Didn't reorganize this properly. You cannot manually sort items, so you kind of need to plan ahead for this. That's alright. Let me heal up Cress, give him his TP back, and Ifrit. Hello. Are you Ifrit? What are you doing here? I am here to request a contract with you, Fire Spirit. Well, you seem to know a lot about our culture. Then I assume you know the only way I can grant a contract is by testing you all in battle first. The first appearance of one of the best themes in the game. You might recognize this from Tales of Symphonia. Fun fact, technically speaking, Tales of Symphonia and Tales of Phantasia are thought to be playing in the same universe, world, whatever you want to call it. This is playing long after, I believe, Tales of Symphonia. Oh, we already got him. Alrighty. Crest gained a level. It was not level 21. Amazing! It's been centuries since anyone has ever done that well against my flame. Now, by law, you owe me a contract. Yes, we will forge a contract through your guarded ring. Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of fire. My name is Clarth. Other translations call him Claus. You know, it's like Santa Claus, but Claus instead. Which probably makes more sense, but this version is just Clarth. Which might just be something like Claus. I'm not sure. Anyways, the Fire Genie Ifrit is now part of our repertoire, and we find a book of spells. Archer learned how to cast a fireball spell. I don't think I ever needed one, but I have it. Alrighty, moving on out. We need to get holy bottles and we need to get remedy bottles. Hello. You don't sell remedies, do you? No. So what I'm gonna do here is the following. We're gonna buy apple gummy and orange gummies and remedy bottles. Yes. Then we're gonna go into our inventory item and sort it by latest acquired items first. Which means the orange apple and remedy bottle are gonna be here. I guess as well as the flame mantle. Flame mantle reduces fire damage taken by like 30%. It's good against fire, but you're better off just using potion juice. Most of the time anyways. Anyways, then next thing, we wanna buy holy bottles. And then once again we go into our inventory and order by latest acquired. Now holy bottles are always at the top, which is much more convenient for menuing. It's more obvious in the Game Boy Advance they added a couple things that reference Symphonia. Was the Game Boy Advance thingy released after Symphonia? Anyways, that is everything we have done over here, so we go back now. Your votes are in. Nice, thank you for voting. By the way, I deliberately basically have everything go through the straw poll for the votes that everybody gets for free, because I know there are plenty of people that are just lurking and don't necessarily want to interact directly with this chat or stream. That is exactly why I basically handle most of the votes effectively through the straw poll. That way you don't have to stop lurking. You can just continue lurking and still vote for what you'd like to see. Alrighty, next up, we're going to get the Moria Pass before I forget about this. Oh, also, the music of this game was composed by Motoi Sakuraba, which I believe is nowadays more well known for some other soundtracks. Sakuraba. And he even has just kind of his own little cameo in this game by himself, which is kind of fascinating. Let's see, he has so many things he composed, it's crazy. What is it? Was it Dark Souls that he is also now known for? Yeah, Dark Souls it is. He also made the music for Dark Souls. I like Dark Souls. And he has basically a little cameo of himself, which by the way is kind of nuts in a Super Nintendo game. I'd like to emphasize this is very unusual for the time. I gotta have a drink to warm up the hands. Tell you what, for 1,000 gold I'll tell you a secret. Want to know? Sure. It's Kikurima. This will help you get into the Cave of Spirits. Nah. You're lost, man. I thought we could pay him in order to play the game, play the piano. Is this where permission slips to Moria are picked up? Yes, let's see. There's one here for Cress Alvin. Is that you? Please sign here. And we receive permission to enter the Moria Gallery. So we do that. Good luck. But you won't get as far as you want. A dead end? We'll see. Let's take a look around some other places before we head to Moria. That might not be such a bad idea. It's your decision. I think we might have to do the Earth Cave before we can get the piano solo. Oh, we also need to talk to her. My grandmother told me that the unicorn lives in a white forest in the west of the Valhalla Plains. The unicorn will only meet the most pure of girls. This is an important trigger. I think you can trigger this technically through some other means too, but you need to learn about a unicorn from somewhere, and this is one of those at least. Anyways, let me check the thing. Oh wow, holy moly. Capsert, thank you. Thank you kindly for the $40 donation. That's really nice of you. A lot of money. And Capsert said, good luck. I hope it's going to be a good month for you. I don't visit nearly as much as I want to, but love the content when you do. Looking forward to some of the old throwbacks. Good luck on the 10-year celebrations. Thank you so much, Capsert, and well, I'm glad you find your way around here once in a while. It's really kind of you. Forgot a dot in there, I suppose. Anyways, now we are moving to the west. We are taking this boat here, I believe. This is a cargo ship to Beladam, but I can take you one way if you'd like. Sure. So this is a one-way trip down to Beladam, and this is also where the cave is. I mentioned that cave earlier. You can theoretically visit this place early if you want to. There is not really a reason to do that in the Tales of Phantasia version on the Super Nintendo, but in other versions you can actually get some extra items and equipment if you know how out of there early. But that's kind of the catch, you need to know how, and unless you either look up a walkthrough or a guide or anything like that, you wouldn't really know about those. But hey, welcome to the Cave of Spirits. You need a proper password. Alright, we just learned this from Sakuraba. Ki ku ri mu. It opened. You can actually literally just trial and error this one if you really want to. It just takes a while. So, we need to talk to this little guy. He's a lost gnome. I'm lost. Will you help me find my friends? Yes. Oh, thank you. If you know anything about gnomes in Tales of Symphonia, you might know that they are not the... Gnome is kind of rude. Let's put it this way. A bit of a foul mouth, if you will. So it's kind of a fascinating thing, because these guys are more or less similar. This guy will approach me if I'm too close and try to get into combat with me. These things basically can only be damaged by the gravity spell that you can give Archie. It's called... Oh, it has a weird... We saw it earlier. Well, actually, did we see it earlier? I could have learned it over in Venezia. No, it wasn't Venezia. It was in Alvanista. We could have learned that. Tractor beam, tractor beam, tractor beam. That's the one. Tractor beam. Also, by the way, I need this little guy to come along before I go to the next screen, so you specifically have to wait for him. But yeah, also if you want to fight the little gnomes here, you need to use the tractor beam. In order to get the secret item, in the PlayStation version, instead of entering Kikurimu, you enter a different password, which makes a chest appear to the right of here, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, we bring this little guy home to his buddies. Lost Gnome says, thanks! And then they just run away. Of course, they wouldn't let you go through if you didn't actually help this little guy. Good evening, Milgrips, and welcome. Hope you're doing well. One day you want to develop an old school / retro style game like this. Just feels so much fun. That sounds great to me, if you ask me. Alrighty. Do I have a rune bottle? I might not have a rune bottle. I should have bought some. Okay, without a rune... Oh, no, that's not a rune bottle. Without a rune bottle, unfortunately, there's like a thing I can't demonstrate. Basically, there's a really weird thing where you cannot normally run away from boss battles. Except if you have a very particular kind of strange setup. Let's put it this way. And the easiest way to demonstrate would be here. The main problem is actually that I can't really demonstrate this here. Because I would need to upgrade the White Mist into the other accessory that allows us to escape battles 50% faster. Unless this also already works without having it upgraded like this. I'm actually not sure. We can test it. I don't think it will allow me to run away. But... I mean, maybe it does. In this case, what I'm gonna do... Let's test it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we will need to have Mint awake. We also want to have Cloth awake. We actually want to have everybody just spread out so they don't get hit by area of effect attacks. Mint and Archer are gonna be sitting here. I will be reviving these. In the speedrun or more efficient settings, you wouldn't do this, because you actually want them to stay knocked out. But here, I'm just curious whether we can actually pull off some shenanigans, let's put it this way. So, then we have Mint gets her TP restored. We also set Mint's tactics to heal as much as possible. Then we enter the boss fight, and let's see if I can set this up properly. It might not work. You throw the switch, it makes an alarm, the little gnomes run over to it, are very confused about it, because they're more concerned as to who flipped the switch rather than what the alarm was about. And here, we get ambushed by Gnome, who invades my home. And now, if I just hold L to escape, it actually works, okay. The thing is, you're not supposed to run away from boss battles. But because of the nature of how running away is programmed, you technically can, with the accessory that allows you to run away like 30% or 50% faster. It takes a long time, but it still works. Alright, I need to check the donation thingy soon. The thing is, if Cress ever gets bonked away from the wall on the left, it will reset. So this is why I needed actually for Clark to like tank for Mint. This is why I try to have... Oh no, I can't do that actually. No Mint. I need Mint to tank for everybody, or well, heal everybody. Enjoy the music in the meantime. Oh my goodness. Another name bites the dust. That's crazy, dude. Thank you. Thank you kindly for the $100 donation. That's really kind of you. And another name bites the dust says, thanks for the tales. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alright, we can't do this right now, I guess. Gnome decides to not cooperate. Another way I've managed to do this in the past is I actually had Cress petrified, which means he actually could run away from wherever we are standing and not be targeted by enemies. But yeah, basically you can't technically run away from this combat. And what happens is that you then just are outside the battle. The game doesn't initiate the next step of the script that is supposed to happen, and it's just really confused as to what the heck is going on, in short. Alright, let's actually just win this battle instead, I guess. What if you just bonk the gnome to death? I mean, that is the plan, that is what you're supposed to do. Alright, we're gonna flare bottle. Increase the damage output. Oh, it's running away. Basically, you can only hit gnome while it is just in one piece. Which is a bit awkward, because trying to hit gnome is basically just a game of patience. Now it is gonna converge, and I'm gonna try and hit it with a lightning. But I was too slow. Seeing a knight from Dark Ages being mini-nuked by mole people in a cave. It's quite the sight, isn't it? If you're lucky, gnome will just sit there and do nothing. But yeah. We have so much armor right now that gnome hardly damages us. But at the same time, we can't really damage gnome at all while it is in its rocket form. As you might be able to tell. We just need to wait until gnome decides to converge back into one spot. Right, it's converging. Oh, we won. But yeah, running away basically allows you to interact with the gnome NPC that is outside of combat. You know, the ones that converged on our position in the overworld just earlier. And when you interact with some of them, one of them says, it's a book of spells, and you learn Firewall from it, which is kind of funny, because it basically just references whatever text event it is supposed to reference, but because you're never supposed to interact with these things, they just have random reference pointers. Also, it soft locks your game, it does nothing. I can't believe it! I lost! By your loss, you now owe me a contract, correct? Yes! We will forge a contract through your ruby ring! Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of earth. My name is Klath. Claws. By the way, I'd like to emphasize, you guys can put your money towards certain votes in the game and push them forward if you'd like to. Frankly, nobody who has donated so far has done that. So I'm just thinking maybe I should put other incentives there instead, but I don't know what I would put there. Like, I feel like I should just offer more, but you guys have just been generous like crazy. Anyways, thank you. Diglett gnomes, very much so. Also, it's a book of spells. Archie learned how to cast a Stonewall spell. But yeah, functional, if you can interact with the NPCs that appear in this cutscene, which, again, normally you cannot, just one of them teaches you the Firewall spell, the chest behind Ifrit, which is kind of weird. There's another one of these weirdnesses that I can point out. And there's only one potential use case for running away from boss battles. And that is later. I will probably, hopefully, remember to tell you about it when we get there. Did I say incentives? Well, basically, in order for to incentivize people donating, my idea was $1 donated means that you can put 1 vote towards whatever game you want, on top of the 3 votes everybody gets each day. Like, that was just kind of what I put there. But nobody so far has actually said that they want to put their money towards anything. So maybe I didn't put that in a good place? Or people just wanted to donate or not disrupt the voting economy? I don't know. Anyways, if anybody who has already donated would like to put it towards something, let me know. And if not, I guess that's quite fine as well. You just wanted to donate. That's so kind of you, thank you. Not sure you read/ heard that until now. It's in this one. NY vote. I did write this one. I did not write this in this one. Oh no, at the end. You also could donate for additional vote. I think 10Y donate. No, actually. Oh. I guess it's kind of hidden, isn't it? Can you pick Fortnite? No. I cannot say yes. Unfortunately, it's specifically for the games that are on the list. Theoretically, you could possibly vote for a game that is not on the list, but it would need to be, like, fitting for this kind of throwback stream. The new and upcoming Fortnite legend. I can tell you that if I got to play Fortnite if I was younger, I would have been really competitive about it. Mostly because I think you can do so much crazy stuff with the building aspect of the entire gameplay. Like, I would have gotten really good at that part. Nowadays, I just know Fortnite exists, but that's the extent of my knowledge. And it has, like, shooting mechanics and building at the same time. I actually kind of love that building exists in that. Like, it seems really fascinating to get good at that kind of thing. It's basically $1 is 1 vote, so if you donate $40 or 100, if you donate $100, it's 100 votes towards a game. The votes, by the way, are always counted towards the end. So for you, Capsar, it would be 40 additional votes against something, if you'd like to. I guess I just really haven't put that into correct places. I need to do that. Yeah. Profness, you also donated. Again, anybody who already donated, just tell me and we can put the votes there. But at the same time, if you don't want to put the votes anywhere, that's fine too. Like, I need to update the things. Update. Donate stuff to be in places where people can see. Didn't realize it would be fun. It could be fun. But yeah, basically, it's towards the games list because it's a throwback month, meaning we are going to revisit games that we haven't seen in a while, that we might have seen, well, 10 or more years ago, or also over the years, because Clear Obscure is also on that list. I picked at least one game from each year, but I picked some games like from certain years as well, just because that felt very significant. Like Tales of Phantasia, and Terranigma, and Trials of Mana. These three kind of fit together. Anyways, I'm going the wrong way. Also, I was wrong about the ability that I'm supposed to learn. That isn't until a little bit later. For Chris. Where are you headed? We are heading to the North Island. So, if you talk to the scientist in the research center in Alvanista, that tells you about Andini being north of Venezia, I believe, then you get the option to go to that island from here. You specifically need to remember to talk to that guy, otherwise you're just gonna, well, ferry your boat back and forth until you have the information, I guess. Disability? It's mostly under control. Well, still in the recovery phase, really. But it's not something I had thought of, to be fair. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mighty Storm. I appreciate that. I'm actually just... copy your message. Thank you kindly, I appreciate that. Oh, and Kissox, thank you. Thank you so much for the $30 donation, that's really kind of you. And Kissox says... by the way, you have to add the donations manually. If I ever forget to add them to the bar, please do tell. Kissox says, thanks for all these years of entertainment. Rump. And also says, voting for Baba is you. Alrighty, thank you kindly, Kissox. The votes from the straw poll are going to be counted up when I wake up tomorrow, but the votes directly put towards a game, I will update directly so I don't forget about it. So thank you so much. Baba is you is going to 81 votes. Good evening. Again, anybody who already donated, even if it was yesterday or I don't know, through a sub gift to somebody, just let me know if you'd like to put your stuff towards something and we can work it out. Good evening. You're following since 2014. That is before I was partnered, if I'm not mistaken. That's a while ago. Welcome. I hope you have a lovely day today. Also, Capsid says, can I put 25 towards Rogueman and 15 towards Wings of V? Yes, let me just do that. Sorry, if I miss chat messages, to just kind of jag them off and say, hey, you missed something, buddy. I don't mean to miss them, I'm just a dork. Alright, Rookman gets 15, so up to 53. And Wings of We. No, wait. Wings of We. 63 for Rookman. Wings of We gets 15. Up to 20. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mighty Storm. I appreciate that. That's kind of why I'm saying it is still in recovery mode, really. Because I fully recognize that it's not good yet. So, we use a holy bottle before flipping the switch here. And this means there's no more encounters in this room, because interacting with the switch increases the step counter by 1. And I think we go through here. Flipping that switch removed the water from here, so we can actually walk through this place. Previously we couldn't walk through here, because there was water. And the reason why we want to walk through here is because there's a switch right over here. And we get a free rune bottle. How nice. I think there's a fish in here. That's an orange gummy. It's almost a fish. It's not. Do orange gummies taste like fish in this universe? I could run a lot of these places, but I don't remember the step count. Like, there's an entire step route through the entirety of the game. As soon as you get sent to the past, there's literally no more random encounters for the rest of the game as long as you do it properly. But I'm not remembering these things, so I'm just not worrying about it. Again, running gets your step count twice as quickly towards the next enemy encounter. I believe down here is no enemy encounter at all, so actually this one just resets your step counter back to 255 as soon as you leave the room down there. So we're not gonna get any encounters for a while. Then we need to go through here. And flip this switch on the right side. Which switches the water from the pool in the right side to the pool on the left side. The left side switch we already hit, but we do need to hit a second switch here in the bottom right in order to open up a hole into, well, the boss place. Hit this switch. Once again, there's no encounters down here specifically. Don't know why, but that's just how it is. Seafood. There's the seafood I was remembering. I guess thematically appropriate since that stuff was underwater before. Then we heal up grass. Apple gummies. Orange gummies. That smell like fish. Now there's a hole here. Why is that relevant? Because if we flip this switch, we fill this area with water, including whatever is below there. And somebody's really unhappy about this. Who disturbs my slumber? Who are you? Die, intruders! Undine is really unhappy about you doing this. And there's also other enemies in this combat. The little slugs are dangerous, but you can one-shot them with this. You can cast delay. I actually don't even know what this does. I think it slows you down. It slows down something, I just don't know what it does. Oh yeah, my movement speed is way reduced, that's amazing. It's pretty extreme. Anyways, this Calamari takes a lot of damage from the lightning attack. And we can technically use Tiger Fang here, but it's really dangerous to go into close melee combat against Undine. She has a very rapid attack, and if you get hit many times in a row, my goodness, my sweet, we will be in trouble. Right, what we're gonna do is now is we're gonna use one of our chrono glasses. Because my goodness, lady, you're just absolutely murdering me. Where's my apple gummies? By the way, the chrono glass continues during the menu, so I just lost a lot of time there because I couldn't find my apple gummies quicker. I did. This lady's dangerous. That movement speed reduction was absolutely brutal. Also, did I really not learn any new abilities? Huh, I didn't. We have Phoenix, but that's not useful until later. Yeah, Undine, you're super dangerous. That's just the nature of the beast. And Undine is quite a beast. Very dangerous. The spirits are some of the most lethal enemies in the game, indeed. Ice Wall. I think this also deals damage over time to me, so... Also, I believe that damage over time effect is never gonna fade away. It's actually kind of a problem. Anyways, Flare Bottle to increase my damage output, the Calamari should be down. And now, as long as we don't get slowed down into oblivion, we can just keep using Lightning, which the benefit of Lightning is largely that Undine is not gonna block the attack, because the lightning portion of the attack you cannot block. She can block the other part, and she just dashes forward like crazy. Come on, lady. And she just healed herself for a lot. That's gonna hit me. Oh, we got her. Okay. Caress gained 2 levels, and we get a question mark book. And yeah, the game is just very lethal in general. My apologies, warriors. What can I do for you? I'm here for a contract with you. Alright, we'll forge a contract with your aquamarine ring. The spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of water. My name is Klaas. Alrighty, we can now summon the water goddess Undine. Undine? It's pronounced differently in different areas, so... pick whichever version you prefer. So I think I can just walk all the way outside without using another holy bottle. Because I believe there are no more enemies after we defeat Undine. Undine? Undine? We also have to switch the water in the other room again. You can help here. Oh, GBA version says Undine when you summon. Okay, so Undine. It's in this case the official translation because GBA is official. Thank you, appreciate that. Alright, let's go back. This place gives me the creeps. Let's get out of here. Yeah, we just docked on this random island on the North Sea. That just happens to have a dock, I guess. Indeed, very creepy. Honestly, the craziest thing to me is as I'm playing this game, the muscle memory is just coming back from having done so many runs of this. It's kind of fascinating. Alright, back to Alvanista. Hoist the sails. So we have Undine, we have Ifrit, we have Gnome. I feel like I'm missing one. Oh, we already have Sylph, never mind. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's 4 spirits that I'm supposed to have. Oh yeah, I already have Sylph. Thank you, Promptness. Anyways, now we should be able to get the little scene with the piano involvement, right? Because we already did get Gnome now. Hi. We've got our own house piano player. We're lucky to have the great Sakuraba here. Makes us all feel better. Listen to him? Yep. Hey, piano man, plays a tune. I just really appreciate the game just having that for no particular reason. Nobody. We all just call him the Piano Man. That's kind of nice. A sequencer slash format with this kind of timing granularity is inefficient. In a technological sense. Yeah, the thing is, unfortunately, I don't really understand the technological side of this, but I just kind of have learned from basically everybody that knows anything about it. I just kind of... This game is nuts in terms of... like, how much it can do. Seafood. By the way, every single item has a sprite. Which is also kind of crazy. Right, I'd like to buy more holy bottles. Thank you very much. Do you sell... You sell rune bottles. I'm gonna buy a bunch. At some point during this run I will buy a bunch. I just don't know when I'm supposed to. I guess we can do that now. Alright, now we have the 4 summon spirits that we need in order to brave the depths of the mines of Moria. Or as some other translation call it, Morlia. Because... reasons. Alrighty, I wonder how much of this I will actually remember, because this is a long dungeon. Actually, story time real quick. When I originally started researching on how to speedrun this game, I think I found like one tool-assisted speedrun on a Japanese website, which was a nice baseline, and one speedrun by a real-time runner, a Japanese one as well. Didn't really understand anything they were talking about, but it gave me a lot of ideas and concepts. And both of these runs, to my knowledge, did the same route overall in this part of the game. They went into the Mines of Moria for one part, came out and then did overworld stuff in order to get enough holy bottles refreshed, so they would be able to get through the entirety of Moria without any enemy encounters. However, I routed it in a way where I was able to squeeze out every single last bit of encounter timer out of this, and so I only needed to do one trip to the Mines of Moria, which was actually quite satisfying to like piece together and pull off in the end. It did help that I happened to figure out the technique of overflowing the... Actually, did I figure this out? I might have read about this in the TAS videos forums, so that might not even be attributed to me. Because I think there is a thread in the TAS videos forums. Anyways. Knowing about the step manipulation overflow really helped just kind of solidify this entire thing. Because what you can do, this guy here is going to ask you for... Hey, you need a password. If you use a holy bottle before stepping into this guy's range before the cutscene triggers, it actually increases your step counter by 1 briefly, and you can use this to overflow. However, this would already use a holy bottle here. This guy just asks you whether you have the permission slip, and we do. If you interact with the sign, even if it's from the side, and I'm mashing the A button here, this is increasing my step count by 1. Because the game just has like this general catch-all like scenario, so to speak, where if you ever interact or get into a cutscene or trigger an event, increase the step count by 1 so you don't accidentally get an encounter at the same time as you get, you know, into a cutscene. But you can abuse this by interacting with the sign from the side, and it still increases it by 1. So now, in this room here, there will be no more encounters, because I pressed the A button enough times that it should have overflowed the counter. This lever here, I believe, hits a switch on the right side. By the way, I'm doing this entirely without notes, so I'm very curious whether I'm going to remember everything down here. This is a very long dungeon, and I figured out some text here. So you can actually also use a holy bottle and then step on this switch here. This also increases your step count by 1, allowing you to overflow, but I think you don't do that here yet, because it's not worth it. Alright, then we have this statue here. We need to bring it down to this switch in order to hold down the button so we can walk through this door. Here is where I think where we use the first holy bottle. And yes, every interaction that initiates some form of event increments the counter by 1. Even like stepping into an event tile, etc. It's just... I assume this... Again, I just assume this is because they try to avoid situations where we get into encounters and like cutscenes at the same time, which just makes the most sense to me. Don't you have to overflow exactly to 0? Mass A, 235, 254, 255, 0, 1. Actually, funnily enough, no. Once it is at 0, it stays at 0. I don't know why. But that's kind of the very convenient part. If I increment it from 0 to 1, I can't increment it from 0 to 1. It's not an option. Anyways, the switch on the left opened up a door to the right here, I believe. But yeah, you would think so, Kamaru, but there is absolutely no downside to just mashing the A button against the sign. Alrighty, now, there is a hover pad somewhere in the top right of this area here. But the hover pad you need in order to not step onto these switches. Stepping onto these switches makes the door go close. But what you can do is you can just do this. I think I randomly figured this one out when I was just playing around at some point, just like, wait a second, you don't have to go to the right, you can just ignore that part. Basically, because everything works in half steps, it allows you to just briefly step down and immediately go back up, and the game does not want to trigger events this quickly, like consecutively, I guess? I don't know why this works. But you can just walk through here. Then you step on this switch, which by the way, this off levitation pad on the left is so you can step on this switch. But we can just ignore all of this. Then oh, right, I was actually supposed to refresh my holy bottle counter during that step switch trick earlier. So now I'm actually 1 holy bottle behind, potentially. Anyways, you just pull this statue off of the switch. This door closes, you just go down here. And then... Wait, no. You go to the right here. Okay, the statue opens this door. That's what it was, right. I'm definitely going to get into encounters. Let's see, Doom Toads. Froggies, but not the friendly kind, unfortunately. So, because you're supposed to descend into the mines, learn about needing the summon spirits, and then come back, these encounters here are less dangerous than stuff we have faced before. Anyways, look, the torch. There's something about odd about the torches. Try pulling the torch. Yep. You would think you would need to light the torch, because functionally, the source's ring is actually a fire source. But no, this one here you just pull. Also, we just locked an adventure on the right side in that room. Actually, we can visit her. This is actually kind of... Well, she doesn't actually ever react, but hey, if you talk to her, she goes, I'm sure there's something here. Yes, there is. She needs to randomly walk onto that other switch in order for a chest to appear in the previous room. Which is a little bit awkward, but eventually she'll get there. I think she does have a bias towards walking like in the same direction for an extended period of time. Oh, it's in here actually. And we get a rune bottle for our troubles. Oh, I see how it's constructed now. Anyways, the story of this place here effectively is that adventurers, archaeologists, treasure hunters, thief, scoundrel, they all try to go and explore the mines of Moria, because everybody knows that there's a treasure hidden somewhere. So this is why we needed a pass in order to go here to begin with. So this door at the bottom there is closed. So slightly too slow. Alright. So in this room here, the thing is you use a holy bottle before stepping on this switch. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. And the door on the right side opens. Oh, this sign literally tells you. I was about to say, I don't remember where you read that, but this sign literally tells you. So, this is the central stairway. This is basically your Mines of Moria checkpoint, and why previous speedruns and the tool-assisted speedrun have basically taken 2 trips. It is relatively quick to get back down here once you reach these checkpoints, because this is literally a straight staircase up and down. The unfriend-shaped frog. Yep, these are not so friendly. It's toad-shaped. Also, there's no encounters in these rooms. I could run on these stairs. Wait. I wasn't supposed to go here, was I? Oh no. This is the part where I forget stuff. It was kind of weird, I guess. That's kind of strange. Oh, right. This switch down here opened up the door over here. That's what it was. This door was closed before. Now it is open. Now we need the statue. Like, you would think that, oh, you need the statue before, but now, right now you use the statue and you do the holy bottle trick thing again. Even though the button no longer audibly or visibly, like, presses anymore, there's still a button event on the button, so you can actually still overflow the holy bottle count, stepping on top of it. Or you can overflow the step count. Alright, now it's dark. I think we go straight right, if I'm not mistaken. And here... I have absolutely no memory of you ever being here. Who are you? Have you found the switch? If you press it, we can continue on down some more. Oh, I did not know there was somebody over there. Anyways, this is where you learn that you need the Sorcerer's Ring. If you don't have the Sorcerer's Ring from Ifrit's Cavern, this is end station for you. You can no longer proceed. But, well, we have it, so we're fine. And from here, we just go left. And flipping that switch switches the... was it here? There it is. This door here was closed, now it is open. Welcome to floor 6, but now from the correct direction rather than staircase that doesn't lead anywhere. There are spikes on the ground here, and huge flies too. Huge fly 1 was already occupied, so it's huge fly 2 now. Anyways, we go straight to the right here. Don't care about spikes, it's not that much damage. Now, I think we go down here, if I'm not mistaken. This is the way forward? Maybe? Maybe. Yes, this is where we need to be. Also said it was not that much damage, I'm not so sure about that anymore. Missing 500 HP. This torch here, you need to light up with the Sorcerer's Ring. And this room here is literally, you walk in a circle, kind of deal. Specifically, if you approach the gate from the wrong side, if you want the treasure, first you must walk away from it. Yes, you need to literally go in a circle in order to get to the treasure chest. Once you get the treasure chest, you can proceed back to the previous room where you were, but that's fine, because you now get warped to a different room. Again, the treasure is down there, so I need to walk away from it, as the sign has implied. And we find a yellow cake. What do you think is a yellow cake? Unfortunately, I have to tell you, this is not a tasty kind of cake. This is the very... how to describe this? You definitely don't want to eat it. Well, it's just yellow cake. It's not like yellow snow. Yellow snow is... you can still technically eat it. This one here, I don't believe you're going to be able to eat it in time before it's going to not be edible anymore. Like uranium? Yes, that kind of yellow cake. There's only 3 of these yellow cake items in the entire game. 2 of them are down here in the Mines of Moria. Originally the speedrun picked up both of them, but at some point I stopped routing them in because it's just the second one was not needed. The third one, I don't remember where you find that one. Anyways, we find a mystic broom. A broom for Archie. You know, kind of how Clarf and Mint, you can upgrade their weapon, but it functionally does nothing unless they go and melee attack things. Funnily enough, Archie does have, reasonably, a chance to melee attack things under specific circumstances, so it's actually useful for her, which is quite amusing to me. What does it look like? That's an interesting question. Let's see. It would be at the bottom here. I mean, it does kind of look like yellow cake, doesn't it? I wonder if the design there... Actually, what does yellow cake look like? Because I guess in the game it's literally yellow cake. You would eat it. Forbidden cheesecake. Yes. Again, I don't recommend eating it. Anyways. I'm supposed to use a holy bottle here and then light the torch. Because, of course, interacting with the torch with the sorcerer's ring increases my step counter by 1. And here... we light all the torches and can proceed. You think this is supposed to be a sponge cake? Sounds very plausible. I went the wrong way. Right, this is loop-de-loop around the right side and then all the way to the left afterwards. Oh, by the way, I hope you didn't sell your pickaxe. Because if you did, you have to backtrack all the way back here, which may or may not have happened during a certain run I did in the past. Hope you didn't sell your pickaxe to clear out your inventory, otherwise you have to walk all the way back here. It was very embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie, that was terrible. It's kind of fun in hindsight now, but in the moment, not so much. Anyways. Hey look, another torch! Surely we just light it up. Yeah, of course, I mean, what else are you gonna do with torches? Oh hey look, another torch! We've played this game before. Right. This time you take 500 damage from them. Throw the switch, yep, you just hit the switch at the torch. The game is kind of trolling you like that sometimes. Alrighty, I stepped 1 step too far, but use another holy bottle here. Eliminating encounters from the entire area, and I'm not gonna bother healing. By the way, the second yellow cake is down here if I'm not mistaken, yes. Like, you just don't need to pick it up for the later speedrun route anymore. But this is not a speedrun, so I'm picking it up because I can. So I believe there's actually a rune bottle and something else straight down from here. Again, early speedruns used to pick this one up. Apple gummy. Nowadays you just don't bother anymore. Also, I'm gonna heal up because I'm a goober and I will get into encounters. Not intentionally, but it's gonna happen because I don't remember where to use the holy bottles. Plus, I'm going out of my way to pick up stuff I shouldn't. Oh, actually made it all the way here, and this is definitely holy bottle stuff. So, flipping the switch drips water from the ceiling. Which is kind of weird, but okay. This switch opens this door. This door opens its way all the way over here. What is over here, you might ask? A long, winding corridor with 2 lizards in them that like to be in the path. And a button at the very end. This opens the door that we couldn't go through before in the previous sections. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to use another holy bottle here. So now, you might be wondering, where did all that fire come from? Well, we hit the button that activated things. Does this fire ever go away? I don't think so. Like, I don't actually know what you're supposed to do about this fire. I guess you just walk through it. But now, dripping water on top of it makes more sense, I guess. But you already took the damage from it, so... I honestly don't really know what the game expects you to do here. It's kind of weird. Anyways, welcome to the bottom. We found a turquoise ring, which is used for summoning contracts, conveniently enough. And, pull this lever? Yes. A teleporter appeared. Pull this lever? Yes. A teleporter appeared. Weird. I don't remember which one it is that we need to go down, but let's check this one out. Ah, I'm actually correct. Alrighty. 4 signs. The water spirit Undine can be found on the North Island. Ah, we've already been there. Oh, this is probably another way to... Oh, that's interesting. This is probably another one of the triggers that like clues you in on where to find Undine if you haven't gotten the specific dialogue from the scientist yet. So there are other ways to get that information. Interesting. The fire spirit Ifrit dwells in Molten Cavern. Anyways, let's... I don't remember the order in which you need to use the spirit in, but I'm pretty sure this place here tells you. What is this? It's some sort of ancient tablet. Look at these runes. I've never seen anything like them. It says, "Death is always at your back, for all return to the earth from which they came. The fire of life is at the births to come. The tears of the mourning woman are on your left, and the wind blows forth from your right." Archie, what are you doing? It's primal elven lore. It's an ancient language that only elves can read. She's a half-elf, by the way, in case we haven't picked it up yet, because she can cast magic. I can read it because I'm a half... Oh, I'm sorry, she literally just tells you here. Actually forgot about that. Good job, Yaga. You spoiled what is 5 seconds in the future. Anyways, see, I'm not as ditzy as you think. I don't even know what bit ditzy means. What? I never said that. Regardless, what does the tablet mean? I'm a little rusty. Let me see here. He stole her line. I think these are references to the 4 elements and directions for each. Where are we supposed to place these elements? Literally in the other room where we were. He stole her line. I'm sorry. I'm so used to just explaining the entire story because I was running this in Japanese that I don't remember where he put stuff where. Anyway, Sylph goes here, probably. I could pull up my old splits because I kept forgetting the order of things I need to place in here. I'm pretty sure I brought those into my speedrun splits. Ditzy equals airheaded. Okay. That's a fun word, actually. Undine is left. Like Tears of the Woman, I highly doubt Undine is gonna shed any tears because she's more of the angry kind of person. But, I mean, tears are closest to water. Death is at your back. And you go to your grave. Which I believe means Gnome is up here. I might be switching up Gnome and Ifrit, but I'm not sure. Well, the Gnome turned into a Diglett from a Duxtrio. Or maybe Ductrio is just what remains in the spirit world after we summon a Diglett. Who knows? Anyways, hi Ifrit. Ifrit! This might be wrong. I think something is supposed to happen if I did it correctly. Death is always at your back, for all return to the earth from which they came. The fire of life is at the burst to come. The tears of the morning woman are on your left, and the wind blows forth from your right. Okay, I didn't do it right then. So I guess Gnome goes here? I mean, technically speaking, our characters are facing down when entering, so... wind being on your left would be from our character's perspective on the east side. Though you come out facing south, so yeah, exactly, that's exactly what I was just referencing, Komaru. Earth at the bottom, fire at the top, tears left, wind right. I think so. Let's see if this is correct. I'm pretty sure the game tells you if it's correct. Who has awakened my slumber? Wait. This guy's talking as if slumber was its own entity and you just woke up to slumber. What happens if you wake up to slumber? Does it kick you into bed so you have to go to sleep now? Is that what it works? Anyways, who's there? Come back to the obelisk. Also, this is literally the only time you ever play as Clarth. Hello. Welcome. How was your week? Quite fine, actually. Pretty excellent. I hope yours is nice as well. Is that Maxwell? I love how he's in a bubble with a top hat and a rod. Fantastic depiction of Maxwell. Are you Maxwell, Lord of the Worldly Elements? Yes, I am. You are the one who awakened me? Yes. What is your desire of me? I'm looking for the ring and need to contract with Luna, the Queen of the Moon. I see. Entrance to that room is forbidden. If you want in, you've got to test. I got to test you first. So I'm supposed to have an ability here that I don't have yet. Anyways, welcome to Maxwell's level. Like, this ability... Wait, no, no, that was an old speedrun route when I had enough experience to get that. Molecular attack. He bounces off the size of the walls. Uh-oh. So, what you want to do in a speedrun is you actually want to be slightly inside his hitbox, because for whatever reason, when you do and hit him, you get bonked out of your, like, after attack delay animation when your character's recovering, and immediately can attack again, kind of like this. Need to recover my tech points, so I can use attack again. My flare bottle has run out. Alright. That was a super friendly Maxwell. Like, he's not that dangerous as our other spirits because he just bounces around the entire screen, which means by design he's only hitting you like half the time, which is way less than other spirits can hit you at a time. There's the Gale Shield. This one you want to learn before facing Maxwell because it can absolutely destroy this poor guy. But it's fine, we have it now. Leave my slumber alone. Oh ho ho! Aren't you the powerful ones? Please allow us to enter the treasure room. Alright. Not only that, I offer you my powers in a contract. I never thought I'd ever have this opportunity. Maxwell, the Lord of the Worldly Elements. This is truly an honor. Thanks, Pops. Pops? I'll get it. Regardless, we'll contract through your turquoise ring. Turquoise? Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of judgment. My name is Clarth. Which, by the way, functionally, you know, Cress is our main protagonist, right? But so far, Clarth has been the guy that spoke in front of various characters and people that we've talked to. So in a sense, he is actually functionally the party leader, which I think is kind of a fun dynamic. Because normally, your main character is the party leader and just goes places. But in this game, the guy napping over in the bottom left is actually your party leader. Then again, everybody except for Cress is napping. Wake up the Napras and gets angry, but that's a different game. Napras? Alrighty. We find things and Cress says, look, a ring. Really? It's just a normal ring. I found a ring too. Here's another. They are broken. None of the other chests seem to have rings in them. We checked very thoroughly by just walking by them. Well, Clark, you're the smart one. Now what? Huh. Amazingly enough, I haven't a clue. Let's consult with Runeblom. And we, of course, pilfer the rest of the items down here too. Another elixir, question mark armor, monies, verbena, black onyx, and rune bottles. Fantastic. And this is the entirety of Mines of Moria. We even have holy bottles left over. But at the same time, I got into like 3 battles. So didn't avoid all of them. But unless your luck stat is atrociously low, you should always be able to make it to this thing here. Use your holy bottle and literally get out of the entirety of the Mines of Moria with just a singular holy bottle remaining. Which is quite fun conceptually, if you ask me. Because you take 14 to get all the way down there, and then you just need 1 to get out. Because these individual corridors here, or like the staircases, don't actually have any enemy encounters, it resets it all the way back, and then you're floor 1, and you're outside. No encounters. So, before we go anywhere else, we enter the city from the right, specifically, because that way we enter the city on the right and can go and buy more holy bottles. I think this is where I was supposed to buy the rune bottles to stock up, but it's not like it really matters that much in a more casual environment, I guess. I love the fish face, just like... Whoa. Fishy. Sushi grab bag. Bum, 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 bum. Of course we sell the elixir because we can. I'm going to go ahead and buy a second battle rune. Again, I don't think that works for Cress. Like, I don't think the stack. But hey, it'll work. The rune bottles I'll need for... Actually, I can... Wait, I think I should do this right now, even. Alright, let me think about this real quick. We have 2 Sage, which increase HP rating by 5%. If we use a rune bottle on them, they turn into Red Sage, which increase your HP by 10%. Now, on top of that, also I think we can Mithril Mesh. These might actually sell for a decent amount, so I'm gonna... I think identifying them is fine for getting more money out of it in the end. Not sure about the rod though. Oh, isn't one of these unidentified books like a porno magazine? I think it's probably more labeled as a like dirty book in the original version. but fan translation. Anyways, where is the thing I'm looking for? Thunderclap. I believe this is worth transforming. Did I not? There we go, Savories. So, when you transform a Savory, it turns into Red Savory. These increase your TP by 10%. However, if you use a rune bottle on the Red Savories, they turn into... where are they? Red Sages. So we actually have now 6 Red Sages to increase my maximum HP by 10%. I don't know exactly, or I don't remember when exactly I will want to use these, but we have them now for what it's worth, so I will be able to increase my maximum HP by a lot. Oh, look at this, mithril meshes are actually really expensive. You know what, I'm gonna keep one of them for Archie specifically. But yeah, the mithril meshes were also worth it. Keep the Mystic Broom. Again, there is going to be a reason to use this. Thunderclap is worth it as well. Alrighty. We made technically a lot of money from identifying things. We can now buy rune bottles again. And we have them available if I decide that I need more. Alrighty. I think that's largely everything. Now we go and visit the Rune Glom in Albanista Castle. Which I believe is right down here. Hey friend. Ah, you've returned. What news? We reached the bottom floor of Moria. Excellent. I found these rings there. A moonstone. So you can contract with Luna? No? What's wrong? Can I speak with you outside these walls? So you need to fix them. Can you do it? No. But I believe my friend Edward knows how we can repair them. He's done a lot of research on mystic artifacts such as these. Where can we find them? His house is to the west of here. I'll write a letter to him for you. Thank you. Rune Glom gives you a letter to Edward. Good luck. Thank you. So, shall we be off? Indeed. Cress? What is it, Cress? Well, I thought I heard someone talking to me. You, Cress. You're not worthy of such a holy weapon. Cress, are you alright? I'm alright. I'm just hearing things. I don't know if that... Well, he's alright, okay. He's fine. Everybody, just continue napping, it's fine. Also, before I forget about it, Archie, you get the Mystic Broom, and you get... I guess I could have also bought, like, your nicer ribbon earlier. Too late. You get a Mithril Mesh for a significant defense increase for later. We need the money, we can always unequip it and sell it. But I don't think we do. Cuckoo. Hello? Who's there? My name is Clarth. We're looking for Edward. Can you give this letter to him? Edward's wife, Lilith. Oh, so Rune Glom sent you. Sorry, but Edward isn't here right now. Are we really in a hurry to talk to him? Well, if Rune Glom trusts you, then so do I. Edward knows that Albanista doesn't have the power to fight against Daos, so he's looking for people to join the fight. Do you know where he went? He said he'd be heading to Freeland first. Thanks, we appreciate your time. When you go and see him, please tell him we're all okay here at home. I'll make sure he knows. If we are in Freeland, maybe we can catch up with him. Alrighty. Let's go and do that. By the way, in case you're wondering, this is where we'll need the basilisk scales. Well, I guess we don't technically know that yet. Spoilers. So I think the holy bottle runs out before we get over there, so we'll have to use another one. I'm pretty sure this was one of these awkward holy bottle locations where I just had to use one extra just because it didn't quite work out without. Well, it's alright. Let's see if anybody knows about Edward. Yep, there it goes. Let's see if we can make it. There's a chance to get into encounter here if you don't use a holy bottle. Wow, it's hot! In a way, I hope Edward isn't here so we can just leave. I wonder if that guy knows anything. Excuse me, sir. What is it? We're looking for an Edward. Have you seen him? Yeah, I saw him. He was here about a week ago. Do you know where he went? I think he was headed for the southern oasis east of here. Thank you. Perhaps we can catch up with him. So he's not here. Let's leave. Kind of funny. I open up the menu and everybody's just napping. Hello. Did you see an Edward? Edward? He moved on to the oasis to the north of here. In short, no. Oh right, there's a rune bottle here. This used to be in the original route for the speedrun, but then we didn't need it anymore because we just cut out as much as we could. Well, I say as much as we could, but you could probably cut out even more. Rabiones. I believe that's technically worth transforming, or well, identifying. Its mouth is protected from frogs. Alonso, her what? I said, have you seen Edward? Haven't seen any Edwards. What Edward? You asked me if I'd seen your Edward. I said Edward, not Edward. Are you deaf? Lighten up, it was just a joke. Edward moved on to the next oasis north of here. Hello. Edward? He headed back to the Olive Village a little while ago. Oh, I can't believe this. We've been wandering around this desert for hours. Well, let's go back to the village, I guess. And as nice as the game is, it just teleports you back. I'm sure Edward must have stopped here. Let's ask that guy again. Excuse me. You again? Has Edward been back here yet? Yeah, I think I saw him enter this inn a few hours ago. Thanks. Is your turn too? Well, I hope you have a fantastic nap alternative stop. Thank you for dropping by and take care. Edward? Yeah, he came here looking for basilisk scales. Those are used for medicinal purposes, aren't they? Yes, but they're not so easy to come by. There's always the risk of being turned to stone by a mother basilisk. What's a basilisk? I mean, Mint asks what's a basilisk because she was just napping while with, well, Cress fought a bunch, so it kinda makes sense. They are by far the most dangerous and solitary creatures in the vast desert. They resemble a cross between a lizard and a fish, and have extremely long, sharp teeth. Worst of all, they can turn you to stone with a single glance. Generally, it's just best to run from them. You've got basilisk skills? You can stay here free for a while you wait for Edward. You need 5 basilisk scales in order to be able to stay here and wait for Edward. I'll inform the other villagers. Edward is here to see you. Nice. I guess all of them slept in the same bed. Anyways. So, you're the ones who collected the basilisk scales. Yes. Here they are, Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison? Yes, his last name is Morrison. Why do you look so surprised? Edward, Runglom sent us to speak with you. Runglom, you've all come such a long way to find me. What can I do for you? Let's sit down. This may take a while. Ah, so it was you who saved Prince Charles in Alvanista. Yes, that was us. Well, it ended well enough, but about the rings... Any ideas of how to repair them? Well, these rings were made by the ancient dwarves, and no one has been able to create items with the same magical capacity as they did, so replacing them is out of the question. You don't sound terribly optimistic. What you need to do is get through the Ymir forest and consult with the elves there. But the entrance to that forest is forbidden. Runglom can arrange for your admission. I see. I can't thank you enough for these eggs. He probably means the scales, the basilisk scales. Trying to collect them by myself is a bit too dangerous. Please, when you are ready to face Dals, come find me at Midgard's fortress. I'm pretty sure he means scales. Mr. Morrison, wait up! What is it? Please, look at this. I think it will help you. This is quite an old book. What's this? My notes? My signature? Tornix D. Morrison gave me this. Tornix? I know of no such family member. You have no way of knowing him. He hasn't even been born yet. He's your great-grandson. I know him because I was born in his time, a century from now. Then, time travel really is possible. What? I was just getting ready to abandon my research on it. You can't give up, or else my being here will never happen. This isn't right. I can't allow you to tell me any more about the future. Why not? Archie, there's something I still haven't told you. It's about Cress and I. You see, we traveled a century into the past to get to this world. We're both from the future. Wait, are you saying that... I'm 100 years older than you? Yes. At which the sentient Tornix is the one who sent us back here. You already know the results of events that take place in my time. No man should know too much about his own destiny. All that can do is breed either laziness or worse, hopelessness. I think it's best if you avoid telling me about my future for the rest of your stay here. I need to live my life now, not based on what I know will happen years from now. I suppose you're right. I won't say anything anymore about it. Look, it's quite possible that your presence in this time has already altered history and sent the path of the world down a completely new branch of possibilities. Or it's possible that time moves in a linear motion, governed by fate. No one really knows. It's part of the mystery that is temporality. Mr. Morrison, I'll see you in Midgard when we're ready to do battle against Daos. Have you discovered a way to return to your own time? Not yet. We've got to deal with Daos first. I'll try to find some more information on time travel before we meet again. Amazing. I can't believe I almost gave it up. You can't give up. Thank you, Chris. You've given me new hope and energy for my studies. We've got to get back to Albanista. We need to get permission from the royal family to get into Ymir Forest. We're going to see the elves. Indeed. Welcome. We want more holy bottles, and that's it. One thing else I want to do real quick. Larf, you have the white mist equipped. Let's unequip this, so we can equip better things, so we can more easily run away from combat. Where is my rune bottle? I think they're all the way at the bottom. I love the music in this game, it's so good. By the way, there's way more items you can use the rune bottles on in order to transform them. A bunch of good ones too that I just tend to ignore because, well, I might also just forget about them as the short version. Anyways, new hourglass, and where did we put the thing? Ah, there we go, white mist. White mist transforms into mist rune, which runs away 50% faster. Then we stock up on healing items. And I believe this is also where I am allowed to buy mixed gummies if I wanted to. If I needed any extra healing, but I think we're gonna be fine. Alrighty. Let's go back to Runeglom and get permission to go into the Ymir Forest. In a more casual playthrough, you would of course just explore the environment, look at everything, and also notice that there is the forest to the southwest of specifically here, where the guard just tells you, "Halt, you're not allowed in here." And now we will finally be allowed in there, for what it's worth. It's actually kind of convenient that you can go directly into the castle, like you don't have to go through the entire town each time. So many little nice quality of life touches in this game. Runeglom, may I talk to you for a while? Yes. Have you met Edward? Can we talk outside? I can't believe Edward is really going to try and take on Daos. We need permission to get into the Ymir Forest. Alright, but it'll take a day to get the paperwork done. Alrighty. It'll take a day to get the paperwork done, so we go to sleep. Hello. A day to get the paperwork done is actually more of a roundabout way. Wait, no, it isn't. I was about to say to initiate a cutscene, but there is no cutscene here. Hello. Sorry it took so long. Pin this on your chest, but remember that even though you have the royal crest of Albanista, the elves will still not allow a half-elf into the forest. Received Albanista's royal crest. So, we didn't just get permission to enter the Ymir Forest, we are now official envoys of Albanista in a sense. To get to Ymir, just head off the eastern bridge, then go all the way south, then head west. Thank you. Half-elves? You mean like me? I'm sorry, Archie. It's okay, I'll just wait here in the inn and relax. We'll be back tomorrow. Huh. You would think it would be much more difficult to convince Archie to stay. Yep, she's absolutely gonna just stay at the inn and wait until we return. Who's that hooded figure he does? Definitely not Archie. Anyways, we don't have anybody with sprint shoes in our inventory. In our thingy anymore. But now we do again. In our party. You want like 3 different sets of jet boots for different occasions, theoretically, if you want to be optimal about it, but hey, it's fine. 2, 3, and I think the third step it is, then use a holy bottle and step into this guy's range. Hey, I still remember, it's crazy. I can't believe I remember all these little steps. Who are you? I'm afraid only elves are allowed this way. We have permission from His Highness. See this royal crest? I see. Please continue on. Basically, once again, I use the holy bottle, which sets my step count until the next encounter to 255, as in 255 steps until the next encounter. Then, because events and other things initiating increases the step count briefly by 1, same as running into the cutscene trigger for this card here, it increased my step counter by 1 from 255 to 0, because that's the highest number, and 0 means we never get into encounters anymore. High spirits, wee! Thank you so much for the raid and host, and welcome everybody. I hope you have a lovely day. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia, where I'm running back through the game, because this is Throwback December for us around here, and I'm just basically trying to remember what my speedrun route used to be, because there's so many things I don't remember about this game anymore. But you know what, that's quite alright. Lavender, how nice. Huh? What is it, Clarth? I thought I saw something pink behind that tree. Perhaps you're just imagining things. I don't know, I could have sworn. Hey, only elves are allowed into this area. Go back from wherever you came. You got an indie RPG you should check out, Kingdoms of the Dump. I think I might have vaguely heard about that one. Yes, I have. Oh, that's nice, so you know about it? Because it looked fascinating. Thank you for the recommendation, High Spirits. Because I did see that game and it looked fascinating, so I was kind of curious whether somebody might know more about it, and here you are. Appreciate it. Very worth the cost. Nice. That's awesome. Alrighty, let's get back to this game. Brief overview for people that just joined us. In the world of Tales of Phantasia, which is, by the way, a Super Nintendo game, and literally the first game in the Tales of series, so anyways, this is the Ymir Forest. Only pure elves are allowed in here, and half elves are not allowed here, because of course the elves just shun any elf that decided to go with a human partner one way or another. And basically, if any half elves are caught in here, well, the penalty is death. Good thing we don't have any half-elves in our party, and nobody kind of came here. Anyways, the story until now is actually probably slightly more complicated to explain, but basically, we are trying to stop a big bad evil guy like you do in most RPGs. Although, the method and exact formalities on how that works are specific to this game, and This is one of my favorites, let's put it this way. So I'm trying to explain the story as we go, so if you've never seen the game, you could technically just rewind the stream and see if you'd like it, if you would like to begin from the start. Anyways, one of the very good indie games this year. Nice. There's actually been a lot of amazing indie games this year. Hey, only elves are allowed into this area. Go back from wherever you came. Take a look at this crest. We're under the protection of the royal family of Alvanista. We'd like to speak with your leader. Alvanista's royal crest. Just a moment. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Rambard. I'm sort of in charge here. My name is Clarth, and this is Cress and Mint. I've got something to ask you. Take a look at these rings. They're rings for contracting with magical spirits, but they're broken. He instantly recognized that. We heard that someone here may know how to repair them. What we need to do is get the Heimdall to the Heimdallstone, pick up anything you'll need for a day's trip at your stores, then meet me at the north end of the village. Like, he immediately goes, alright, we need to do this, let's go. We don't even need to convince him, he's just up for it. Hey friend, a room for the night? It's 30 gold. Nah, be good. Thank you. I'm fine with three of my party members just taking a nap. Actually, it's 2 right now, never mind. Alright, here we are. Now, what, Rambert? We're looking for Heimdall, the holy place of the elven people. It's marked by a large stone with rune carved into it. What's the stone for? I'll show you. If we follow the trails the bush babies are on, we should reach Heimdall fairly easily. What is a bush baby? Adorable. These guys are bush babies. On the left here. What do bush babies sound like? Meow. I love these guys. Anyways, he tells us that follow the trail of bush babies and we're gonna be on the right track. There is actually quite a lot in this forest, and there is an additional chronoglass we could theoretically get on the left side. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Veggies. I don't entirely remember the route anymore and how to get there though, so might take me a bit to find my way through here. But the music in here is fantastic. By the way, this is also a bit of a difficulty spike when you first enter this area, because conceivably you could have done the Mines of Moria just before that, and you could have gone there at a much earlier time than necessarily where you end up at this point. So this is the first time the game knows that you must have been to all these places, so you must be really strong. So here are some strong enemies to contend with you. Get a Holy Rune and a Black Onyx. Black Onyx increases your HP by 30%, max HP that is, and a Holy Rune increases... I actually don't know what a Holy Rune does. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it's over here. This should be an hourglass. It is. And then we walk back. I think the current speedrun does no longer go over here to pick up this hourglass because it's really out of the way. But these are such crazy powerful items that when you start speedrunning the game, it is nice to have an extra so you can just use it whenever you need it for what it's worth. You could also run, but running in the overworld or in dungeons in this game basically makes each step count 2 towards the next enemy encounter. Actually, I think this is wrong. I think I need to go east one more. Rambard tells us that we can follow the bush babies. But I think I have... Oh no, this is wrong. Wait, the bush baby is right there, so technically I guess that is, by the game's definition, the correct path. But I believe, yes, there it is. This is the chest, then we go north. Oh, I was about to say, I probably should use a potion again. Anyways, we have a Mecha Halberd, which is the weapon that is about to be the normal standard in terms of power level. But it isn't yet. This is an oak root, the same enemy we fought as a mini-boss in a much earlier area, and we can two-shot it now very easily. Hey, Midclarf actually get experience for once. So we have another 255 steps, also. Yeah. Push babies. 255 steps before the next encounter happens, because we have a holy bottle active right now. Oh, I just remembered, my voice is probably completely disconnected from the music, because I didn't sync it up. I forgot to do that. I shouldn't hum along, because that's just wrong. Anyways, I love the music in this game, it's so good. This room here has no encounters, as you might expect. Actually, I'm not sure that's true. Anyways, we have arrived. It's crazy how much I remember from so many years ago, it feels like. Is this Heimdall? The legend of Ymir states that a magical spirit is sleeping within the confines of this stone. Origin? In the legend of the creation during the Ragnarok War, several magical spirits were imprisoned. The spirit Origin has the power to renew items to a previous, more original state. So we're not repairing the rings, we're just making them travel back through time before they were broken. Got it. I see, of course. Perhaps that explains the ability of the dwarves to create such amazing artifacts. Origin was their king, you know. Please try. Alright, stand back. I love this game's attention to detail. It is done. They're absolutely gorgeous. Alright then, on to Luna. Then we can help Mr. Morrison. North of Freeland continent and south of Midgard lies the Tower of the 12 Stars. You can probably find Luna in that tower. Thanks, Rambert. We are in your debt. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently was disconnected. By the way, if you might have seen various maps of the game, chances are the map didn't indicate one very secret hidden item here. Behind this. Elven boots. What did I do? That's a good question, I actually don't remember. Elven boots are made to increase your speed by 20%, so basically like nightmare boots, but not as good. I believe if you use a rune bottle on them, they turn into nightmare boots, which give you a 50% speed increase in combat. Anyways, we have to walk all the way back outside. But yeah, this is another one of these things where I just randomly stumbled upon like a Japanese map of the game, and when studying it I realized, wait a second, there's an item I don't know about. And that was that one. Do I go left here? Yes. By the way, E means it's an equipment piece, so you can actually select it from the item menu and equip it that way to a character you want. Effectively, it's actually kind of nice, because you can check, alrighty, I just got this item, check it in your inventory, it has an E equipped sign there, and then you can directly equip it from your item menu onto your characters, which is kind of convenient. Ah, didn't use another holy bottle. Snake Man. Mint is just tanking for us. Thanks, Mint. Appreciate you. Life bottle. We have plenty. Bim, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Again, I shouldn't try to imitate the melody. Look, I've got a stranger. A human. No, she's a half-elf. What? Hey, let me go! If you let me go, I'll do a little favor once we get back in the forest. Maybe we can even use these ropes. Hey, I promise you'll like it a lot. Hey, where are you going? That voice is... Archie! I knew it! You told us you'd wait in Alvanista. Well, I got bored. Can we please get these ropes off me? They're starting to chafe my beautiful skin. You know this girl? Yes, please untie her. Rambert, we can't make any exceptions. You know the law. All half-elves that come into the village must be put to death. Wait! Let her go. I'll take her place. Just let her go, please. Rambert, I beg of you. I see. Take her ropes off. But, Rambert, I said do it. Oh, my little Archie, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I do love you. What? I'm so confused. Mummy? Something wrong. I've got to get it back. That's my... You know the law. Get out. Hey, you can't hear. Mommy, Mommy. I want to see your face again. And... a bit of a brutal reunion. Because your mother just took your place for... your transgression. Well, that's a thing. Goodbye, you Emu Forest. Maybe until next time. Alright. We have the rings. Now we can get a contract with Luna. One of the more powerful summon spirits. At least, theoretically. Let me tell you, once you get Maxwell with Clarth, he actually becomes a real good damage dealer. Before that, his summons were fine, just nothing too crazy. But once you get Maxwell, he becomes really, really handy to have in combat. Alrighty, and with this, we go on by holy bottles one last time, because, fun fact, in Midgar, the town we're going to, there are no holy bottles for sale. And these 15 here have to last all the way to Midgar. And then through the next tower, and then through another entire area, and then the next dungeon on top of that. These holy bottles need to last a long time. That's the short version. Anyways, I enter this oasis and leave it again, just so my step counter is back set to 255, which should be enough to get all the way to this place. Actually, I'm not even sure that was necessary. Anyways, welcome to the Tower of 12 Stars. Why do I keep forgetting the thing that is called those star sign thingies? Anyways. It says the ancient people sang the songs of darkness. Isn't darkness right now? I remembered. Oh, this is Zodiacs. There we go. That's the correct one. That's a fun one. So basically, you need to set the background music to the correct theme in order to open up the door. That is the short version of this place. And there are these various statues around here. Like this one. Where we press buttons. And the music changes. There's a small chance I'm gonna remember which ones I need to press for each floor. It says the ancient people sang songs of happiness. I think this may or may not be correct. Oh, you're immune to lightning. That's not good. Oh, run! Hey look, Arch actually deals damage with her broom. Okay, this is not Songs of Happiness. Where is Songs of Happiness? It must be bottom left then. I think it's bottom left. No guarantee. And I'm pretty sure it's the one that is further away anyways. Yeah, that seems right. Wait. No, no. Haha, this seems right. I'm wrong. No, it is definitely not this one. I'm pretty sure it's not this one. No, this is not happiness. This is not the correct one. So it must be the one on the right bottom then. But the first one rather than the second one. No, no, I'm wrong. Sage Fund. Wait. Well, enjoy the music, I guess. Wait, was it this one? I walked into the door and it didn't work. Maybe I'm crazy? Mud Golem. You take 0 damage from this. That's a bit inconvenient, not gonna lie. I guess at this point we might as well knock you out. Archer getting some levels and experience is actually quite helpful. Okay, my instincts tell me to just use a flare bottle in order to deal more damage, but it's also just not necessary. You have a vague memory of Archer's theme being in the mix. Maybe? So maybe this was the correct one, and I just didn't walk into the door properly. No. I don't remember. Well, take care, Mystic TH. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Thanks for tanking, Archie. But there are only 2 buttons to press. Is this Songs of Happiness? This doesn't seem right. No. Oh, I'm an idiot. There's another path here. I forgot. I don't think it's this one. That's a just. I found some bread. Tasty bread. Actually, Chris, have you learned the thing in the meantime? You learned Gale Shield, so that's not what I was thinking of, but that's pretty good. I knew it was the wrong songs. There we go, this is the correct one. I know for a fact this is the correct one. I know for a fact this is the correct one. I even played this correct song in my head, thinking this must be this one. I just forgot there was a path to the bottom center. Now we go to the right. Probably. Could also be left. And I'm pretty sure it's the one further away. Nope, it is left. Stonewall. Thanks for tanking. Oh wait, you're not tanking, aren't you? This might knock me back. It didn't. How convenient. Stonewall, Ice Wand, Fireball. I believe all of these just inflict the damage over time effect on you. This one, I'm almost certain. Yes, this feels correct. More Mud Golems and Dark Mage. More Stonewall. Thanks for tanking, Archie. Next up, now we go to the right. Probably. Could also be bottom right. You know, if I just do this sufficiently enough times, eventually I'm gonna be correct. Wait, that's the same song. This is definitely not it then. Maybe here. No, that's a chest. Mantle. You can use a rune bottle on a mantle. I think it turns into flame mantle, and if you use it on a flame mantle, I think it turns into water mantle. And then back again if you use again. The ancient people sang Songs of Darkness. Didn't we have that one already? Well, it's the same song, I suppose, that we need again. So it's probably bottom right here. I think this is correct. No, that's definitely not wrong. That is not a Song of Darkness. Categorically not. I don't know why I'm using lightning, it doesn't work. Maybe I should heal Archie a little bit. Yeah, it'll be fine. This guy decided to just do nothing, which is very convenient. Is it this one? Yes, there we go, that's the correct one. I don't think it's ever that door that I entered initially in any of the floors, so I'm not sure why I would think that one is correct. Anyways, we're getting further up. Now it's to the right. But I think it's the first door here. I am wrong again. A rune bottle. I guess I'm technically correct about this door being interesting, if nothing else. No, this doesn't feel right. I don't think it's this one. Maybe I'm wrong? No, actually, this could be it. This might be it. I don't remember that long room, but there's a lot of things I don't remember. Let's see, what does it say? The ancient people sang songs of courage. No, this is it, actually. Okay. And I think... yeah, that's it. We're here. What are you doing here? These stairs lead to my elder sister's room, and you're not allowed up there. Then, what are you? First off, I'm a fairy. not an insect. Second, I'm Luna's personal assistant. You may address me as His Wonderful Benevolence Sir Artemis of the Moon. A fairy? Aren't fairies just, well, fairy tales? I thought that all the fairies were killed in the ancient war of Ragnarok. Amazing that any survived. Huh, we fairies aren't as easy to get rid of as you pesky humans might think. Regardless, there's no way I'm letting you through this door. Oh, give it up, Artemis. No. What did I tell you before? What now? What did I tell you? How are you supposed to address me? Oh, fine, your wonderful benevolence, Sir Artemis of the Moon. Please, there must be some way you will allow us to pass. Tell you what. If Toots over there, yeah, you with the pink hair, you've got the kiss summon. How about laying a nice big sloppy one on the blonde guy? Archie, wait. We've got to, if we ever gonna get to see Luna. Come on, besides, it'll be fun. For some reason, Mint just goes, no! I wonder why. Artemis, stop it. Yes, ma'am. Who is that? Artemis, give something to them in return for all the trouble you've caused them. You're a mage of sorts, right? This should be right up your alley. It's a book of spells. Archie learned Ray. This is one of the very useful spells. So thanks, Artemis. Luna will be waiting upstairs for you. See you around, suckers. You know, something about that little jerk. Something in his eyes just looked really sad. I didn't think about it before. He may very well be the last living fairy. That would be enough to make anyone sad. I suppose so. Also, a little fun fact, if you go to Midgar before entering the moon tower here, this little Artemis annoyance is going to show up, steal the crest of Albanista, and abduct you to here, so the guards don't believe you that you are from Albanista and will not let you in. Effectively, this is the game's way of telling you, hey, you should probably go and get Luna first. Hi, Luna. I forgot about this. I absolutely love Luna's sprite. It's so good. Are you? I am Luna. What can I do for you? We've taken it upon ourselves to defeat dolls, and like to request a contract with you in order to help us do so. If you want to test us in battle, I don't care how monstrous an opponent you're facing. I would rather not fight. But it seems these days there is no alternative. Very well, you have my full support. Really? You will grant me a contract? Thank you, Queen Luna. Then, let's do it. Stand back. Artemis, I have to go now. You'll just have to get along without me for a while. Alone. Clarf, you and I will forge a contract through your Moonstone ring. Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of the moon. My name is Clarth. Clarth gained the ability to summon the Moon Queen, Luna. It's a good summon. Nothing overwhelmingly useful, but good. Luna, my only sister. Now I really am alone. Don't worry, she'll come back. Probably. I'm a dingus. I missed the staircase. I should probably go back and refill unholy bottles before moving on, because I'm pretty sure I'm only supposed to use 5 in this tower. have 10 remaining for the rest of this stretch. And I mean, it's a more casual playthrough anyway, so it'll be fine. I believe this floor here does not have encounters, so it will just reset the holy bottle counter to 255. And as I said, there are no holy bottle salesmen in Midgar, so we're going back for now. Hello. Use a holy bottle before buying new ones. Effectively saves us one extra. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. Into the big city. As I've mentioned briefly before, Midgar, if you explore the city a little bit, the signs of war and the war's attrition are already quite showing on everybody. Effectively, people are functionally complaining that they don't have a whole lot of money, they don't have enough money for food, they don't have enough food. There's basically a whole lot of things missing because the entire country, city thing is just preparing for war against Daos, who everybody knows is an absolutely ridiculously mighty foe. And we, as a character set, are now ready to take him on. Hopefully. South Midgar. Hey, you there, halt! I'm going to need some ID before I can let you pass. This is Albanista's royal crest. You may pass. We're here to see Edward T. Mars. Can you take us to him? Please, this way. How much longer do we have to wait? There's a set amount of time that needs to elapse before you can continue. If you enter the menu, it will reset, I believe. What are we doing here? How much longer do we have to wait? Ah, I'm sick of waiting. Just do it what Crest does and just run in circles. There is no functional reason to run in circles, but I've always liked to try and see how many times I can run around the table before the timer runs out. Just because I can. Someone's coming. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Lyson, the King's chief advisor. Edward's told me all about you. He told me not to be fooled by your youth. I can see why. You're hardly more than children. Well, we've been hoping you'd come. Well, we have both the same goal, to defeat Daos. I don't get what Daos is after. What does he stand to gain from all of this? Daos' only goal is to destroy the world. How do we really know that? Arch, what are you saying? She's right, you know. We don't know all that much about Daos. Destroy the whole world. That's correct. Well, never mind. I think we're over-analyzing the situation. Regardless, I want to extend my thanks to you for your help. When are you expecting an attack? Let's consult with the king. I'm sure His Highness will want you to meet you in person. Spooky. So Lysen is it true that Daos warned you to stop your mistech research? If you'd have stopped, Midgard does not take orders from the likes of Daos. You just concentrate on your research. What are you doing here? Please follow me, the king wished to speak with you. What are we doing here? We're just following you. Edward, are these the warriors we've been expecting? Yes, your highness. They've proven themselves as warriors, and as heroes in their deeds in Alvanista. I'm glad that you're here to fight for our cause. Agreed. We have no relations with the elves at all. We've had a few emissaries from Alvanista come, but other than that, the magical power here in Midgard is relatively limited. So I'm glad to see you are magic users. Our recon indicates that Dahl's troops have already gathered at the north end of the Valhalla Plains. They are preparing for an attack. We've been pouring most of our funds into a secret weapon. Come with me, I'll show you. If our research goal is met, humans will be able to use magic just like elves. Won't that be wonderful? Humans using magic just like elves. It's been my lifelong dream. After we win this war, I'll see to it that you are appointed to the research team. Really? What an opportunity! I've got to get back. My staff can provide you with a few more details. My staff can provide you with a few more details. Why did my brain immediately go to... Oh, is it a healing staff? No, that's not the kind of stuff. Hi. If only the elves would aid us. I'm studying the relationship between magical spirits and their elements. If this research is successful, we'll be able to attack Daos ourselves. I'm sorry, you can't enter through this door. Because you stand in the way. If you wouldn't stand in the way, I could. I've been working every day for over a month. I need a vacation. But Midgard needs me now more than ever. If we had the magic that the elves had, we could slaughter Daos. We're building a better tomorrow through science. Seems like the more work I do, the more work it creates. I'm studying the properties of magical flight. May I have your broom? Hell no! Our staff uses a staff, also called a broom. Right, maybe not quite that kind of broom. Funny you mentioned the broom, because I didn't remember that guy talking about the broom either. By the way, as soon as he leaves you there in the Magitech Research Factory, you can just leave, you don't have to talk to anybody. I just figured out curious what they think about. Something's fishy. What do you mean? I don't get what Daos has to gain from a war like this. I realize he attacked the villages, but... But what? Why hasn't Daos moved against Euclid or Venetia? He's already shown us he could destroy an entire country from the inside out. Remember what he did to Alvanista's prince? And he still hasn't really done anything against Midgard. Why not? We can't answer those questions. Have you forgotten what he did to Harmel? That was a private affair. Daos was responsible for the deaths of Leah and her parents, and even Demetel. How can you just make excuses for him? Cress, stop it. My point is... why? What are you talking about? What do all these places have in common? Well... because the other villages haven't been attacked, there must be some connection between the Scarlets, Harmel and Midgard. Well, I'm stumped. Let's go ask my father. I need to see him anyway. Now? There's a gigantic war about to begin, and you want to see your daddy? Don't be ridiculous. We'll be back in a flash. Archie, will you tell us what you're thinking? Never mind. Let's go already. I think Cress kind of misunderstood the part where Archie was... She wasn't defending Dawes. She wasn't saying that we shouldn't stop him. She was just mostly wondering... His motives are kind of unknown to us. Well, Archie, here we are. Archie? She's angry. Daddy, you lied to me. Mommy's not dead. Why did you tell me that? No, Archie. You don't understand. So, you found her then? I see. Why did she leave us, Daddy? Did you have an affair? How can you even consider that? Really, Archie, how dare you speak to your father like that? Until 10 years ago, elves and humans coexisted in peace. Then, one day, the elves decided to secede from human society. They moved to the Ymir forest. Of course, not all the elves agreed with the High Council's decision. Lush and I were separated by force. Lush! Do you really have to go? My love, I'm so sorry. Why can't we run away and be happy together? Lush, please reconsider. Bart, my love, I'd give anything to be with you a little longer. Lush, why is this happening? You underestimate the differences between our two races, human. Your kind has to take the time to learn the error of your ways. What are you talking about? And until you do, don't count on ever seeing another elf. I don't understand. Lush. What did he mean by the error of your ways? I don't know what the elf meant, but before they took her away, Luce asked me to tell you she was dead, Archie. Oh, Mommy. Archie. Daddy, please don't be angry with her. She told me how sorry she was. I've never been angry with her. What happened wasn't any of our fault. I'm just sorry, my daughter. Bart, we need to ask you a few questions. Did Leah's parents do something wrong? What do you mean? There's got to be some connection between the Scarlet family and Midgard. Well, they moved to Harmel from Midgard several years ago. Supposedly they were working on some top-secret project for the government. Perhaps they were looking for a way to use magical power against Daos. Why is that Daos and magic seem to be interrelated? He's afraid. It's his only weakness. We've got to get to Midgard. Agreed. Let's go. Huh? Something's going on at the castle gate. And this is my cue to briefly go out and save, because this is where things are gonna get a little bit sketchy with my current levels. Mostly because Archer's not high level. Mr. Morrison, what is it? It's about time you showed up. Just Stormna, what do you want of us? I'm here to deliver a message from Daos himself. You were warned. You wanted a war, so let your war begin. What do you mean? Don't move. Take one more step, and I'll disembowel him. You wouldn't. Oh, I can't. The will. The blood of the innocent is already upon your hands. This is what Midgard wants, not me. Archie, watch carefully. Time travel. What? You couldn't have... Edward, no! This is a very preliminary form of magic-induced time travel. That'll be the last spell you ever cast. Please don't make the same mistakes I did. What's happening? That is one hell of a way to go out. That was just like when Tornix... Edward. Archie? Do you still have any doubts about how we need to deal with dolls? You saw that. That coward would do anything to see us dead as long as he doesn't have to show up himself. Alright, I'll keep my mouth shut from now on. Chris, now that Edward is dead, has history changed? I don't know. But that's the second time a Morrison saved our lives. This is too much. We need to defeat Daos once and for all. Take a look at this map. Oh right, that was actually too early, it's not yet. As you know, Daos Castle is just to the northeast of our country. There is only one bridge between here and Daos Island, so this is obviously the only viable battleground. We'll be waiting here for all the battalions to meet and join forces. We estimate that Daos forces will reach Midgard in 5 days. It is imperative that we intercept Daos army before then. If we take more than 5 days, then the enemy's troops will be able to invade the city. We've got to hold our ground while the strike force takes out their commander. It's a dangerous mission, but it's the most effective way of an attack. General Atwood will head the first team. General Marquis will lead the second group. The third group will be headed by General Faulkner. Clark, I'd like you to lead the final group. Are you sure you want to place a man with absolutely no military training in command? You're forgetting yourself, General. I head this military, and at this moment, I've got no tolerance for insubordination. If you're having any doubts, I suggest you pack up and leave now. Otherwise, sit back down and start following orders. Yes, sir. If I didn't call your name just now, please leave, as I'd like to consult with the team leaders. You'll all be informed of your strategy later. Go into town and pick up any equipment you think you may need. I've got to stay here and plan. I've arranged for you to stay at the inn. Come back to see me tomorrow. Well, come to see me back tomorrow. These talks sure are going to take a really long time. The funny thing is, walking down and up these steps seems to follow Die Hard for the NES logic because one day has already passed. But only if your feet are full of glass splitters. Anyways, that's a weird reference almost nobody's gonna get. Sorry about that. Clark, are you finished? Yes, we were up all night, but we're finished now. Well, what's the plan? It's obvious that the soldiers wish that they didn't need help from outsiders like us. Why should they care? Well, we'll just have to prove to them that they couldn't have done it without us. How is the machine? It's functioning perfectly. We'll see how Daos feels after a taste of Mystic Ken. You got that reference? That's crazy. In the year 4202. In Almanista, the people prepare for a disaster. The bloodiest war in history, the Valhalla conflict. The war's greatest hero, Edward D. Morrison. Has his death changed the outcome of the war? Only time will tell. The king will reward you according to your performance this battle. Colonel Atwood says, "What? We're not mercenaries. We should be out here for the love of our country." Well, let's get this started. Good luck. Alright, we have 5 days to defeat the opponents. The goal is to reach the general in Da's army and take him out. If you're touched by an enemy in the environment, you'll have to fight them. Head northeast through the plains to their commander. In a speedrun, this is the reason as to why you buy the Mystic Jewel, so you can run away from encounters. Because you cannot just use holy bottles in order to run away from encounters. You have to effectively, actually, I kind of want to keep you. We have to effectively try and escape if we ever get touched. Or, I mean, we could just fight them technically, but who would do such a silly thing? Let's see if I remember where to go through. Also, I used oh what, that still hit me. I usually use menu buffer strats in order to run away effectively. So, head. These guys' movement is largely random. How many there are, where they spawn, and what kind of pattern they have is also very random. Thanks for healing him. Mint still hasn't learned a stronger healing spell. Poor Mint. Anyways, these guys here, there's like 2 types of enemies. One that are randomly walking away, and 2, the ones that are static. The ones that are static are basically just reacting to you getting close to proximity, and then they try to chase you at double speed like this guy does. So effectively, if I play this well, I never get into an encounter. But realistically, there are so many of these enemies frequently enough that avoiding all of them consistently is extremely difficult. Improbable, I would even say. Let's see if I can get past. Alright, we can. This guy, this is why I opened the menu at the beginning. That guy just hugged me at the beginning. Okay, now it's normal, so we can get through. I don't entirely remember the route through this, but I think this feels about right. Maybe. I might have already gone, of course. There's more than one way through this entire area. Like, it's an entire interconnected set of areas that you're trying to traverse and reach the enemy general. I actually kind of want Clark to be awake for this, honestly. So we'll want to revive him before we battle the general. It's midnight rest now? No. We just fight through the night. Oh, that's not good. Run away! Mint just tanking for all of us. These guys paralyze instead of petrify, which is... more convenient? Where's my remedy bottle? Remedy... oh, all the way to the top. Poison is not that bad of an effect, but it's just very awkward when you have it on the characters because it just blurs the screen with every step, which is very inconvenient. Again, not a big deal, but here we are. Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna revive Ralph here because it's not necessary, but it's convenient to have him around. If I ever find the life bottles, there they are. Mint, can you help me out with your healing, please? Thank you kindly. Alright. Then... we could change formations, but I'm actually curious. No, it's fine. I was about to say, so here's a little fun tidbit. This is one of the very few cases where running away from a boss fight in particular, if you remember, that's a bit of a glitch, that is not something you're supposed to do, but you can, and in this one instance, technically, it could theoretically result in a skip for a speedrun. Because if you manage to run away from this guy, and run out to the right side of the screen, you land directly at Dahl's castle and you skip an entire sequence of events. However, the problem is afterwards that the entire Midgard field is still in battle state afterwards. So when you come back here later, you're just softlocked and you can no longer proceed because you're supposed to go somewhere else, but you can't at that point anymore. So unfortunately, while you can skip technically this boss fight an entire set of sequences, afterwards you seem to be just softlocked and I have never found a way around that. Maybe somebody else can find it. Anyways. It's impressive that you made it this far. I am a run-through, Dahl's general. Now you must die. Oh, inconvenient. Alright, let me actually show you. Maxwell. We have actually never casted Maxwell until now. Or, well, we're not gonna see it now because Clark just got hit. He cast Thunderblade. How inconvenient. Well, I guess we're not gonna see it, Maxwell. We're gonna see Maxwell later, no problem. Let's cast Ray. I think Ray works against this guy pretty well. Ray's a really nice spell for dealing good chunk of damage to multiple enemies. It's not particularly fast. So generally speaking, you do prefer just having Crest just deal the damage with his Tiger Teeth whenever you can, or in specific circumstances, if you can arrange it, you try to use another ability called Gale Shield, which is supposed to be a shield, but the way I use it is way more offensive. You know, what if an enemy takes damage from a shield? Not much damage, just a bit, and then gets knocked back. But the catch about that shield is, what if the enemy can't get knocked back anymore? And it just stays in the shield. That is the entire concept of the Gale Shield thing. Anyways, we defeated the general on day 2. You can do this way faster if you know what you're doing. Mint has learned heal. Arching in a few levels. You know, Mint having heal is actually very helpful. Look, Dahl's army is retreating. Let's head back. And this was our objective, defeating this clown. Now I want to go outside and save. Because now the sketchy situation begins. You know what, actually, one thing. Well, Archie. I actually want her to have one of the black onyx we have, just so he has more maximum HP to work with. And we're also gonna give her... yeah, I guess I don't usually have a second mental ring anyway, so we just have this one. This is fine. because we will need her assistance quite a bit in the upcoming section. For a reason that is really weird, but you'll see, I'll explain. Sir Cress, His Highness is expecting you. Also, depending on how many enemies you defeat and or how quick you are to defeat the enemy general, you get different rewards. Frankly, I don't remember what the rewards are. First, I want to thank you all for your amazing effort in saving us from the forces of Daos. You've made all of Midgard proud. I also want to recognize those who perform beyond the call of duty. I think we all need to recognize the contribution of Mr. Clark F. Lester. Thank you, Your Highness. I'd like to present you with a token of our gratitude. Receive 10,000 gold from the Royal Treasury. Thank you, Your Highness. I'd also like to thank you all for your help and support in this conflict. King William! What? What's happening? The enemy is on their way. I thought we'd taken them out on the plains. No, they're in the sky. An aerial attack? Conceptually, from the setup, I absolutely love this sequence here. Get the catapults up and running as soon as possible. Yes, Admiral. You escort His Highness to his shelter. No, I can't desert my people in our greatest hour of need. I'm prepared to fight and die, alongside you all. Yes, my liege. Now's the time to reveal to Daos the power of our secret weapon. They're in danger. We've got to do something to help them. But how will we get high enough to do any damage? Let's go! You who wield the Gungnir. Its importance is beyond your comprehension. Cress, where are you going? I thought I heard a woman's voice. Are you feeling okay? I didn't hear anything. He disappeared. Cress, what's happening? Min, get up! Clark, we need your help up here. But my friend is... Now is not the time to mourn. That's what's important are the lives that aren't lost yet. Come on. Damn it all. You know, that soldier has his head straight up. Because he tries to immediately talk sense into Clark. Slightly misunderstanding the situation, to be fair, but... Like, that guy is actually pretty good if you think about his reasoning immediately, in the spur of the moment. Especially given the urgency of the situation. Did Daos send you here? No. I work for Odin. I'm a Valkyrie. Odin? Valkyrie? What did you bring me here for? You need to return what is not rightfully yours. The Gungnir belongs to Odin, not you. That's not fair. Brunlong gave it to me, it's mine now. Bah! The humans found Gungnir and claimed it for themselves. If you return it to me now, I'll see that you get something in exchange for it. I've got an idea. This horse can fly, right? Confirming target. Solar battery is at 99.2%. Firing system is operational. You may fire when ready. Admiral, firing sequence begun. It's a pretty neat cutscene, especially for Super Nintendo. What I will say is the PlayStation cutscene of this looks actually quite glorious as well. Mana is disappearing. So the cannon makes mana disappear. Because it gathered all of it and just shot it all in one shot or something. Ha! Did you see that? That's how it's done. There are still more on the way. Prepare the cannon for another blast. What's happening? I don't know, it's overloading. No, not now, my beautiful machine. Did you see that? They were all obliterated. One more shot should wipe the others out. There's a problem. We can't use the Mystic Cannon. What do you mean? Perhaps combining science and magic isn't such a good idea. Now what? Curses. If only Cress were here. About that. He has a flying horse now. Cress, are you alright? Cress, is that really you? I'm sorry you were worried. Cress, where did you find that beautiful creature? Not time to explain now. If we can fly, we can fight. Wait for me, I'm coming with you. With just your broom? I can't fly that high for long, but I think I can manage. Come on, let's go. You can't do this without my help, and you know it. I can lend the mage my power of flight. Thank you, Pegasus. Let's just get this over with. We're off! Again, conceptually, I absolutely love this scene because once again the game acknowledges that Archie can fly. She cannot fly that high normally, but the Pegasus recognizes that, well, I can lend you a little bit of extra power, which is nice. Anyways, this is why it's nice to have Thunderblade on Archie, because she can actually deal good damage here. Conceptually, I absolutely love the fight because we are two people against basically what is functionally a huge army. Also, this is the reason why I gave Archie a broom. Occasionally she will be able to bonk enemies with it here. And the other part is, unfortunately, gameplay-wise, this is not a great sequence. Like, I think it's way better on the PlayStation than any other version, but Super Nintendo, there is one huge glaring problem with this. Cress cannot use any of his abilities. So all I have is a jumping attack here, like this, if I double press the A button. If I press the A button once, he runs up and does an awkward, slow stab. Plus, he currently has the Gungnir weapon equipped, because thematically that just makes sense. But unfortunately it's also kind of a relatively weak weapon, all things considered. These guys here are entirely and absolutely immune to magic. I cannot hit this guy because I'm stabbing too high. Which is very, very awkward to try and deal with this guy. I'm trying to have also Archie just stay really far away so she is not caught in the like blast, so to speak. So in order for me to hit the guy on the left side, I have to specifically either have Archie hit him with her broom. Let me actually move Archie slightly closer so she can try to hit him. Like, this technically kind of works, but this guy can also teleport. But here's the problem. Right now, I cannot physically hit this little nuisance. If Archie casts a spell, this thing will just heal heal from it, because it absorbs literally every element. I have to wait until it teleports away, run up from far enough away, double tap the A button so I do a jumping attack, because otherwise I literally cannot hit this guy. Again, I love this sequence, just kind of for its theme and concept. Unfortunately, gameplay-wise on the Super Nintendo, it kind of misses the mark a bit. But it's not all that bad if you're well prepared. The problem is in a casual playthrough, you don't know what's coming, so you might not be prepared. These guys are reasonably weak to Ray, and even though the little sprite annoyance is gonna not take any damage, the gargoyles actually take one stab attack and one ray in order to go down. Oh, never mind, 2 stab attacks. Maybe it's 1 jump attack. Also, the bird just got healed. Probably should heal sometime. Oh. Oh. Like, this thing attacks fast. Also, just realized I should have given Cress a Black Onyx as well, so he would be able to tank better. Welcome to you, Emmanuel Gaming. Hope you're doing well. You can just rewind and watch from the beginning if you'd like to with Twitch's feature nowadays. I actually don't remember when they implemented that, but that's a thing now. So it's much easier to go back in the VOD and catch the beginning. If you do so, I hope you have a wonderful time with it, and thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. Alright, Fury Slash, there we go. This is the big attack that I was looking for the entire time earlier. We learned it. Welcome to the boss fight. This boss fight is significantly easier than the 3 little mages earlier. This is also the boss fight where... It's not a difficult or dangerous boss fight for the most part. It's just really slow and annoying. Which is why, in the speedrun, this is what you use the yellow cake for. I love the innovation and sound effect for it. The yellow cake deals... Basically it casts Exploder, which is a high-level fire spell onto the enemies. And... effectively, you try to get rid of the Ishrantu boss immediately. With, I think, 2 rays... Oh, that already did it. Never mind. 2 rays and 2 yellow cakes will get rid of him. In the speedrun nowadays, I think you only pick up 1 yellow cake because I think 2 rays, some attacks, and 1 yellow cake will do the trick. Then it's just this little Charon remaining, the true final boss, because I can only hit it with jump attacks. And we got it. We gained some levels. Archie gaining levels is also quite nice, so she gets more maximum spell points, or TP. Mana is disappearing? Is this Seeker of Mana? Maybe. It was a tree. There was a tree spirit. Alrighty. Pegasus, we are in your debt. I was only here at Odin's request. Now I'm leaving, and I'm taking Gungnir with me. Farewell. All business, no play with Pegasus. Cress, Archie, are you injured? Nothing we can't recover from. The rest of Dal's forces have retreated. If only we'd poured more resources into developing flight. You've made the king very proud. He wishes to thank you. It's too early for that. Dals is still out there. That's a much more pressing issue. Perhaps, but the battle is won for the day. Please rest, and we'll talk more tomorrow. Also, take this. It's a book of spells. This book was left on Edward's desk. He told me that if something happened to him, I should give this book to Archie. Edward? Archie learned how to cast the indignation spell. If you remember, in the very first cutscene, when you start the game, there's like a little battle scene where a mage casts indignation. This is that spell. Edward never got to finish his research. I hope that someday someone continues his work. And I hope somehow he managed to get an offspring anyways, because otherwise the future is gonna be really awkward for us. Alright then, let's head to Dal's castle. This has such an air of finality to it, where you won a big fight, now you pushed him back to his domain, but now you invade his domain and get Dal's for good. At least, that's the plan. Alrighty. Let's go. And can I... Right, we actually don't have any skill on Cress. So Tiger Teeth is a really good ability. However, Fury Slash, I have no idea what it's normally called in the Tales of series, sorry. This is the Tales of game I played the most. Fury Slash is insanely good. Like, if you think the Tiger Fang just attacking twice was pretty decent, this is just like 5 levels above that. It is that good. It's just a singular slash, but it has so much more reach, and the damage is kind of crazy. What does regular streams mean? A regular streams means, well, streaming 3 to 4, 5 times a week, maybe more sometimes. Because currently this is what I do for a living. But there's a decent chance that's not gonna be anymore next year. Alrighty, after running through this field for a while, we arrive over here. Welcome to Dow's Castle. This place is huge. Let's see how much I remember. Is that a good or a bad change? I would categorize it as the end of a dream, if that makes sense. To give a more detailed overlook, this one, yeah, Finnish Colin just posted a detail thingy. More details can be found there. I have to admit, I don't have it in me to just kind of repeat that every stream. Not because it's tedious, but I'd like to focus more on the pleasant part of this. Anyways, this statue here has a mystical rune inside of it. And now we have 2 mystical runes, so that means we can have 2 people casting their spells twice as quickly. So we're gonna exchange your mental ring with a mystical rune, because archer spells are starting to become really, really good and useful at this point in the game. Then this formation is largely fine. We're actually gonna move Clark over here, Mint in the middle, and Archie all the way back. Basically, we prefer if Archie and Clark don't get hit by enemies, so they can just freely cast their spells. Effectively, we are putting a bit of a buffer between us. I think that's everything over here. By the way, I did not actually know that mystical rune existed for a long time, so it wasn't in my first set of speedruns. Similarly, I didn't realize you could interact with this pot. These flowers can be made into medicine. Found the savory in the sage. How convenient. Alrighty. Next up. You're supposed to hit this switch once. Go into this door, but the door on the left closed. In here is a book of spells. We learned Firestorm. Funnily enough, we can get Firestorm in this castle without opening up this chest. But it's not exactly intended that way. Anyways, we can do the same shenanigans we did earlier by moving one step down and immediately back up. Oh, this reminds me actually. Cress had the Gungnir equipped, force equipped during the previous battle, and he has nothing equipped right now because it was taken away. So he probably should equip something on him so he has a weapon. So we find some halberds here, and this is a mecha halberd for some reason. Anyways, new weapon. Oh, I forgot. Oh. 5 Charons. That is most unpleasant encounter. So here's a little fun fact. Clarth, Maxwell is not elemental. So if we cast Maxwell, these guys cannot absorb the damage from it. And he will actually deal damage. Maxwell has a wide range of how much damage it can possibly do. And this is a pretty rough encounter to get into. Let me run, you clown. Oh, this might be bad, because I think this is gonna interrupt me. Yeah. We might have to actually fight this. Or we got away, that's lucky. I should probably highlight, so if you would like to have a more direct description from me, at the end of the stream of the 1st of December for the Terranigma is like kind of a more direct way of how I expressed what is happening with the stream thing, so to speak. If that makes sense. Alright, we're back to full health, we're fine. Then we go straight forward, and I forget the thingy here. Up, down, right, left, down, up. Up. Down, right, left, down, up. Why do you have 4 switches on the floor and the directions on how to activate them right next to it? That is a fantastic question. The funny part is, there is actually like a setup reason for that. Anyways, look at this mirror. Are we possessed? Because this thing is moving exactly as we do. Spooky. Another mirror facing this one will allow you to pass. Mysterious. I might have missed too many. Oh no, we're fine. This room has no encounter, so it resets the step counter. Isn't that the same language that was written in the Moria Gallery? Archie, can you read it? It says we need to press the switches on both sides at the same time. Eh? Let's try it. This is quite tricky to do. Because Archie is a bit of a chaos gremlin. Ah, it's too early. Want to try again? In the PlayStation version, if you fail this too many times, Clarf and Mint get really angry at you and just do it perfectly first try. This version here has no such safety features, you just have to deal with the chaos gremlin that is Archie. You did it! Fantastic. And my holy bottle didn't run out. If I fail this one more time, I think my holy bottle runs out. It's a little bit awkward. Yep, it does. There's a bunch of treasure and all sorts of things in the areas to the side. But we're ignoring most of these for now. Well, I say for now, but... Fun fact, this room here also has no encounters. And there's a statue here. What do you do with a statue? Why can't you move so fast while pulling a statue across? Thought this was always supposed to be slow. Ah, got it! What do we got? Why did we push the statue down? Find out later. Oh, actually, we find out right now. We're supposed to push the statue here. Then, step on the switch. And if we leave, the doors closes. So, we clearly need to put another statue on the switch or something. But here is where I feel like more RPGs should acknowledge this possibility. This door will only stay open if someone stays here on the switch to keep it pressed down. Who will you leave behind? We leave behind Mint for now. Bye, Mint. Don't get eaten by the Gru or something. Don't worry, we'll get back there, probably. This room also has no encounters, and if you interact with this guy from one tile away, it's a book of spells! Archie learned Firestorm. Again, the game doesn't expect you to interact with various NPCs and triggers because you're not supposed to. You're just supposed to walk up to them and then try to talk to them. And this one would just immediately initiate combat. But if you just stand one tile away from it and press the E button, it's a book of spells. Archie learned Firestorm. Loading it multiple times does nothing to my knowledge. It just... If I didn't pick up the Firestorm from the chest earlier in the castle, I would be able to technically pick it up here. Not in quite an intended way. Anyways, let's see... Everybody's healthy? Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I'm gonna move you apart a little bit. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. This treasure is forbidden! Just holding the X button to immediately open the menu. Clarf is going to use Max Spell on the guy in the back. Archie is going to use Ray on... Actually, I think Firestorm. The lizards are weak to fire for some reason. Maxwell has a decent chance of knocking this one lizard out immediately. Because it can roll really high numbers, like 1,700 like there. And the lizard is down, now we just have this guy remaining. Let me show you the power of the Fury Slash. 1,700 per attack. He can block it, it's not an unblockable attack. But yeah, we just destroy these guys. Now, if we get lucky, the lizards have a chance of dropping us a question mark sword. There's one question mark weapon. We guaranteed get a rune bottle from the weird gremlin guy on the other side. So we can use that rune bottle in order to identify that weapon that we just get. There's a chance this is a really good weapon. Oh, we got it! First try! That is amazing, actually. The Moon Phalanx. This is a holy elemental weapon kind of thing. Anyways, this is way stronger than a mecha halberd in most circumstances. Unless the enemy happens to resist holy, but inside here we don't have to worry about it. We get the magic mirror. Fantastic. Now we grab the magic mirror and go back. Because that room we were just in has no enemy encounters, our step counter once again from the holy bottle is reset to 255 steps. Which I believe is far enough to get back to Mint. Actually, no. We can get to the top of this staircase and then have to use another holy bottle. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, this kind of worked. But yeah, you leave Mint here because Clarf and Archie are really helpful in that battle. We're gonna leave no one behind for now. And we're just gonna go here. Now that we have the magic mirror, if you remember the text in the previous section, if you have a mirror facing against another mirror, you can pass through. And that's exactly what we're gonna do in the previous areas. You have to backtrack quite a bit. All the way to this room. I believe all of the mirrors in this area have like some form of treasures behind them. This room here. But this one is the most interesting one. Press, look out! And we can fight the guys. Just gonna have Archie cast Firestorm on this guy. The Moon Phallux will absolutely murder this guy here. And this guy too. Technically, I could just turn around and Fury Slash the guy in one hit. But using Firestorm is slightly more reliable, even if it's a bit slower. The mirror draws you through. Once we get rid of the ghostly apparition, the mirror becomes full. We find an hourglass here, a bunch of money, lavender, another elixir, and white mist, if we didn't already have one. This is entirely optional, this area, but the main reason why this was in the speedrun route is because hourglasses are premium in a speedrun, where you try to use them at very specific sections to defeat various bosses in effective ways. I think I want to use a flare bottle here to one-shot that guy potentially. I think a crit with a flare bottle can one-shot that guy. Don't block now. Oh, poor Mint. What's going on? We'll get drawn through the mirror. It turns into a passive. We actually kind of want Mint to be alive here, preferably, so she gets some levels. Mostly for maximum health, so she survives something. Which reminds me, we could give Mint, at least for now, a black onyx, so she gets more maximum HP temporarily. It's not necessary technically, but it makes it just a little bit safer. Not much, to be fair. I don't remember when I needed to use a holy bottle, but hope you remember the previous thing. Horizontally flip the last code. Up, down, left, right, down, up. I'm surprised I remembered. Anyways, we found a gold key. This is the key we need in order to go all the way. Now, the problem is, we have to get past the room with the switch, where we need to leave somebody behind. But Tales of Phantasia, once again, has a very clever solution that I feel like more RPGs should implement in such a way. But at the same time, it is not a particularly, like, gamer-intuitive solution, if you will. Funnily enough, maybe somebody who's less, like, experienced in gaming might have less trouble with this puzzle than somebody who is, you know, more usually well-versed in concepts and ideas that come up. Because it's very logical. It's just, I'm not sure you would necessarily think about it. So who do we leave behind? Well, Archie, of course. Why? Well, let me show you. We have a key to this door. And, hey, look down there. It's Archie. Hey Archie, Archie, up here! I'm coming, I'm coming! That broom of yours sure comes in handy. Yep, Archie can just fly up here. Why didn't we do the same as the thing on the balcony and had to go all the way out of our way to get a gold key? Well, we need the gold key anyway, so I guess it's fair. Anyways, we're actually almost there, funnily enough. If you know where to go, this dungeon is not too bad. But if you don't know where to go, it's a bit of a long one. Alright. The time has come to actually do some shenanigans first, before we do anything else. So, in the meantime, we have acquired a bunch... Where is it? Not verbena. We need to look for sage and savory leaves. Both of these are gonna be useful in a second here. We have a bunch of sage and we have a bunch of savory. And the reason for those being useful is, you know, reasonably obvious, because they increase our maximum HP if we use them appropriately. We just need to find where we have the rune bottles in our inventory. There it is. Alright, savory. If we turn them into red savory, they increase TP by 10% each. If we use a rune bottle again on these, they turn into red sage, increasing HP by 10% each. And we have more sage somewhere. I actually picked up way more sage than you would normally. This is a kind of overkill having 11. But it's also convenient. Because, and that's kind of the fun part about this, these red sage items, I did not mean to order, oh well, increase your maximum HP by 10% of your current maximum HP. So Crest is gonna get 274 HP out of this. And if we leave the menu and come back in, the game will update his current max HP to 3014 properly. Now, what do I mean with properly? If I were to just continuously have used these red sage items on Cress, he would have gotten 274 HP each time. But if I just leave the menu and come back, the game properly updates his current maximum HP. Oh, I didn't give him the Onyx, I'm a dingus. It updates his current maximum HP to the current value. I should have... I'm a dingus. I needed to equip the black Onyx on him, because all temporary max HP increases do count for this. So I could have actually gotten even more HP out of it. Actually, I wonder... I think the Holy Rune increases your max HP by 5%. I don't know if that stacks with the black Onyx. Let's see, 4309... It does not stack. That's good to know. Anyways, red sage. Leave the menu. 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 The reason I actually need to leave the menu, I just realized, is because otherwise it doesn't update the maximum HP with the black Onyx. I think you actually would get the appropriate amount of max HP from the leaves themselves. Just the black Onyx max HP doesn't update until we leave. 8728 if we leave and re-enter. Our max HP is now 8966. So that was the reason why you need to leave the menu. I was actually wrong about the previous part. Alright, and with this, our maximum HP is 9999. The absolute maximum we can possibly have, and we still have 2 red sages, which actually means what we can do is we can unequip the black Onyx and use the red sages. By the way, if I were to use the black Onyx right there, and the red sages right there, it would not increase my maximum HP at all anymore, because it's technically maxed out. But because it was only maxed out because of the black Onyx, now we can max it out slightly better. Now we have 9429 HP. Oh yeah, the Holy Ring would have slightly optimized that, you're right. I forgot, sorry. It's okay. We're going to max out our HP without the Black Onyx anyways. Because we just have that much, like, leeway with this. Anyways, we can now equip the Nightmare Boots again. We don't need the Black Onyx anymore. Because we are just fine. In fact, actually, we can equip the Battle Rune for extra damage instead. Now we have 30% less damage taken from the Persian Boots, and way more HP than the game ever expects to for us to have at this point in the game. Alright, shenanigans over, let's open this door. I know this symbol. What does it mean? It means we need 4 people facing 4 different directions, their power can open the door. So this is the reason, practical reason I guess, why we could not in fact leave any characters behind earlier. So you could not actually go and beat the final boss fight by leaving Mint or Archie or something behind properly. You have to have all 4 characters here. And this clown is in the way. Hi. You'll never make it to the house. Alright, I'm never gonna make it to the house, you say. I'm inclined to disagree. Also, because all healing items are percentage based, the fun result of that is that our healing items are just as effective. Well, they are dramatically more effective than before we had this much inflated maximum HP. But just in case, we could use the rune bottles on, let's say, an apple gummy to turn it into... I don't know what it's called anymore. It's a different gummy that heals for 60% of our maximum HP each time we use it. Alright, we heal up everybody to full. We set our status, or our orientation, to a very specific set. We have these 2 all the way back. Mint in the front, but not too far in the front. But still far enough away, so if she gets hit by an enemy projectile, she does go back. We also have Mint set to healing as much as she can. And we also need to recover Mint's MP quite a bit here. So we use orange gummies for you. And that's basically our setup for this coming boss fight. Now, in a speedrun, when I was originally routing this, or well, more specifically, let me rewind a little bit further. In my first casual playthrough, this boss fight is monstrous. Like, this guy is no joke. I was actually kind of curious on how you would efficiently and effectively defeat this guy, because that just didn't seem like a good way to handle him. The tool-assisted speedrun just does shenanigans because it can manipulate everything and just wins really fast. But the other speedrun from the Japanese person, I feel like struggled quite a bit here. I figured out a very nice little interesting strategy. But before that, we get to talk a little. Daos! There you are. This is it. You're mine. What's wrong? Afraid? You should be. What are you doing here? I have no quarrel with you. Oh, but I've got reason to fight with you. So you're nothing more than Midgard's pawns. I suppose I've got no choice but to kill you. This is it, Daos. You're finished. Welcome to this battle. Let me explain. This big lug is Daos. He's really strong, like absurdly strong. Even Cress at this buffed of an HP threshold might have trouble trying to keep up with him. However, I mentioned this very early in the run when we were just early game, but enemies that are behind other enemies often just kinda do nothing. Like, unless they are specifically spellcasters, they often just wait until they get into range of your character to be able to attack. So if I were to just take like 2 steps forward into like the little gremlin's hitbox here, Daos would actually start attacking me, but because there's an enemy in the way, he's actually never gonna move past that enemy and get to me. So functionally, what I can do is I can have Archie cast Indignation. And Indignation is the spell to defeat this guy. 4,700 damage. And I have Cress in the front, just stand here, tank these guys. Ideally, Daos walks so far back that the guy right in front of Cress here does not actually get hit, because if, ideally, this guy here does not take enough damage for him to get knocked out before Daos gets knocked out. This is not as fast as the tool-assisted speedrun, but this is way faster than any other strategy and more reliable you could necessarily think of. I'm actually quite happy with the strategy I came up with. I'm also trying to stand in a way where these little projectiles don't hit our backline characters, because I'm trying to have Mint just heal Cress here. That way we save the most resources and we can just have Archie continuously cast Indignation over and over and over. This guy has a lot of HP. Again, he's no joke. Sona Bagana. We also can do this. Oh no, I can't. Everybody is as far back as they could possibly be. Oh, ooh. I'm glad this guy interrupted me because I almost one-shot him there. Or well, nuked that enemy because he was in the way, I guess. Anyways, Archie's about to run out of TP, so we give her one orange gummy. This is also why it's nice for Archie to have some extra levels. That way she can cast this a bit more frequently. Funnily enough, giving her levels doesn't... Oh no. Giving her levels doesn't actually really increase the amount of damage he does that much in this game, in this battle here. Like, it increases it a bit, I think. Come on, Archie, we need more. This is a... Okay, we got him. Well, yatta, but the blue stars run away. But this is also kind of reminiscent of the very first cutscene we've seen in the intro. Iro's love learned. I forget what that even is. No, he vanished. Damn you, dolls. Do you hear me? Someday you'll pay for the death of my family. Cress? Now what? Well, we're not doing anything here. We best head back. Kind of like an intro cutscene. He escaped with a time magic spell. There you are. I'm so sorry. I know how much Edward meant to you. It's not your fault. He did what he had to do. I have a letter here from Edward. It's a goodbye. He gave me this key and told me to take care of you, now that he's unable to do so himself. What is this key for? I don't know. Let's go to Edward's house and see what Lilith can tell us. Runglum, what a pleasant surprise. Long time no see, Lilith. I wish I could be here under happier circumstances. I'm a survivor, Runglum. Sometimes I don't even think about him being gone for good. He was here so little of the time when he was alive. We need to get into Edward's library. Well, I have no problem with that, but the room is locked. Is this the key? Yes. Where did you find it? Edward gave it to me in a letter. Well then, follow me. This is the library. Edward was researching something no one had ever dreamed of. Time travel was always thought to be impossible. And all his notes are here. Huh? In short, the ancient city of Thor was sunk deep into the ocean, but supposedly they had time travel technology. Thor? The ancient civilization in the legends? Even if Thor exists, how are we going to get to the bottom of the ocean? The city would still be relatively intact, but the book doesn't say how to get there. I don't think my magic could help. Perhaps there's something I can do. So, what will you do now? I estimate that Thor was about 100 kilometers northeast of Venezia. Well, I'd go with you, but I need to get back to Albanista. Well, then let's catch a ship from Venezia. We've got to save the Tree of Life before we go, or magic and mana will surely die. That's true. We can't use our magic. Then Daos will kick the living crap out of us. Blunt, Archie, but it does get the point across. Wait, I don't understand. Then we've got to save the tree first, save magic in this time, then head to Thor. Yes, indeed. I don't know what this yes and no option does. I don't think it does anything at all. Like, yes, no. Anyways, we've got to save the Tree of Life, or Tree of Mana, somehow. And we survive Dao's castle. Which is pretty good, I would say. Alrighty, everybody. I think this actually might be a good time to say we're gonna continue this tomorrow. I do not want to rush through this game, and if I play much longer, I feel like I would forget even more things on the sidelines that I could theoretically do, and then, well, I forget things, especially when it's late. Alrighty, everybody. Tales of Phantasia. So far, we have learned, we have technically defeated Daos, and then he escaped through a time thing, and now we are trying to hunt him down in some meaningful capacity, whatever that means. So, if you'd like to see more, we're gonna continue tomorrow, 4 PM European time, that is 10 AM East Coast time on the US, if I'm not mistaken, and that's that. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night. Oh, and before I forget about it, now that I did a nice outro and was about to hit the stop streaming button, I probably should introduce you to somebody who you could watch for now in the meantime. Let's see. Alright, I like being over here. Also, if you'd like to vote, don't forget to vote on the straw poll. That one is still going to be active, even if somebody watches the VOD later. I set the end time for this straw poll to be much later, so hopefully, even if you are watching this, like, I don't know, even tomorrow morning for European viewers, you should be able to still vote at least for a little while. Again, this is a fundraiser thing, but I will probably touch on this more next week again. If you'd like to have the details just kind of directly at the end of the first day in December, I went into detail. And maybe if you watch that part, you will understand why I'm a bit reluctant to just... I'm not good at talking with that stuff. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to head over to Velhard's stream and just get comfy over there. He is currently playing the Dragon Quest II HD remake, specifically. He is on a big demon-looking guy that I have no idea how far into the game this is. But I always like just kind of lurking in his stream, so maybe you enjoy that too. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good time and good night. Bye-bye.